Jones, and I'm here to tell you folks, the world has fallen. The fascist globalist overlords, they're implementing the Great Reset. You don't believe me? I've seen the tapes. Watch it, folks. Watch as these pot-bellied Zoomer goblins work with the Illuminati to pit us against each other. I promised I'd be a good boy.
I'm a good boy.
There's only one cure, folks, and that's liberty. And there's no better channel to find freedom than Fabian Liberty. Anarchy is order. Government is civil war.
I just got 3 things to say. God bless our troops. God bless America. And gentlemen, start your engine!
I got you, sir. I got you, sir.
Let me get my shoes. Hold on, get ready.
So we gotta move to the front.
That's not only do you have a micro penis, which is an important point, but on top of that, you refuse to share your Pokemon cards, and that's not nice.
So first of all, a 2-inch penis is not a micro penis, okay? And for your second point, my Pokemon cards are all mine, and I don't have to share them if I don't want to. I work super hard to get them, and they're really special to me, so I'll keep them.
No, you don't understand. You can't continue to play with us if you refuse to share your
Not fair.
I'm Ukrainian, and this is my bridge. I'm Ukrainian, and this is my gas station. I'm Ukrainian, and this is my school.
2 seconds earlier.
Would you let a Jew work out in your gym without paying if he claimed that the membership was promised to him by God 4,000 years ago?
Bro, you are fucking...
That's a good question.
Yo, you're fucking funny. No, I mean, everyone pays.
What if he tried bombing you for that?
Bro, I mean, that would be like some crazy crime. Some acted, I don't even know, there, I don't know.
Are you taking a political stance right now?
Is found in my house. And that's called a bird grasshopper. I'm gonna eat him.
He's not been transparent. I mean, there may be...
They are making routine announcements about the things they are finding, and they are inviting questions about the things they are finding every single day.
But by definition, he's not being transparent. They're not providing data for the things that they say they have found evidence of. They just aren't.
The White House has provided...
You can make announcements, and you also did admit that he actually...
So you just don't believe it. I mean, they are providing information. You just choose not to believe that it's true.
We're seeing about 13 months for these brain and spine MRIs. Cool. Canada, where healthcare is free, but only if you can afford to wait.
Step 10, states must publish their own map and allow internal challenges to their own map. So the government has published a map. They have invited the states to challenge the map. Then states have submitted initial proposals, and they then have to publish their own map and allow challenges.
Wait, who's challenging it within the state?
Well, organized interest groups, environmental groups, I don't know who specifically, but literally anybody. This is, right. I want to say something because it's very important I say this. This is the Biden administration's process for its own bill. They wanted this to happen. This is how liberal government works now.
This is something they instituted for this bill.
For their bill. This is a bill passed by Democrats with a regulatory structure written by Democratic administration. Okay.
Right.
Step 11.
Ideological subversion is the slow process which we call either ideological subversion or active measures, активные мероприятия in the language of the KGB, or psychological warfare. What it basically means is to change the perception of reality of every American to such an extent that despite of the abundance of information, no one is able to come to sensible conclusions in the interests of defending themselves, their families, their community, and their country.
For our most tricky disagreements, seeking the truth and seeking to convince others of the truth might not be the right place to start. In fact, our reverence for the truth might be a distraction that's getting in the way of finding common ground and getting things done.
Free fries when you get vaccinated? I got vaccinated. You're saying I could get these delicious fries? Wait a minute. But there's also a burger element to this? Let me check with Bill Neathart. Is it too early in the day to eat a burger? No. This could be breakfast? Okay. I want you to look at this and think about, again, some people love hamburgers, some don't. Really want to respect all ways of life. But if this is appealing to you, just think of this when you think of vaccination. Vaccination. I'm getting a very good feeling about vaccination right this moment. Thank you.
When I win, I will immediately bring prices down starting on day one.
Men to woman, or woman to men.
Man to woman.
From penis to vagina.
In the shower, on a walk, the Dylan hour. Feeling sweet, feeling sour. I feel nothing. The Dylan hour.
Hello and welcome to Wales. We understand being a refugee isn't easy. They go through so much. Fleeing your country is difficult, but Wales wants to help you feel welcome. The Welsh Refugee Council is here to help you.
Tell me you love me. Say it like you mean it. Say it like you mean it. You message one other guy ever again whether we're together or not. You understand me?
But if you're a man who's stuck with a woman and you don't even get along with each other and it's a show marriage and you have to be together and you argue all the time and you're sexually repressed and you're being promised in secret that you can go to an island and finally be pleasured and satisfied, no one's ever going to find out, that's how you end up on the island. So this whole monogamy garbage that's being pushed by the West, especially amongst our elites, is the reason we have the biggest problem with pedophilia, and they don't have this problem in South America.
The whole point of this is for me to begin to reintroduce myself. I'm doing this both personally for me, but in a professional capacity. Moving forward, the majority of what you will see will be me speaking in a professional capacity. My goal is to continue to help give a voice.
Arguing with them, hey guys, if no one pays taxes, then who's going to stop the fires? Who's going to stop all the violent crime? Dummies. And then the LA fire happened, and the fire department didn't stop the fire because I guess they ran out of budget for water, and the police didn't stop the looting because I guess they didn't want to get near the fire, and so I guess I lost that argument. My bad.
There's a delay between what you guys are seeing and like what I'm streaming. And I love that last joke at the end so much that I get mad that I don't get to watch the joke. Because if I watch the joke, then there's just going to be dead space after the intro where I'm listening to the joke instead of like cutting the stream on. And I want you guys to know that I'm like, every time I'm like, but I want to hear it. Boomies. It makes me sad. Here we go. My gut's a little fucked up. I made a big old dish and I don't know what it is. So I'm back to the drawing board and finding out what fucks up my gut health. But nevertheless, I dragged myself to the swimming pool, dragged myself to the gym to do legs. Monday was chest and was back and buys, right? No, I don't have a leaky butt or anything. I feel like if I could have one good poop, I'd feel in a much better place. But I'm back in the gym. I'm eating in a way that doesn't usually fuck up my stomach. Apparently I fucked up last time. We'll see. Finding out what I can and can't eat. I'm living life right now. Get some coffee in. I'm drinking right now. I got some Mark took me to this. Took me sounds so gay. Pause. Mark showed me this spot he found like when he was like out in the city where they like grind their own coffee and have really good coffee beans. And I got some and it's delicious. They'd probably be mad at me if they knew that I put coffee creamer in it and ruined it, but it's just Chobani. You know what I mean? Little mint chocolate chip on a nutty like dark African blend. It's pretty good. It's not a coffee shop because I don't think that actually it is a coffee shop. They just don't have any seating. Like you couldn't take anybody there on a date because there's nowhere to sit. But they do have a coffee shop, but mostly it's just there to like sell the actual coffee. I feel like I'm so behind on the meta for home. Dude, I went there and I was like, hey man, let me get some coffee. Here's the type of coffee. There is seating. God damn it. I didn't see seating when I got coffee. God damn it. But I didn't know that. Why would you let people know that information? Like you could have taken that to the grave, brother. But anyways, I went in there and like I talked to some hippie, you know, I mean, he's not really a hippie, more like a Birkenstocks kind of gay, you know what I mean? And I was like, look, man, I like nutty coffees and I like strong coffees. Like dark, strong coffees and nutty coffees. And then he suggested something to me. And I was like, yeah, man, whatever you think is right. I don't know coffee well enough to know. Like, just hook me up based off what I like. I'm going to trust you, Mr. Guy who does this for a living, right? And then he was like, okay, how are you preparing your coffee? And like, I was such an asshole. Like, I was like, dude, I'm just like, it's a coffee machine, man. Like, I'm not trying to fucking, you know, like French press, get fancy or anything. I just want some coffee, man. And he was like, okay, so like a coffee pot machine with a filter or like, well, I was like a Keurig with a K-cup. And he goes, yeah, those tend to be a lot better if you grind it up a little bit finer as opposed to like a regular coffee machine because they don't have as much time to steep and brew. I'm gonna go grind it for you. And then I was like, damn, I'm an asshole. Like I'm over here like, just put the coffee in the bag, you little twink. And then he's like, I'm trying to help you. You know? I was like, I felt so like, I was like, oh, I'm a piece of shit. You know what I mean? Like he was literally just providing great customer service. And then I was just subtly being like, I'm not a coffee fag like you, man. Come on, what are you doing, brah? So that was fun. But the coffee's really good. Auto dubbing will soon be enabled on your channel. You can update your auto dubbing. What the fuck? Why did I get this out as soon as I... This means YouTube will automatically generate translated audio tracks in different languages, making your content accessible to more viewers. That's wild. I didn't know that was a thing. Now, if they could use that AI to not report everything, that'd be great. It'd be dope if that AI wasn't doing IP shit, but that's crazy. YouTube's just gonna dub my stuff.
Peacecraft donated $3. So after doing bisexual workouts at the gym, I went to the coffee shop to neg the twink about a giant glass of nut he could grind out of me.
Thanks for the $3, Peacecraft. I appreciate it. Really appreciate the $3, man. You guys wonder why I don't ban Peacecraft? It's shit like that. Peacecraft is amazing. It's not my fault that you guys are all mentally challenged and can't handle somebody in the chat that trolls you and isn't a fucking libertarian. Fuck, man, that's gonna fuck up my whole mindset for a while. That was great. It's that month? What? Oh, Little Bits. Thanks for the membership. You can't clip it? Hold on, let me check the details. It's in the entertainment section. I don't know why you can't clip it. Hold on, let me go to my YouTube studio and make sure I have clips enabled. It might have just like auto cut off or something. Because I don't have like any copyright strikes. It's on your end? Okay. All right, word. I'm out of there. We're back, boys. But yeah, dude, I really wanted to know more about what's going on in this new war that started over the weekend, right? Like but then I had to research the fucking Melissa Hoffman or not Melissa Hoffman. Oh God. How do I have a whole page of notes and I don't have, it's like John Hoffman and then Melissa something. And I don't have their names written down in this page of notes. That's wild. Regardless, I had to research the shooter, and like, dude, I went down some fucking rabbit holes. I was like looking at like the company he owned in Africa and who bought it and who the CEO of the company was. I was trying to find the fucking go through the weeds and find the connections. And then before I knew it, I'd done like most of my research and like on that, and like still don't know why the fuck Israel is bombing fucking Iran or what's exactly going on. I mean, I know the key things, but I haven't like done a deep dive in what I definitely should have, but it is what it is. Dude, you've been having problems with YouTube lately. Like, I think you might need to either update or drop Opera browser, Opera GX, man, and see if the stream works on like Brave. Cause I don't have problems on Brave. And Brave does a better job of blocking ads and stuff anyways. Not that I suggest everybody block ads. I pay for YouTube Premium. And if you guys pay for YouTube Premium, a portion of the revenue goes to the creators that you watch. And you don't have to watch ads. You don't have to deal with that bullshit. And on top of that, even if I get ad limited, you know what I mean? I still get money. Right? So even if I'm ad limited, if you're YouTube, which is all of my videos, I still get some of your money. Which is pretty dope. Or you can donate directly, as you saw with memberships or direct donations, as Peacecraft just did, or super chats. I try and answer super chats. It's all good fun stuff. Like, share, subscribe, boys. There's only 10 likes in the chat right now. Despicable. We can get the likes up at least. That button's free. Join the Discord. Follow me on Twitter. But yeah, I'm not really following the war at like a responsible degree. And like, so I'm kind of going to go a little bit blind on a reaction to Dave Smith, because I want to see the full context, but I saw a clip, and apparently Dave Smith rediscovered he's a libertarian this weekend. Like, it took Bibi Netanyahu claiming that America was behind, was working with Israel in the attacks against Tehran to distract them and gain information and let inspectors in, and that like basically we're aiding and abetting Israel in their war against Iran. It took that for Dave Smith to finally be like, yo, no, fuck this guy, put him in prison, impeach him. And then all the Republicans are like, what happened to Dave? It's a legendary crash out. He's gone psycho. And it's like, I knew Dave from the before times, and the before times Dave is back. So I'm excited to see Dave, speak the true from back when he used to be a libertarian. Apparently war is his fucking line, you know what I mean? Like trans and the kids, immigration, taxes, tariffs, none of that shit's really, that's okay, I guess, for Dave Smith. But as soon as the war broke out, he was like, nah, fuck Trump. So I definitely want to check that out. And then hopefully I'll get some more information about what the fuck's going on. Let me see. I'll tell you what, I saw one put the military at the border libertarian Dave Smith. Yeah. He was like, no, impeach. All right, I found this clip to be hilarious. I need you to understand that I did no research on this, okay? This person committed a crime. It's some random ass police situation. It looks like in Florida. They're tracking a criminal. I did no research for this, but I just find this to be so fucking funny, and I wanted to share it with you guys. So let me, that's not what I wanted to do. Hold on, pause my music. Switch these screens over. This is some of the funniest shit I've seen in a long time. Like unintentional funny.
Mathis from 43 from Davenport. This is our human trafficking and prostitution, folks. He's charged with offering to commit. This Jason Bathis, okay?
Watch this Gen X police captain or chief of police or whatever, a sheriff, attempt to navigate in the worst possible way talking about trans issues. It's hilarious.
Okay, when he walks in, you think, well, I have set up a deal with an ugly woman. And I think you would all agree that this guy's an ugly woman.
I've set up a deal with an ugly woman, and I think we all agree this guy is an ugly woman. It gets way better,
right? This is what you really get when the makeup comes off. This is Jason Bathis. Now
he's just been watching the Whatever podcast. Makeup is a lie.
This is Jason Bathis. Now I want you to think about this a minute, okay? You decide that you're going to hook up with a woman. She comes in, and she's already uglier than a mud fence, right? And then, as you start to engage, you find out.
It's a whole rant about prostitution.
To engage.
And the funny thing is this officer is trying so hard to keep a straight face.
Engage, you find out, hey, this dudette is a dude, and look what he really looks like. Yeah, he looks like he should have been in a Scarface movie someplace. I don't know.
I hope to God this is a comedy bit because it's so fucking good.
This is what's happening. People think they're getting this, and many times they're getting a...
This doesn't look like AI. I don't think this is AI. It might be a comedy skit, but it looks fucking real, and it's hilarious.
Really bad. What's happening? People think they're getting this, and many times they're getting a really bad guy. So this is the before and...
If this was AI, there's no fucking way, like, the scroll... I mean, like, I guess you could make the image yourself and then, you like, with AI, and then do the scroll and everything and program that separately, but that's a lot of fucking effort.
So this is the before and after, you know?
Because the scroll would have, like, some random Russian character in there at some point. I've seen that guy before. It's real? No fucking way is this real. We're going back. This is real?
Happening. People think they're getting this, and many times they're getting a really bad guy. So this is the before and after, you know? When you find them in the bar at night, you know, you try to drink them pretty, and you wake up the next morning and you see this. Yeah, that's what we call Rolex ugly. Rolex ugly is you wake up the next morning and they're laying on your arm and your Rolex is there and you just chew your arm off and leave the Rolex. You just got to get out of there. You don't care about the Rolex. But that's the kind of picture.
I want it to be real so bad. I'm like, he's awesome. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. The sheriff should do more. He needs a TV program. He should do more stand-up. He's got great material. Sheriff Grady Judd. You chew your arm off like a coyote in a trap. Yeah, so instead of coyote ugly, it's fucking Rolex ugly. I don't know. I just saw that shit and I was dying. I was like, this would be a fun, light way to start our day. Oh, fuck. And then the other one that I wanted to share with you guys. I don't know. We're just memeing. We're having fun. I'm fascinated by this clip. I feel like I'm going to put this clip in chat, okay? And the reason I'm going to put this clip in chat is I want everyone to just have this in like their folder of dunks. Now, the reason I'm so fascinated with this is it perfectly describes left-wing activists, those paid and not paid to be there, right? And like I'm going to shut down the city for justice. And then like normal fucking Americans. Because this is a woman that is arguing just so that she can go to work. She's like, dude, can I please just go to work? I'm a single mom. I have a kid to feed. I need to clock in. I don't need to lose my job. Can you guys get the fuck out of the way so I can go to work? And the smug the smug lefty guy that is like a professional protester that's been in a bunch of BLM things and stuff. People tracked him down. I'm not going to do all that work for you again, but this guy is like been to multiple, like this is what he does. This is his thing, is to shut down traffic in places.
But I have a kid. If I don't, and these people are having their children taken and their parents. What about my kids? I lose my job today. Then what happens to my kids? I can't help you. But you can if you could just move off the way. You're not going to. How is this a peaceful protest if there's nothing to do? No, it's not. How do
like looking at me, she's like, how is this a peaceful protest if you're like locking shit down? And dude can't hold in his laughter.
There's nothing to do. No, it's not.
It's like, oh, cry more. What are you trying to go to work?
How do you as white people feel about stopping a black woman from going to work?
Oh no, not work. I care so much.
So you don't care?
Look at this face.
Work. I care so.
I just love it. Like, oh God, this is what I'm dealing with right now.
So you don't care about stopping black people from going to work?
Look at this line that you guys are causing. I'm not causing no problems. I'm not trying to. We're just trying to leave.
All right. We'll get into watching Dave Smith. I just wanted to show that because I thought it was fucking hilarious, and I have it bookmarked. Specifically, I have it bookmarked so that I can show people when like when they're trying to act like, you know, oh, it's a peaceful protest, blah blah blah, or like, you know, or just, you know, when I want to dunk on. I think I'm gonna make a clip of it, like, oh no, not work, like just a good silver spoon socialist thing. I don't know what I'm gonna do with it just yet, but I'm definitely gonna do something with it. Hey, what's up, Stacy? All right. So apparently,
we're very excited now to be joined.
Apparently on Breaking Points, which a lot of people like this program. I don't watch Breaking Points. A lot of people do. I know Joe Rogan like shills it pretty often. It's like I don't get Breaking Points. Okay, it seems like it's a show for like Gen Xers that like just can't quite break not watching CNN. Like they can't watch a podcast. Like they just can't just be like, let me watch a long form interview or something. They need like the CNN sprawl style of news that they grew up on, but they know that CNN and MSNBC and all these other programs are bullshit. And so they want like a watered down bullshit program of like sound bites and interviews and things like that. It doesn't seem like it's for me. I've watched a couple before. It's just not my cup of tea. You know what I mean? But nevertheless, let me switch this stuff back over. And I feel like
Peacecraft donated $3. Give me a legitimate argument from the nap as to why you ought not pull a baseball bat out of the trunk of your car and beat that man to death in public as an example to the others.
So as you know, Peacecraft, I am not actually on Twitter. Wink, wink. You know, whomever manages my Twitter account as a promotional account for me, you know, whomever that person is a mystery. Okay? Because I may or may not have been banned from Twitter doing the exact opposite, which is giving an argument from the non-aggression principle as to why someone that is in the middle of the road stopping me from going to work ought to have their teeth kicked in. And I didn't even say teeth kicked in. I didn't say beat them to death with a baseball bat. I just said drag them out of the way, forcibly remove them. And if they fight back from being forcibly removed, then you should be able to use any, you know, violence necessary to forcibly remove them or put down the threat. So I'm not going to give you that argument because I don't believe in that argument. I believe that someone that is blocking traffic in the middle of the road, like this is like, you know, the there are other libertarians, right? Like if you want that argument, you're gonna have to ask Liquid Zulu. And Liquid Zulu's argument will be that all public property is stolen and it doesn't belong to anyone, and therefore anyone can do whatever they want on public property, up to including whipping out their dick or go into any school and just like shoot heroin in a bathroom or block the street, and that the non-aggression principle just justifies all of those things because the property is unowned, and so it can be homesteaded by anybody for any purpose. And my answer isn't we live in a society, right? My answer is that like the state stole the right of homesteading from us. They stole that right. But if you want to like engage in some violent act or something in property, or some aggressive act, obviously I have issues with that. But if you want to do something completely non-aggressive, right, which is just be somewhere you shouldn't be in public property, I don't necessarily have a big opinion of that. But this property is held in guardianship for the usage and sale by the state. And so if they're not going to fucking return the property, which they ought to, then it's the state's responsibility to maintain that property. And furthermore, when it comes to roads, there is less of an argument if there is another route for you to take, right? Like if you're capable of like backing up and then just taking a different road, then them blocking off the road isn't really an aggressive act, in my opinion. But if you're stuck in traffic so that you can't go backwards, and then they're barring you from going forward, right? They have used this common property, and which is named public property, but it is common property, it is used by the commons for a common purpose. And so they are violating the rights of everyone within that common property by violating your ability to use that common property would be the first argument that works in both. And then the second argument, like I would say the aggression goes kind of like another level because they're stopping you from moving. They're kidnapping you, right? They're using the fact that you are in this confined space, and then they're doing that as a means of kidnapping you. You're incapable to freely move on property that they don't own, and this claim that they're just homesteading the property goes against those guardianship rights. So, or the guardianship duty of the state that is a custodian of that property, and is a violation of that common property usage. So I would argue the exact opposite. Now, I wouldn't argue that you should start with beating that person to death, right? I would argue that that might be unreasonable. I would say that what you should do is you should go up to them and say, you need to move or else. And then if they say, or else what, you say, or else I'm going to beat you to death with this baseball bat. And then they can move or they can not move. And then you can start beating them. And if they don't fight back, then if you so, if you so choose, you can be gracious, and you ought to be gracious and say, hey man, would you like an opportunity to change your mind? Because if not, I'm going to finish. I've now beaten you half to death. I'm going to beat you the other half to death if you don't get out of the fucking road. And then if they don't fight back or anything, you should just drag them off the road. And if they do fight back, then you should probably, you can beat them to death. Now, I wouldn't argue in our current situation that that's like the best way to live your life. You know what I mean? Like, because you're going to go to jail. You're going to get charged with murder. So maybe not do that. What you should do is you should get in your car, and then you should start visibly freaking out and saying you're having a panic attack, and let other people around you know that you're having a panic attack. And then you should just floor the gas and run over him and be like, ah, and scream like you're scared. And then you should drive to wherever the fuck you're going. And then, once you get going and you settle a few things, call the police and be like, I had a panic attack. Is that guy okay? If they so choose to contact you, if you think you killed him, or if you just nudged him or hip checked him, then just don't ever fucking say anything about it. And if somebody comes up to you, be like, yeah, I was kidnapped in public, and there was protesters everywhere, and I'd seen the LA burn down to the ground, and I got scared. So I had a panic attack, I guess. I don't know. It felt like my heart was beating fast. So I just floored it and escaped. I don't know. Fuck around and find out. Some people have anxiety. taxing people to kill people is the definition of immorality. I mean, I don't know that that's the definition of immorality, but it's certainly like peak immoral. Shouldn't you overthrow the state in that scenario? I mean, if I've got the means. Then spend the rest of your life in prison? Yeah, just make sure you hit a white guy. Don't hit a black guy. You're definitely going to jail if you hit a black guy. But that white guy specifically, I think you could hip check that dude with a car, especially as a black woman in the video, right? Black woman hip check a white dude and say you had a panic attack and you freaked out. And just be like, I don't know, he was looking at me like he was racist or something. Like you get away with that easy. I mean, I don't think you can get away with it twice, but you can get away with it once. You know what I mean? Like if you do it again, people are going to be like, she's a serial protest runner over, you know? But if you do it once, you could do it. At least that's where I'm coming from. All right. So let's see if Dave Smith reclaim his libertarianism. I'm excited. I'm excited to see if he can do it. What would Dochi do? Well, she would have taken that dress off because she was wearing way too much clothing. And then she would have, I don't know, had an anxiety attack. Maybe hit somebody. Who knows? All right, let me let's see this conversation. Hopefully I'll learn more about what the fuck is happening. Because like I only know the base details. I will say this though. I saw this picture and I was like, yo, I'm sorry, but like it's so fucking hard to argue when they're like, Israel just bombs people indiscriminately. This is, I mean, like, say what you want. I don't think Israel should fucking start bombing shit. And I certainly don't think they should continue bombing shit. I don't think they should be taking out broadcasting stations like they just recently did. That seems like aggressive and crazy as fuck to me. Like that's a violation of human rights. And I certainly don't think that Bibi Netanyahu should be saying that President Trump was in on it the whole time and trying to drag us into war. There's a lot about this situation that I know of thus far that I really fucking hate. But this one right here specifically, I was like, dude, that is the most targeted attack. It was government TV. Yeah, it's government, but it was media outlets. I mean, everything's government run over there. That's like blowing up the projects and being like, it was government project. It was government apartments. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, like, you know, like what the fuck? Like, yeah, it's a propaganda outlet. So that we can do the propaganda outlet. We can just blow up anybody. The government runs everything, so now everything is fair game. Like, no. But this specifically, this attack on a fucking scientist in an apartment building, going through the wall and then taking out just the apartment building is fucking wild. Like, that is such an insanely, perfectly targeted attack. It's like, you know what I mean? Like, because, I mean, it wouldn't be that, like... I mean, it blows my mind how it's kind of scary that like a Predator drone is going to drop a payload in your payload if you like in your apartment if you fucking talk too much about Israel or something, and they'll make sure you're the only one killed. But I mean, setting that aside, it is an incredibly well targeted attack, which is like in an attempt to be as low casualty number of like innocents, collateral, like as low collateral damage as you possibly could. But yeah, fuck Israel, fuck Iran, fuck Donald Trump. I said it there.
And by friend of the show, Dave Smith, we're going to be talking about the fallout here from the U.S. Involvement in the war between Israel and Iran. But most importantly, we want to get to the actual goal here.
So, like, do we have any confirmation that like the United States was involved in planning and feeding information? Because that's just like a claim that Bibi Netanyahu's making. Like, do we have any response from Trump? Somebody like send that to me. Yeah, the Hellfire missiles, they're just like rocket with swords that come out. Pretty cool. Yeah. They're just like, it's like a Claymore mine, but with swords. It's fucking wild.
Of the Israeli military campaign, Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu really giving the game away yesterday in an interview with Fox News where he calls for regime change with Iran. Let's take a listen.
So is regime change part of the effort here?
Could certainly be the result because the Iran regime is very weak. I think it's basically left with two things. It's plans to have atomic bombs and ballistic missiles. That's basically what Iran has. They certainly don't have the people. 80% of the people would throw.
Well, no, I mean, it's funny how some believe that Jews are incapable, or geeks incapable of violence. That is wild. I mean, individual Jews, kind of, yeah. Like, if we're talking about, like, interpersonal violence. But, like, as a nation state, yeah, obviously.
These theological thugs out. I mean, they murder them. They oppress them for 46 years. They've yearned for freedom. I mean, they shoot women because their hair is uncovered. They shoot students. They just...
I mean, they don't really shoot women because their hair is uncovered, right? Like they like the morality police arrest them, and sometimes they put them in mental institutions and beat the shit out of them until they come back and realize what grave sin they've made. But I mean, like, but that's not really that much better. You know, like fucking, we don't need to exaggerate. You know what I mean? Like we can just tell the truth of what they regularly do without, like, I feel like people would still be like on your side with that like emotional note. Like,
I mean, they shoot women because their hair is uncovered. They shoot students. They just suck the oxygen from this brave and gifted people, the Iranian people.
I want to talk about the nuclear threat. I want to talk about President Trump. You just said Iran tried.
Yeah, bro. Like if we unalive more people, right? Then like we'll get net zero carbon emissions any day now.
To assassinate President Trump twice. Do you have intel that the assassination attempts on President Trump were directly from Iran?
Violence is a political tool of the Democratic Party. I hate to break it to you, but it's a political tool of the Republican Party as well. Like, I don't disagree with that sentiment, but like it's definitely like they're definitely like, it's not like unique to the Democrats. Their own fathers stoned them for disgracing the family. Quit downplaying it. I'm literally not downplaying it. I literally said that they usually kidnap them, put them in mental institutions, beat them until they have the right opinion, and then let them go back sometimes. That's what happened. What tends to happen. Now, the father's stoning thing, that's usually more of like a Pakistan thing, right? Like in Pakistan, you'll get a lot more stonings because there's less government structure, and like the morality police aren't really in villages. They also do things like honor rapes, right? Where like if a man rapes a girl, then what they'll do to punish that man is take his sister or his mother or his daughter and then have the other family rape his family member as a means of like correcting the balance of the rape that occurred. Because women have like literally no agency or human rights under Muslim majority countries that aren't like heavily involved in capitalism, so they have to rein that down some, right? Like you don't see shit like that in Dubai, and that's because they have too many corporate partnerships and too much money flowing. This is a police state, police for profit. What? What is a police state? And then what do you mean by police for profit? Because, I mean, it's not like they're privatized police that are attempting to make a profit, but if you mean like they're protecting like order of like large companies and those, prison for profit. I mean, I'm all for privatized prisons. I just don't think that the government has any right to be involved in privatized prisons, right? Like I have a problem with the socialist aspect of it, which is the state running it. I'm all for private prisons. I just don't think that private prisons can work in when the state manages them, because they do a horrible job. Pakistan sounds red pill AF. Yeah. I mean, like, that's why, like, it never fails to really trigger a lefty to just say Islam is right about women. Cause like, it's such a beautiful fucking thing to say to a left-wing person. Like maybe like, not like true tankies and communists, but like your typical like wokey that's like really bought into like critical theory and shit. You just tell them Islam's right about women, and it breaks their fucking brain because they don't want to say anything bad about Islam or their culture or religion, but also they don't want to agree with all of the horrible things that does and says about women. My favorite prisons are the ones only allocate 600 calories a day. I mean, that could work for a while.
Do you have intel that the assassination attempts on President Trump were directly from Iran?
Through proxies, yes. Through their intel, yes. They want to kill him. Look, he's enemy number one. He's a decisive leader. He never took.
Gary, what's your argument? Like I appreciate having somebody in that has like a different perspective. but like just like random comments that aren't necessarily connected to the conversation we're having. He's like, I don't know what to do with it. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know how to riff off of it. Like, I like engaging in chat with like the conversation and the topic and pulling out cool things. And like, I want you to know I'm not ignoring you. I'm just seeing what you're saying. And it's just like, they're just like kind of like bullet points loosely associated with what we're talking about. It's not really a back and forth. So there's not much I can do with it.
Took the path that others to kill him. Look, he's enemy number one. He's a decisive leader. He never took the path that others took to try to bargain with them in a way that is weak, giving them basically a pathway to enrich uranium, which means a pathway to the bomb, padding it with billions and billions of dollars. He took up this fake agreement and basically tore it up. He killed Qasem Soleimani. He said, made it very clear, including now, you cannot have a nuclear weapon, which means you cannot enrich. He's been very forceful. So for them, he's enemy number one.
Yeah.
Look, they also tried to kill me, but I'm his junior.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Like the whole, he's enemy number one. I don't know. There's like too much layers of intelligence and CIA ops and, you know, supposed target assassinations and like classified things at the State Department that like when we start talking about like negotiations with like terrorist states and like interpersonal kind of like the way they feel about somebody, it's like it really just gets in the land of pure conjecture. And like I don't know. I think a lot of those arguments become like we don't know what our government does because our government doesn't let us know what they do. And so we're having to like connect the dots with dots missing.
So for them, he's enemy number one.
Yeah.
Look, they also tried to kill me, but I'm his junior partner.
When did
they
you
understand that President Trump is a great threat to Iran's plans to weaponize nuclear weapons and use them?
When did you tell President Trump you were going to launch these strikes?
Look, I've been in constant contact with President Trump. We've known each other for many years. And obviously we informed our American friends and President Trump, our great friend, ahead of time. We did. He knew about it, of course.
I mean, there were...
Yeah, okay, so this is the clip that is being discussed. So he says he knew about it, of course. How, like, did he know about it 12 hours ahead? Or was it an operation that they were running for 9 months? Like, because there's a huge difference between letting Trump know, you know what I mean, before the attacks go down versus, like, Trump was intentionally negotiating deals with them so that we could funnel intelligence to Israel. Look, because like CIA was involved in this, obviously. Everybody knows the CIA was involved in it. Anybody that thinks the CIA wasn't involved in this doesn't understand what the CIA does, right? Like there was clearly some level of involvement, but like to what degree is what I want to know. What's a great idea? I heard that we have a shortage of farmers at this moment after all the deportations. Why don't we get those prisoners working these fields? I mean, like I'm against mass deportations of nonviolent criminals. I am against deportations of those people. And so I would not want to put them in a camp to do that. But if we're talking about gang members and shit like that, like, yeah, I don't give a fuck if we make them work the fields. Like there, as far as I'm concerned, all forms of slavery against Tren de Agua is perfectly acceptable. Now, that being said, obviously, maybe some due process would be nice, so we can actually prove that, number one. Number two, I don't know that it's that efficient. Like, I feel like the amount of money that is required for security and shipping people and feeding these people and everything, and, like, the level of work that, like there's a reason the South lost the Civil War. And that is that slave labor is just not that fucking efficient compared to, you know, productive labor where people are working, you know, at least semi-voluntarily, you know, with machines and things that make them. So like, I don't know, like, I just don't know. Well, I mean, yeah, you could not feed them, but then they'll die soon and they have to be replaced. Like, it just doesn't seem like a sustainable or productive way to engage in things. And then on top of that, just the optics of it are just not very helpful.
President Trump kind of helped you achieve your strategic surprise by publicly urging you not to attack when he already knew you had decided to do it. So you were...
Yeah, Gary, like, you're not adding anybody and you're just, like, making comments again. Like, I believe in you, Gary. Gary DeVore, like, make a comment. Like, so this comment here, the war is to make money for the police state, and Israel is just acquiring Laban's ramen. This isn't complicated. I mean, yeah, you can oversimplify things and then say they're not complicated because you gave an oversimplification. Like, I don't necessarily disagree with anything that you're saying there. But again, like, you're just throwing out comments, and I'm like you're not asking questions, you're not engaging with other chatters. Like, you're talking like a bot, and I don't, you know what I mean? But like, I can see there's an attempted thought there. Do better, brother.
Surprised by publicly or urging you not to attack when he already knew you had decided to do it. So you were closely coordinating with the U.S. throughout this process.
Look, we're fully coordinated, but understand that America, under President Trump, will make the decisions that are best for America. And that's the way it is. He understands that I, as the Prime Minister of Israel, the one and only Jewish state, must make the decisions that are important for the survival of my country, and he will do what is best for America. That is a relationship of mutual respect and mutual confidence.
I mean, there's
okay, well, that's an empty platitude.
So much going on there, Dave. There is regime change. There is the flattery and.
Yeah, okay, but like, is there any other clip or anything that shows that Bibi is claiming that Donald Trump knew about it in like cooperation with their team? Like, he's not giving a timetable. Like, all he's saying is that, of course, we warned them. But it's like, is that a warning? Like, hey, shit's about to pop off. We're doing it with or without you. Whatever. This is happening in 6 days. Maybe you want to move your assets around. Or is it like, you know, they've been working together for 9 months and the entire negotiations with Iran was a political farce? And you know what I mean? Like what's happening here? Bibi is a man with tiny, tiny biceps. Tiny little biceps. Needs big American biceps to fit for him. Your arms are like noodles. My arms are like beefy.
I mean, there's so much going on there, Dave. There is.
Yeah, but like, I want to know what that timetable is. You know what I mean? Like, is it like, hey, in 6 weeks we're bombing, and so, you know, do with that information what you will. What's going? Also, why did I go from 33 viewers to 14 on this end? That is fucking weird. Did I say a trigger word? Did I start talking too much about Israel or something, and the algorithm had to like knock people off or something? Like, what happened to everybody? I mean, we'll keep going. It's whatever. Like, I'm not going to self-censor or anything. I just think it's weird. Russian bots fell off. Yeah. I know you're here, Rudy. I know people. I was like, I've got active chat engagement. I was like, you know what I mean? Like, I've got chatters, chat engagement to a decent level and some back and forth. I was like, what's happening here? We just popped back up to 22.
The relationship of mutual respect and mutual confidence.
I mean, there's so much going on there, Dave. There is regime change. There is
the idea that like Bibi Netanyahu has like this is a relationship of mutual respect is fucking wild.
The flattery and the lies potentially about this some so-called Iranian plot to assassinate Trump, and then finally there is the, you know, really buttering it up, but calling Trump to join him in this war on regime change. Just broadly, we want to give you the floor, both to react to that and to the entire situation here.
Yeah, well, you know, it's just you're allowed to throw as many lies at the wall as you want to when you're selling a war. So that, you know, there's a lot there to kind of unpack. Number one, I would just say, first off, the accusation that Iran was trying to assassinate Donald Trump just doesn't meet the most basic of smell tests. I mean, like, so you're telling me that the Iranian regime essentially declared war on the United States of America already.
Okay, well, he says it doesn't meet the most basic of smell tests, right? Like, the information we have regarding that is based off of the FBI. Running an operation with foreign Iranian agents in America. So I don't disagree. It sounds like bullshit to me too, but like it requires a level of conspiratorial thinking beyond just, you know, oh, he pulled this out of nowhere, right? Like, it's our own government that is, you know, engaged in this. I mean, it's nice now that people are starting to wake up to how the government actually works, that like I don't sound that crazy when I say that the CIA and FBI runs operations to deceive those in power all the fucking time, because those that are ostensibly in power, you know what I mean? Like, if you like just look at history, you know what I mean? Just look at all of the times the CIA has run black sites and operations without the president knowing, and then tried to deceive and lie to the president and start wars. Like, it's only been happening since the OSS. but like saying like it doesn't pass the smell test at all, like he didn't pull it out of his ass, he pulled it from our own intelligence agencies. So like, that's the claim you have to make. I'm willing to make that claim. I don't know if he is. I'm sure he probably is as well. I think you're throttled. You don't come in as good as other YouTube. I mean, I have excellent connection and I'm streaming everything great on my end, but yes, I am a smaller channel. And I have people tell me all the time that like their connections get done, but that's because I'm ad limited and I don't have a large channel, so I don't get the same. But my bit rate is fine. Everything on my end is fine. There's nothing I can really do about it. I mean, YouTube tends to do that with political channels and tends to do that with smaller live streaming channels. Like, I don't know that it's like I don't want to get conspiratorial and be like, they hate the fact that I'm an ANCAP, right? It's just, I talk about politics. All of my views are like ad limited in some way, and I'm a small channel. And so I've always had issues on YouTube. Like, for example, those videos where they say 80% of you guys aren't subscribed. Please click that subscribe button, right? Over 95% of all of my viewers are subscribed to my channel. You know what I mean? And it's like, when I watch that, I'm like, oh, you're complaining that the YouTube algorithm puts you out to a whole bunch of people that aren't subscribed to your channel. Because on my end, only people that are subscribed get notifications, if they get notifications at all, even with the notification bell on, that they go live. You know what I mean? So it's just like, that's just kind of the reality of doing political content as a live stream on YouTube as a small channel.
Me that the Iranians meet the most basic of smell tests. I mean, like, so you're.
I mean, I do find it funny that like I get sent all the time lefty channels that like have no active chat and have like 200 viewers, and it's very clear that their accounts are botted the fuck up. Like, their chat will be moving slower than mine with like 200 viewers. I mean, like, there are certain trigger words and ideas that I do think probably get you throttled more than others, but it's hard to know like to what end it is.
You're telling me that the Iranian regime essentially declared war on the United States of America already, tried to murder the sitting president, and yet...
No, I mean, Dan Bongino doesn't run the FBI. Technically, Kash Patel does, but yeah. Dan Bongino, is he deputy director? What's his official title? Yeah, deputy. Okay, I had the right. I was worried that I got it wrong. Yeah, deputy director of the FBI.
His response was to trust States of America already, tried to murder the sitting president, and yet his response was to try to negotiate with them for a couple months until finally we had Israel attack them. Does that make sense to anybody? They tried to murder Donald Trump and then he entered negotiations with that. Come on, this is too ridiculous. And
I mean, it makes sense if it makes sense if Donald Trump was dumb enough to believe the FBI. And the FBI was telling him that Iran was trying to assassinate him, so he entered negotiations with Iran so that we could get information and funnel it to Israel for a fucking campaign to bomb them. And Israel came to him and was like, hey, these guys are trying to kill you. I absolutely believe that the egomaniacal room temperature president Donald Trump was easily tricked by the FBI into thinking that Iran was actually trying to assassinate him all the time, and that like if we go through with this plan with Israel, we'll be able to pretend that we're trying to open negotiations, but really we're just getting information to fund Israel for their attacks and their war. Like, Donald Trump seems like such a fucking stooge that would fall for that shit. It's very clear that Donald Trump still has no idea how the government works.
He tried to murder Donald Trump and then he entered negotiations with that. Come on, this is too ridiculous. And you could go back. The thing about Saddam Hussein that a lot of people kind of forget in history is that it is true that at one point Saddam Hussein did have what you could call weapons of mass destruction. He used chemical weapons. Yeah,
but then he decommissioned them, and the supposed WMDs that we found were like like old broken WMDs.
His 1980 through 1986 war with Iran and was supported by the United States of America while he did it. He then got rid of those weapons programs. And the neocons and Benjamin Netanyahu himself, you can read in his writing in the 90s when he was telling us that Iran was a few years away from a nuclear weapon all the way back then. But he was also saying,
yeah, he's been telling like fucking Israel has been telling us that Iran is going to have a nuclear weapon any day now since 1992. It has been 33 years. I'm turning 35, okay? Almost as long, like just shy of as long as I've been alive as a middle-aged, middle-of-the-pack millennial, okay? Bibi Netanyahu has been warning us that Iran is going to have a nuclear bomb any minute. It's so silly.
That they wanted to overthrow Saddam Hussein for other reasons, for their clean break strategy. You can read about this in the Project for a New American Century, in the Clean Break memo written by Richard Pearl and David Wormser. They talked about this over and over and over again. And then after 9/11, they said the issue here is weapons of mass destruction. But that was they always wanted the regime change. And so it's the same thing again. The goal here has been regime change in Iran. He's been open about this. He even admitted it a little bit there. But let's just take them. Look, let's just really assess the situation where we are right now.
We have no business supporting regime change anywhere in the Middle East. Our track record's terrible. Like Iran is a much tougher opponent than dealing with Iraq or Afghanistan. But the thing is that like even if I like take away all of the ways intelligence assets are probably funneling, different warlords and causing strife and all of this other bullshit in the Middle East, like Israel is perfectly justified if they actually have a nuclear program and they've been bombing them back. They're perfectly justified. Israel is a terrorist state in and of itself, as is Iran. Like they're both. It's two criminal organizations, but like a non-criminal entity would be perfectly justified in bombing Iran. That doesn't mean I want anything to fucking do with it, right? This is my problem. Is that I'm not trying to both sides here, but I kind of end up that way on this situation as a libertarian, because there's nothing wrong with targeted attacks against their nuclear weapons, programs and their scientists after everything Iran has done. I just don't want my money involved. I don't want to be involved in it. And I think it's a really stupid act to escalate things that are, that threatens the stability and peace of the world, such as it is, so that corporations can get rich and so that Americans can, eventually end up dying for Israel. No, just fucking cut them all off. I'm done with them. But I'm also not going to sit here and be like, Israel, the Jews, the great evil, how dare they use targeted attacks to take out nuclear weapons facilities in a country that bombs them constantly. There's no better feeling than disposing of the enemy. Is that a direct quote?
Let's take them by their own logic. If, as all the hawks are bragging right now, or saying that essentially Israel was already at war with Iran because Iran attacked first on October 7th. Their proxies attacked. And what does that mean? It's like when they say Iran is the #1 sponsor of terror. Do they ever have to back that up with data? Do they ever have you ever heard one war hawk who makes the claim that Iran is the #1 sponsor of terror ever show you, look, this is how much terrorists have gotten support from Saudi and this is how much more they've gotten from Iran? No, they never even feel the need to make this argument. Compare how much money the US has given to terrorist organizations, or Israel has given to terrorist organizations, or Israel has facilitated other countries give it. There's no objective standard here. But
how much money have we given to terrorist organizations? We don't really directly fund it most of the time, but how many weapons have been sold to Turkey and then they just end up in ISIL or al-Nusra's hands? Is anybody keeping track? Because the USS Picatinny deal was tens of billions of dollars, and that was just one deal at the Pentagon. After Donald Trump said the CIA needs to stop doing that, so they started doing it through the Pentagon. No prince, no shah, no king. Does nobody got the joke? I get the joke. I do think it's funny that Canada had to change their No Kings protests into No Tyrants because they literally have a king. I just thought that was funny.
essentially the standard is because Iran has given Hamas some weapons in the past. Therefore, they're a proxy. And therefore, when they attack Israel on October 7th, Iran has attacked Israel. Well, then what is Israel attacking Iran? Other than the U.S. attacking Iran, right? If that's not, I mean, and come on, and look, this is
proxy state.
Yeah, and same with Ukraine and Russia. It's the same line of argumentation.
So if you're, but this one is so much more devastating because it's not just that we give Israel the weapons and the money and the intelligence, but at the very least here, I mean, we had people, we had evacuation orders 24 to 48 hours before the attack came. Donald Trump is speaking out of both sides of his mouth. Netanyahu here is clearly saying that Donald Trump knew this attack was coming. So imagine they had that on Iran with October 7th. They don't have anything close to that. So make no mistake about it. We are at war.
Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, by their own internal logic, like, we are at war with Iran.
With Iran right now, the United States of America is. Donald Trump has betrayed MAGA, betrayed America first. He has made the most disastrous decision to lead America into another war. Now, if they want to say...
Yeah, I read that, Silver Ogre, and then I just thought you were old. I didn't know that was a joke. I thought you just really didn't know who Dan Bongino was, and you keep thinking of Danny Bonaducci. I didn't realize that was meant to be a joke. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Trade America first. He has made the most disastrous decision to lead America into another war. Now, if they want to say that, look, there is an argument here, I suppose, that perhaps Iran is a better candidate for a regime change than Iraq or Libya was. This is the argument they're going to make. It seems
that's a really fucking bad argument. Like there's this idea of like, oh, don't worry, we'll do a regime change, and then the people that want freedom and liberty will rise up and give us this liberal democracy in the region. It's not fucking worked ever. Why would it work now? The only way you can have liberal democracy in the region is if you're willing to fucking force them to write the Constitution the way that you want, and you're willing to occupy them for an incredibly long time. And even then, that's not like any fucking guarantee. Oh no, what did they say that's racist? I missed something. I didn't see it in chat. Didn't we already regime change Iran and they got the Shah and lost all the beautiful women wearing blouses and shirts and attending college? Yeah. I mean, but that's what we did in our, where we fucked up is we didn't do what we did in, South Korea or Japan, which is stay there. Again, I'm not advocating for it. I'm not saying that's what we ought do. How are you getting redacted messages when all you typed was the? Oh, you retracted your message. Okay.
Seems a much more compelling argument that we're staring at yet another disaster. And as you were pointing out, Crystal, I heard a little bit of your segment as I was waiting here. Yeah. As you were pointing out, which I think is really the most important point, is that this is the celebrating. It's just like unbelievable. It's 24 hours into it, they're all celebrating how easy this was. Look, I remember, I was a little kid at the time, but I do vividly remember the celebrations after the Gulf War in 1991. And they were like, look how easy that was. And we didn't take any losses. We went on to be bogged down in that country for 30 years following that war. We all remember the mission accomplishment. We all remember Hillary Clinton saying, we came, we saw, he's dead. A few years later when she was...
No, she said he died. We came, we saw, he died.
Remember the mission accomplishment. We all remember Hillary Clinton saying, we came, we saw, he's dead. A few years later when she was running for president, she wouldn't dare bring up Libya because it was so obviously a colossal failure. So the people celebrating this right now are just, they've lost their minds. I mean, people get swept up in war fever.
The flashbacks, the WMD talk, the like celebratory mission accomplished vibe, in that clip with Bibi, and I've heard so many others say this, that like, they're yearning for freedom. I mean, it's just like, it makes me feel like, has everybody just erased their memories of what happened here? It's utter.
Yeah, I feel old. Like that. I know that's such a weird takeaway from this, but I feel old. Because like I'm like, hey, we all lived through this, right? And then I remember that there's like a whole generation of people that didn't live through this. Like there's a whole like all of Gen Z didn't live through this shit. And then I'm like, oh, I guess they're gonna try that playbook again. It worked on the boomers, and the boomers are still completely fucking dead and gone as far as their brains are concerned. Like they're like it is more difficult to manipulate a sub 85 IQ OnlyFans girl in Gen Z than it is to manipulate your standard wealthy boomer. Like boomers are just like, you can program them like, and like, And the Gen Z girls can be manipulated with a couple of TikToks. And for whatever fucking reason, it's even easier to manipulate the boomers that are still around. So like, I get that they're running that playbook to convince the boomers, but I feel old when I see this and I'm like, do we not remember how none of this shit is like this isn't going to work again, is it? And then I just have to remember just how dumb the average person is. Like I have to remind myself that like the average person, like close to a majority, like an overwhelming majority of blacks and close and like almost a majority of whites in our current school system graduate high school without being able to read or write or do math, any of the three, at a 12th grade level, which is like an incredibly low bar of like basic knowledge. Like I think most of us here, I mean, if you're interested in politics, your IQ is probably a little higher than the average person. If you're in a libertarian streamers chat, like chances are most of you people are like 110, 115 or above. But it's just like, so like most of us here were probably reading at a college level in elementary or middle school. Like we were probably able to read chapter books fine in elementary school. Maybe not like read, War and Politics or, Crime and Punishment or, War and Peace. I don't know why I said War and Politics. War and Peace or Crime and Punishment. Like we weren't like reading fucking Notes from the Underground from Dostoevsky or anything. But like you probably could read like, Harry Potter, at that like that type of level of book at like second or third grade. Politics is theatrics. Yeah, I mean, I run an entertainment show. This is reality TV for young men. Like that's what I do. I'm trying to sprinkle my philosophy and change the world while doing it, but I don't make any bones about what it is that I do. I don't take myself like so seriously as to think I'm like this great prophet or something. You know what I mean? Like I know that what I do is run a show and tell dick jokes. I just do it. I just couch it in a political philosophy that I believe in and that I hope to promulgate while doing it. What's up, crowd? I read War and Peace in 7th grade. I don't believe you. I believe that you read some of it, but I have a hard time believing anybody got through War and Peace and was genuinely interested enough to finish it. Like maybe if you were forced to, you know what I mean? Like I don't doubt that like a 7th grader could read War and Peace if forced to do so. I just doubt that anybody was like fucking actually, was like, oh man, this is riveting. I got to get to chapter 2. It's not when you're at that mental level. I don't change the world, just protect one or two at a time. Well, I mean, if you do so with the philosophy, the hope is that those two, pay it forward. You did it to get a girl, LMAO, didn't work. Yeah, that's fair. I'll believe you on that. That's fair. That girl probably went on to fucking go to college and pretend to understand Hegel.
Utterly insane to me. And to your point, so you feel like has everybody just erased their memories of what happened here? Yeah. It's utterly insane to me. And to your point about our involvement, let's put this next piece up on the screen. We now know that at least the recent discussions about, diplomatic negotiations and, hey, we're going forward with these talks this weekend was a ruse to provide cover and the element of surprise for the Israelis. So now you have this report. A U.S. official confirmed to me over the weekend Israel had an operational window to assassinate Iran's supreme leader, Khamenei, but President Trump made it clear he is against such a move. This was first reported by Steve Holland. There is no reason for anyone, us, the Iranians, anyone, to believe these reports. I mean, it does give me...
I mean, like, here's another problem is that, like, I just, like, I don't believe shit coming out of the government or reported by the media. Did she really just say it's a trap? You know what I mean? It's like, how many intelligence agents fucking, worked under Comey to, lie to the American people about Russiagate and then, say that the Hunter Biden laptop was a Russia hoax? It's just like, I'm sorry, but until a news media organization goes back to the old journalistic standard after the muckraking journalism, right? After yellow journalism and muckraking, where they developed a standard so that people could trust them, which was a minimum of 2 unconfirmed sources and one confirmed source or direct primary source documents. That was the standard from like the 1930s for most journalistic organizations up until the 1980s, right? It was like, if you want to report something, I need two people and then I need that are saying it. And then I need a third person, and that person has to be willing to put their name and reputation on the line. I need a named source and two other people backing up that named source before you ever fucking report anything. And when I hear like, oh, according to a source, this is what's going on. This constant need to be the person that gets the story instead of getting the story right has put us in a position where I don't trust anybody. I don't trust anybody or anything unless you show me the video. And with AI coming out, I'm now no longer going to trust that. You need three people, one who is on the record? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You learned a new word, muckraking journalism? Yeah, there's a whole thing about it. You know, it's like going after people in power. You know, to like in like a fucked up way to like undermine them. It's like salacious news and things like that. Or it can also mean like finding corruption or things, but you're like willing to do it. You're willing to like skirt the rules and violate some laws and things like that. Yeah, but like muckraking is specifically like the term in journalism. I always thought it was Admiral Akbar. I've been saying it wrong my whole life. Oh, it's Admiral Akbar? No, it isn't. No, it isn't. Have I been saying this wrong my whole life? Hold on. The Wikipedia says Admiral Akbar with the R, and then says not to be confused with Allahu Akbar. What a fucking unnecessary ass beginning to a Wikipedia article. The mental image of fucking Admiral Akbar just being just like in a fucking like putting rose water on him before he's like it's a trap, and then fucking like ramming something like suicide bombing like a Star Destroyer that it put in my head is so fucking funny. Oh God.
Also remind me of, during the Biden, oh, they're very upset with Netanyahu leaking to always Barack Ravi. They're very upset with him, et cetera, et cetera. Why would anyone ever believe a word that comes from Trump or Steve Witkoff or anyone else associated with this administration after they've gloated about the fact that they were using diplomatic negotiations as a tool to effectuate, to help kick off this war? I mean, I'm seeing this.
Wait, so where did who said that? I keep hearing this bounced around, but I don't have any direct confirmation of let me ask Grok. Let me see if I'm missing something. Because again, I went down a fucking rabbit hole researching fucking Vance, I guess you call him like Boetler or Bettler. And so I didn't catch up on all the stuff that I should have for this current war we're in, Sorry, there's just so many crazy things happening at once. Let me ask if it can give me a link. The Vance that did the wet work? Yeah, I got well, that's part of the debate topic tonight, and it's gonna be Axios reported that Israeli officials claim Trump gave a clear U.S. green light for the attack, suggesting coordination. Alleged that Trump's negotiations provided a smokescreen. Yeah, a post on X by fucking some dude. But these claims lack corroboration from primary sources. On the other hand, Trump's post-attack, make a deal, yada, yada, yada. Like, I have yet to see anybody, definitively claim this. I'm hearing this. But like I have like, and it wouldn't surprise me or shock me, but I have yet to hear anybody like, where is she getting this claim that they're bragging about using this as like a smoke screen? Like they've made it clear that they greenlit the attack, that they were involved in some degree, that it didn't surprise them. But like that could just have happened if they like informed Trump like a week ahead of time or something.
Associated with this administration after they've gloated about the fact that they were using diplomatic negotiations as a tool to effectuate, to help kick off this war. I mean, I'm seeing this. I'm curious your thoughts about this, Dave. I've seen this analysis that Trump was persuaded, this might be true, was persuaded by Bibi that he would have a better hand going into negotiations with Iran if he let Israel start this war and participated, as we've indicated, in starting this war. That is the most idiotic, insane possible analysis I can imagine. I guess it's possible that he really is that absolutely idiotic. But, you know,
I mean, President Trump's pretty fucking dumb and pretty easily manipulated, but like, what is this straw man? I've heard it suggested. Now, isn't this such a dumb suggestion? Isn't that crazy? It's like, who suggested? Like you're not dealing with, you're dealing with like someone else's speculation of what might have happened, and then being like, look at how dumb Trump is based off of this speculation of what might have happened. Like what?
What do you make of that? Is that really what happened here? And what do you make of this report that supposedly, oh, he was the cooler head and said you can't take out the supreme leader?
Yeah, well, I'd say Trump might be that idiotic. And, you know, he has, again, we're kind of speculating here, but he has bragged in the past several times about how he's so smart for keeping these hawks around, because then that puts all these pressure on people to come to the negotiating table.
That's why he said he had John Bolton. Yeah.
His example was John Bolton, who killed the deal with North Korea. Like, that was his example of it being like such a stunning success or something like that. It reminds me of like when people brag about the Abraham Accords and what a success they were. And you're like, oh yeah, they worked out so great. They led to this. Like, how, I don't even understand how you could, you know, it'd be one thing if peace swept the Middle East after the Abraham Accords and you go, oh, okay, maybe they played a role, but it's been a nightmare all across the worst fighting that we've had there in 20 years. And
I saw somebody, I don't remember who it was. I wish I had saved it because I was just like busy doing other shit. But I saw somebody talking about how like, oh, isn't this great? Like maybe Iran will have like their own Arab Spring and it would be beautiful. And then like, oh no, sorry, they were talking about in America. And like, you know, oh, it's like an Arab Spring. You know, and I'm like, what the fuck? Like, and I realized that like, I didn't know this, but like, a lot of like neoliberals, not necessarily like commies, tankies and shit like that, or like the right, still think the Arab Spring was like this good thing that like freed Egypt, and not just the CIA, you know, and intelligence agencies working with NGOs to algorithmically manipulate and censor to try and foment revolutions in other countries so that we can get somebody that is like more aligned with us.
So since our last disastrous invasions, but so, you know, look, I mean, it seems to me like there's a couple possibilities here. None of them are good. One of the possibility is that, which I think is plausibly the case, that Israel betrayed Donald Trump, and then this is just his best way to deal with it. Like essentially,
yeah, I mean, like that seems to be Occam's razor, is that Israel, you know, like if my conspiratorial brain wants to think that Donald Trump was involved, you know, using foreign negotiations as a tactic to start a war with Israel, which is, you know, because the FBI came to him and told him, hey, you know, they got these Iranians are trying to assassinate you. Don't you hate them? And Donald Trump was like, yeah, fuck the Iranians. Like, we're going to do something about this. And he's, you know, thinks he's the player here, manipulating Israel into doing shit, and getting things done when in fact he's the one being manipulated. Like that's where my conspiratorial side of my brain wants to go, and it's certainly plausible. But like the most likely scenario is just that Israel, you know, used Donald Trump in some capacity because he's a doofus, and he was, you know, probably, actually trying to work out some deal because he thinks he's the great deal maker. And you know, and then they gained, you know, access and information so that they could do a targeted strike, and then they let him know probably a couple days ahead of time or however much of a window in time he needed to like pull assets out. And now they're using that little window of time that they let Donald Trump know to gloat about how like, oh, we were working together, and be like, these people chant death to America, and like doing everything they can to involve us in their shit. And Donald Trump is trying to save face and doesn't know how to navigate the situation because he wants to be based, but he doesn't know how to actually be based because he doesn't have any fucking principles. He just listens to the people and listens to all the people around him. And, you know, the people don't want this shit, but all the people around him are a bunch of war hawks and fucking psychos that love the idea of another war. And so he's in conflict. So he's just kind of pussyfooting around like the cowardly little bitch that he is. And is just like letting Israel, you know, Bibi Netanyahu and other people kind of punk us into being like, oh yeah, they were working with us, and, you know, overhyping our involvement in this scenario, and Trump doesn't know what to do. That is probably the most likely scenario. But it just means that we have a weak, ineffectual, stupid, and cowardly president, which, you know, you should have kind of figured that out from his first presidency. The amount of people that like thought Trump was this big bad guy is like so funny to me.
Donald Trump was trying to negotiate, and then Israel just went ahead and launched the attack anyway. And then as a response to that, Donald Trump would rather look strong and go, no, I was in on it. It was our plan all along. Or the other possibility, which I think is more likely.
Yep. That's, I think this is the likely scenario, to be honest.
Is that he was never negotiating in good faith, and it was a distraction, and Donald Trump was in on it. Either way, we're at the same place.
Yeah.
You know, either way, even if Donald Trump was betrayed by the Israelis and then just took their side in public, which has happened with different presidencies over the years. It certainly happened with Bill Clinton after Camp David. So maybe that's the case. But then either way, then you're just so weak and pathetic that even after the Israelis betray you, you'll still come out and catch their back and support them in this war. Well, that's just as bad from the Iranian perspective and from any reasonable person's perspective. Yeah. So, you know, we don't know. We'll probably find out more about this over time.
I mean, the difference is in one, he is a traitor to peace, you know, and likely easily manipulated, and involving us in shit that we have no fucking business being involved in, which makes him malicious. The more likely, which he thinks seems the less likely one, just means that he's a coward and that he's weak. If we do Frederick Hayek quotes with Selma Hayek pics, is it okay to do deep fakes of Bebe Neuwirth giving BB? I don't know who Bebe Neuwirth is. The old lady from Frasier? Dude, you are so... Dude, you're so old. Your references are so fucking old. From Frasier, like, Jesus Christ.
Any reasonable person's perspective. Yeah. So, you know...
Okay, look, I don't hate very many things, Reclusive. Okay, I don't hate Frasier. I just don't like it. And your mom used to watch it all the time, and I'd be like, ugh. I don't have a lot of hate in me. You know, like that's just not like hate isn't a feeling I have very often.
We don't know. We'll probably find out more about this over time. But either way, in effect, it's the same thing. You know, and then we're left in the position where you're supposed to sit here and justify a sneak, aggressive, preemptive attack. Like somehow you're supposed to feel like you're the good guys in an absolute war of choice against a country that does not have nuclear weapons. Let's get real here. The only country in the Middle East who secretly has nuclear weapons is Israel.
I'm not switching to a Fox News thing, Philosophical Zombie Hunter, mostly just because I have a debate the debate panel to go to in like 15 minutes.
Iran is a member of the Non-Proliferation Treaty. Israel is not, and they have nuclear weapons.
Yeah, and they're a rogue nation attacking six of their neighbors as we speak, and are not part of the Non-Proliferation Treaty.
Yeah, we actually have
cool with that.
We have a non-compliant nuclear member of the NPT actually attacking a member of the NPT who is far more in compliance with said international treaty. Hey, whatever. What do I?
I don't know that they're far more in compliance with the national treaty. Like, hold on. Iran has lied about their nuclear weapons program a fuck ton of times. Okay. And they are a sponsor of terrorism. Now, I agree with him that, like, to what degree is often lied about and things of that nature. But like, hold on. Like, I get us in the libertarian crowd here really hate fucking Israel, you know what I mean? Like, for whatever reason, we're supposed to have this special hatred of Israel. I don't fucking get it. Like, I don't like Israel because they're a state and they do evil shit. But that's true of, like, a whole bunch of countries. And, like, I particularly don't like fucking Muslim-run countries because Islam is an evil ideology that is far more aggressive and authoritarian than your typical state is. But, like, so, like, this is silly to be like Iran is actually way more in line with. No, they have been bullied into some level of compliance, and then they are constantly found out to lie about it.
I know, right? You know, what's even crazier to me, Dave, is just like the lead up to the war in Iraq, we already have our Ahmed Talibi. I actually can't believe it, but...
Like, are we going back to the time that Israel stole the ability to make nuclear weapons from us? Wink, wink, stole.
Our 1953 Operation Ajax. Let's go and put...
What in particular made you realize Islam was so bad? Man, I don't know where to start. But I mean, if I had to guess, it probably started with is it Ayaan Hirsi Ali? Is that who it is? Yeah, like my understanding of how bad it is probably started with like Ayaan Hirsi Ali. Right, and like learning about female genital mutilation and like learning about apostasy, because like I didn't grow up around Muslims or anything, but you know I read her. She like put out a, you know, as soon as she put out a book or something, and I'd like watched a bunch of interviews from her, and I was like, holy shit, this is horrible. And then I began to learn more about, like, I mean, I had like an understanding of geopolitics to a small degree, but like I was just like, oh, it's blowback. It's a different culture. Like, I didn't have any ire towards Islam. You know what I mean? Like, especially considering, you know, my foray into, you know, a young adulthood was as a Marxist, right? So I was like, yeah, these people are fighting against, you know, an evil empire that's constantly starting wars. I wouldn't say I was like fond of Muslims, but I was also like, I didn't have any ire against them. But then, you know, as I started waking up and learning more, I learned about, you know, I learned her story, and then I was like, and then I started researching on my own. It's like, is this fucking normal, or is this just like a one-off thing? And I was like, oh, okay, yeah, no, this is normal. Like, killing people for apostasy and female genital mutilation is like a fucking thing that's widely practiced. And then I learned more and learned more and learned more, and the more you learn about Islam, the worse it gets.
Put B4, please, up on the screen. We actually have members of the Israeli government who are tweeting out pictures of the son of the Shah of Iran, you know, basically insinuating that they are going to re-implement the monarchy on the people of Iran. It's like 1953 all over again, and or just like this, you know, fascinating.
Dude, warhawks go fucking psycho for war, and then when you combine that with the neocon warhawks with their love, their like Christian fervor for like the Holy Land and their weird love of the Jews, and then you combine that with their money that they get from Jewish organizations, the fucking like they always go psycho when it comes to Israel and wars.
Nation with these Western figures who've lived here, what, for their entire lives almost at this point. We're like, oh, actually, these guys, because we're buddies and they agree with us, the people of Iran will totally take to that, and we're going to implement this new regime. They're not even being subtle about it. Like I said, these are literally members of the Israeli government who are teasing basically the restoration of the monarchy in Iran by force. It's like 2003 all over again, where we have this buddy-buddy here, like you said, with the neocons in Washington, and then this theory that we can just go in, blow out the regime, and then we're going to implement this new style of government. I mean, this is as naked as it gets, in my opinion, on all of this. And I want you to just, you know, go through, perhaps because you're so well read on the history of these, you know, these attempts by the United States and others to install these types of figures. And it never, ever works out. When will we ever back the right horse in the Middle East?
Yeah, and of course, look, installing the Shah to begin with in 1953 is a huge part of the reason why we have the current government in Iran that we have, which is a horrible, repressive government that does not give their people liberty, and we should all, oppose that. But the thing is that war is...
Dude, I don't buy the popularity or polling data of like a country that doesn't allow free journalism or free press. You know what I mean? Like, it's like I feel you. That's a claim. It's like when people are like, well, what is the, what percentage of people in Ukraine want Russia to take back over? It's like, we haven't had good access to that information for a while. And even that's way more reliable than like polling data from Iran. Well read is an interesting way to phrase, you repeat Scott Horton.
So much worse. It's like Saddam Hussein was a brutal, oppressive dictator also, but the worst thing that ever happened to the people of Iraq was George W. Bush invading the country. And, the only examples that people look to, which are, rather remarkable examples of regime change, are Germany and Japan, and how they were brought back into the, liberal international order after World War II. But what was required in order to get to that point was
free press does not exist in a world run by statism. Yeah, but okay, sure, but you know what I mean, Mentis Wave. I agree that so long as the state exists, the press is not free. They have undue influence from intelligence agencies and undue influence from, corporations that, utilize the state to gain access to resources that they shouldn't have access to and to write regulations. And of course, because they're donors, they have a corrupting influence on the media, and access journalism means that the media in most of these countries are de facto, a pseudo wing of the state, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I agree, right? But the idea that we can't even let Gallup in to run a poll is beyond the pale. And when I say the free press, I agree with you, fair enough, critique me on that, but also colloquially, you kind of know what I mean, Is that the Mentis Wave? Yeah, if you're not subscribed to his channel, he just hit 100K recently. Go check him out.
Was a clear war on the civilian population with millions of casualties, and that if your argument is we should bring that to Iran, then don't tell me one word about how you care about how the people of Iran are being oppressed, because that's a far worse level of oppression.
Yeah, nobody gives a fuck about the oppression of people in Iran. I'm sure some people do. Let me back that up. None of the people that are pushing for war, they're so oppressive, so we should bomb a bunch of people and then we'll do regime change, and our consequential analysis, things will work out well in the end, except their consequential analysis is completely favored by their own desire their own corrupt desire to get rich off of taxation and death. Because if they you'd have to be clinically, mentally challenged, right? You'd have to be diagnosed intellectually disabled to have access to the information that people that are pushing for war in politics have for regime change wars in the Middle East, and genuinely believe this time it will work. Didn't work in Afghanistan, didn't work in Iraq, didn't work in in Lebanon, didn't work in Yemen, didn't work in Libya, didn't work in Somalia, didn't work every fucking time. The only successful operation that we've ever run in the Middle East, and since the Eisenhower Doctrine, is Operation Provide Comfort, right? We did, and that was because we had ostensive support, minimal though it was, from Saddam Hussein to be able to peacefully move without incident the Kurds to a separate region. That is the only successful operation or thing that we've done in the Middle East that hasn't just caused more death and destruction and gotten corporations and and all of these politicians richer and given them more power. You're correct, and I get the point. I just really like to point out that under statism, the more of an authoritarian and mid-wit staffed a publication is, that's fair. I mean, it's a fair critique. I just got out of the hospital a day ago. Dude, what happened? Speaking of which, I need to hop out of here. I didn't even get to the clip, but basically the clip happened somewhere in this remaining couple of minutes where he says that we should impeach Donald Trump and he's going to lose support. It was a good clip, and I was hoping to get to it, but I talked too much, so it happens. That being said, let me exit out of here. Pull this up. We'll do this. Oh, hold on. Erp. I messed up. I gotta switch my camera over. And then we can do this. And then we do this. Let's get some music going. All right, enter the studio. Test 1 2 1 2.
Sorry, if you said something, I missed it.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, I just want to make sure my audio was coming through.
Yeah. It's working.
Massive infection? Ooh. We got like a MRSA or some shit? Or staph? That's rough, dude. Dude, when I was in the Army, I had we were doing Camp Bullis, where like we went out and did training for just like medic training, like combat lanes and things like that, and like, oh, we got ambushed, oh, we got hit with bombs, and then we'd have to practice, and then be like, this guy's got a head injury and this guy's got this, and then we would have to do trauma assessments and card people and rank them, and then give IVs and practice giving IVs and things like that. And one of the dudes, like a dirty needle that had I guess gotten dirt on it, because obviously we're out in the field, had gotten MRSA directly injected into his vein, and had to fucking have the surgery to remove all of the veins from his arm, and then eventually get a transplant. And I was like, oh, dude, that was touch and go. Like, he almost got sepsis. I mean, basically gave himself sepsis, but luckily didn't reach the heart or any of the major organs or anything before they caught it. Yeah, no, that's fair, Mentis Wave. But I was just saying, that was woof. Yeah, like hardcore infections can be scary. What I had would have become sepsis if I ignored it for another week or two. Yeah. I mean, serious infection. Yeah, I mean, sepsis fucking, it kills, brother. I'm glad you're doing better, though. It's good news. All right, so I will be right back. Listen to the music. The show, technically it should start right now, so I should get dragged into the other room any second. And then get put on the screen. But I'm going to go use the restroom real quick and wash my hands because I'm a good boy. And then we will get this party started. Thank you guys for showing up. If you do end up leaving, because you don't want to sit for a panel or whatever, and that's not what you came for, make sure you like, share, subscribe. Consider becoming a member. It's only $3.99. It's fun. If you do super chats, I'll always answer super chats when I can get to them. Direct donations. Or, better yet, just join the Discord or follow me on Twitter. Join the Discord. That's when all the Go Live notifications go. And if you follow me on Twitter, that's just where I talk shit, and it's fun. So I'll be right back. Denying us the chair stream? I mean, I'm technically on the screen in this little baby thing right here. If you squint hard, you can see that I'm waiting to get pulled in. So you could get the chair stream right here. All right, I'll be right back.
Hello?
Hello.
Am I the only one not on mute?
Yeah.
All times.
What's up? Corey, you were late last week, right? And I'm not making fun of you. I'm saying that without you, no, I'm not. Without you, there was no one to talk to me immediately, and then, so things kind of fell apart. But you're here now, Corey. So say something.
I am. Do you watch Stranger Things? As in like the trailer for season 5, which is supposed to release I think November this year, came out.
Okay. Okay, Corey.
I've unleashed. I've opened Pandora's box.
Look, the situation is.
I know what it is. There's a game that you haven't.
I think there is a Stranger Things game. Actually,
I'm sure there is.
But yeah, I haven't played that. No, it's the last season. I haven't finished that one.
Okay. And season 4 was good. I think.
Everyone tells me, Doobie tells me it was like really good. I started it, and it didn't like super catch my interest at the first. And I was like a big fan of Stranger Things previously. It didn't catch my interest, at least in the first half. Maybe either just in the later episodes it really like turns up. But I don't know. It was yeah. But that doesn't mean I don't want to finish it. And so no, I haven't seen the trailer though.
Okay, but how did you watch the? I'm assuming you watched the first 3 seasons because that tends to be.
Yeah. I liked them. I thought it, innovative show. It really caught the spirit of being a kid. I don't know. Being a kid in the 80s, we'll have to ask Scott about that. But
I was born in 1990, you asshole.
1880s. When you need them.
Yeah. So yeah. So I think it's definitely powerful, and I like the whole friendship thing. And then like the idea of them like splitting apart, as they grow up because they're their interests go. Like it's good. I like that. I like those character moments. I don't know.
But it's not like up there and like whatever top tier television for you. At least that's the impression.
I think it's again, people ask me to rank things, and I just like I never.
No, I don't need like a number, but like
yeah,
separating.
I think it's really high.
Okay.
I think it's extremely good. I mean, like, would I put it in the absolute best? I mean, it's got tough competition. Like Andor is there.
Fair enough.
Game of Thrones.
Andor blows Stranger Things out of the water. It's not even close.
Oh yeah, they're not even close. Game of Thrones seasons 1 through 6, right?
Also blows Stranger Things out of the water.
Yeah, I mean, you're kind of framing Game of Thrones really.
Hold on, the worst season of Game of Thrones is better than the best moment in all of Stranger Things. Like I will take season 7 of Game of Thrones in its worst moment over anything of Stranger Things. It's mids. It's highly overrated. I'll tell you another show that's like that, Breaking Bad. Both of them highly overrated.
I agree with that.
Like, I'm just not impressed at all with Stranger Things. And I actually like this chick as an actor, but I actually hate her so much in fucking Stranger Things that I almost didn't watch any of the other movies because she's so terrible. Is that whatever chick that plays 7 or 11 with a 35-inch head? I don't know.
11.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. She's got like she's awful. I hate her. That show. It was unbearable to watch. But she's great in every other show she's in. But terrible in that shit.
All I know about Stranger Things is I watched season 1 and I was like, wow, this is a great show. And then season 2 came out and I was like, hey man, why are these people not locked in a black site in fucking Peru somewhere? Like, how the fuck are these people hanging out in their neighborhood?
The plot needs to happen, obviously.
I'm okay with a plot hole, right? Like in Game of Thrones, right? Like the actor that plays Jon's friend beyond the wall still being fat despite, getting limited food and like trekking across mountains, and like all of it. I'm okay with that plot hole. You know what I mean? Like it's whatever. You know what I mean? The actor's fat. He stayed fat in the show. He's not dedicated to his craft. I don't really care. Like whatever. There's a fat guy there. It doesn't really break anything for me.
I think he was also overweight in the book, but go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
Sure, whatever. The plot hole in the book stays in the show. I don't care. It's not a big thing, right? Like it's not a huge. But like them just being like, let's hang out at the mall, being like, how did the government not either did not disappear all of you, makes no fucking, and like I just couldn't get into it. Like I watched like 2 or 3 episodes and I was just like, this is dumb. And like, so I've never picked it up again because it's just so clearly very poorly written that like even basic concept of trying to keep it, connected to reality is like not there. Like reality is just like a tool for them to sometimes engage with as a means of telling whatever story they want to tell. And that's fine. It's just not for me.
Fair enough.
I like shows with good writing. You know what I mean?
Okay, I think that's unfair.
Well,
but like, but it's not for you. It's not for you.
Period.
That part's fair. Go ahead. Sorry. What did you say, Corey?
I'm curious then for what counts as good writing for Scott, a TV show example.
First couple of seasons of The Expanse, I think, was a phenomenal show and written very well.
The Expanse. Let's talk about shows that were
I like
so
how
good
far,
and they crashed
when I ask the
immediately.
question, people are like these sets of seasons from this series here, then nothing else, and take the best of this.
Well, The Expanse is one.
I think
Hold on,
that's-
The Expanse is a prime
that's
example
just-
of that. Though it's so good, and then it's just awful.
I can
Unwatchable.
for the first season of Stranger Things 1, it's like the best, and we could ignore all of the rest. And
Well, no,
therefore-
that's literally every show, though, right? Because
No,
like,
it's not.
I think anime doesn't have this problem, and I think
Anime definitely
I think,
has that problem.
Hold on, and I think fantasy that is based off of novels that are sold as television series often don't have this problem. And the problem I'm specifically identifying is that there is a material that is a complete story that already exists that you can work with. But with most network television and even streaming services, right, they sell you a pilot and they maybe sell you 2 seasons. And then if it continues, right, then you have more story to tell. And I think you see this with Breaking Bad. First couple of seasons of Breaking Bad makes sense and it's really good. And then eventually it starts to fall off because like the entire concept of the character is that he is a high school teacher that gets into selling meth to pay for his cancer, and then it's like, and now it's drug warlord time, and like they kind of have to throw things together, and eventually these shows always end up having to retcon things, and because that's just what happens when you come out with a new season and you have to finish the story, and then it does well, and then you have to sell the studio another season. Whereas with anime or with fantasy or sci-fi films, television series, not films, that are based off of books, you don't get this as much because there's already a complete story out there. There's already a structure, and that tends to do a little better.
I disagree with that, honestly. Like you mentioned The Expanse, and actually the books do a bad job of this too, because I have them all over here. And The Expanse had like such an interesting concept of like, okay, we always do when we do space like exploration stuff and space kind of like political issues. It's always on like something like Star Wars or Warhammer, where it's like galaxy wide. There's lots of aliens or whatever. The Expanse did really good in this first half. Right? Yeah, you have. Right, we have this idea of like the asteroid, like Mighty Bell.
Well, let Gibbs finish.
Well, yeah, so it does this really good job in the first half where it does this localized like stuff where you have the different issues of like, oh, Mars is like a military whatever. We have Earth, it's whatever post-Earth. We have the asteroid belt and the outer like rings and stuff. And then it starts going off these wacky concepts where like we're exploring with other aliens through this bubble universe bullshit. It's awful, terrible. It like ruined the entire show. I agree. It ruined the series of books. And like I think I disagree though, because we mentioned Andor here. Andor did something really good, is they had a set frame. They said, we're going to do 5 seasons. Then they go, no, that's going to loop too long. We're going to narrow them down to 3 episode arcs. We're going to put them out there, and it's going to be really good. I think that so far, House of the Dragon, although it's had the issues, has done a good job of adapting stuff that didn't work in the books and making it work, and then changing some of the storylines slightly in the book from the books to do a really, really good job on the screen, like the blood and cheese thing. That was really good. And then having the dog story of that was just a little thing. If you had to watch and notice the dog is watching, like first he's taking care of the guy, and then by the end of like 3 episodes later, you see the dog like sitting there waiting for his master's body to be cut down, and it's over the time you see it. That like little things like that really add to something. Stranger Things did never do that. I think that there's a lot of shows that get lost. Anime is extremely bad about this. You see like arcs in One Piece where some of them, they add them where it's filler, and that's not their fault.
You got to
hold
bring
on.
Dial it back.
Hold on, I got this. I promise. I would know. You'll admit that the filler arcs, and this is a problem with all anime, are never up to par. There's a few exceptions.
Okay, but why do filler arcs exist? Why do filler arcs exist?
Because you have to have something while they take time to write the new anime, right? However.
So it's,
You'll
they
see
don't have a
those.
complete story, right? Instead, what they do,
Sure,
look at
there's
Solo
exceptions.
Leveling,
It's like hold on,
right?
one
Solo
last
Leveling's
thing with the
done.
One Piece thing.
And it
Last thing with the
works.
One Piece thing, though. Well, okay, cool. Solo's, but anime has a problem where it's a lot of this shit. Like you get one season and you never get any more. If it's designed to be one more season, like Cowboy Bebop, it's great. But like One Piece has this problem where sometimes it becomes somewhat predictable because say you get rid of Chopper for an arc and you have like what was the one with at least most recent Wano, right? You have that Emperor's son kid, I can't remember his name, where he's like really just an annoying character, or you get rid of Usopp and you plug him in and you can start to predict things in One Piece based off which characters are doing what, because he's always going to have the same characters overcome these challenges, and that's a problem. Well, I'm not making an argument. I'm stating that an overall problem with these shows is like it becomes repetitive to some degree in One Piece and some of these other, because he does the same arc over and over, and I don't necessarily think that's like great television.
One Piece is a bad example because One Piece is
Dragon Ball
retarded
Z,
long.
Dragon Ball Superman.
No, it's not.
So hold on. No,
Okay.
listen. My argument was as such is that this tends to be less of a problem in this specific genre because they're more likely to have this characteristic. And it's the characteristic that I'm talking about that I think solves the problem, not necessarily the genre that solves the problem. I agree with you that there's a lot of anime that runs too long, that does anime filler arc, that like, you know, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That's a common problem. What I'm saying
I'm not really
is,
talking about the filler arc being the problem. I mean, you can't help that.
What I'm saying is when there is a complete narrative that's done, and then they sell to a studio, we want to tell this story, that there is already this building block for a complete story, and so therefore it is less likely to fall into the trap of completing a story, getting sold another season, so then they have to reopen the story and and try and convince you, the audience, of like the necessity for another season, right? Et cetera, and like going on and on and on. I agree that like plenty of anime that is based off of manga, especially ongoing manga, has problems, etc. I'm just talking about the ability to tell a complete story is diminished, especially in network television, where you sell a studio 1 or 2 seasons and then you constantly sell them a new season, and so the blueprint has to change for the story. I think you're muted.
So
Network TV does this blueprint thing where it's like if you look at like Once Upon a Time, for example, that's like one of the most successful shows ABC's ever had, right? And they do this thing
That's
where
a fun show.
Right, yeah, and it's good, right? And it has a lot of seasons.
I don't know if it's good, but it was fun.
It was successful, right? I mean, I don't know about quality. It's not going to beat it.
Well, according to Lactoid, that thus makes it the greatest show that NBC has ever done.
Yeah. But I will say this one thing that Once Upon a Time does is, yes, when they go back to the well, they fit their like episodic format. Yeah, you'll have your overall story arc, but each one follows that. And I think there's a reason why that format works so good for network TV. And there's a reason why you don't get many like Battlestar Galacticas, and you get more of like Once Upon a Times, because you're not going to have
Law and Order. Law and Order,
right? Yeah, Law and Order, same way.
You don't really need to watch every episode of Law and Order to get an episode of Law and Order. You watch an episode, and it kind of makes sense. Same thing is true of oh my God, what's that?
NCIS.
Fantasy. Well, that fantasy show with the 2 brothers that like all the girls used to fawn over back.
Oh, Supernatural.
It was on CW.
Supernatural, right? Supernatural figured out what worked from Angel and Buffy the Vampire Slayer and what was the other one? Was it Wicked or
Vampire Diaries?
Well, no, the Vampire Diaries is like newer, right? Like they figured out what worked from those shows, which is the episodic format of like, yes, there's an overall story here, but each individual episode is kind of a story. But I think that's more a limiting factor of the fact that like old school TV. You didn't have streaming services, right? You couldn't catch up on it unless you went to the store and bought like, you know, the VHS or the DVD collection of a season, right? And so like you don't want people to not be able to watch your show halfway through the show and be forced to watch the first half, because there's no way they'd catch the reruns. Like even if you bought it, like you could buy a TV guide and maybe see when the reruns would go, and like get Reader's Digest, and then like hopefully you could like find out what the schedule was and catch up on an episode you missed or something. But like before DVR came out, you know what I mean? Like you just couldn't do that. So I think that's just
I don't know. I mean, we
media
did have shows like that. They just, for whatever reason, didn't happen in those
Charmed.
fantasy
That was
sci-fi formats.
Sorry, Charmed.
Like Dallas. Dallas was like a continuous storyline like that, and you kind of had to know. But we didn't have DVRs, but we did have VCRs. I think VCRs are what enabled that kind of show to kind of take off, at least at that time.
Because eventually,
but I do agree that it got more common.
Yeah, you could record stuff if you missed an episode or something, and watch it later for sure. But even still, if you weren't home when it aired, you were fucked until DVR came out.
No. You could program VCRs.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
which we did.
Those fancy ones.
Sure, if you had money back in the day, you had programmable.
I don't. VCRs weren't that expensive.
No, the VCRs. I'm talking about like there was a period of time where VCRs couldn't do that. Then there was a period of time where they could, but only expensive VCRs could do that. Then cheap VCRs.
What was there was a big shift.
Had VCRs.
Yeah, there was a big shift
in the
like
90s. By the
the
mid 90s.
But you're saying that but your problem saying is that they were expensive. I'm saying that they weren't expensive like that. They weren't like an arm.
Yeah,
leg.
I remember when slow-mo became a thing for VCR recording. That was the big shift, and that I remember like it wasn't ever expensive to have the programming ones. I remember we got a cheap one from like I don't know a pawn shop for like $5, right? Back in like I don't know 95, one of my first movies. And then I remember my dad's like, "We're gonna spend some money and get a good VCR. I'm tired of watching this. I want to see slow-mo plays." And I guess it was an 8. It was not an 8-track, but it was called an 8 something or a 4-head or some bullshit. And like it had slow-mo, and he bought it. He was like, "This is $60," and I was like, "It's so expensive." And like now I'm just like, man, I wish I could get my $60 for some shit now. $60 won't even buy me a burger at McDonald's. Goddamn Biden, it's all your fault.
I mean, there was a time
I was trying to find out
when
how expensive they were, and apparently VCR launched in 1956. I had no idea they were out though, and they cost $50,000.
Well, the original ones.
Yeah, but like when those kinds of shows came out, that was the 1980s. By then, you could get a programmable VCR for like $500-$600, which it's a little bit pricey, but it's not out of reach, I don't think, for a lot of families to get something like that.
So, like
in today's money or and then money.
Back then, it was $500-$600
like,
for that kind of VCR.
Yeah, that'd be like buying a whole new gaming computer, like a $2,000 gaming.
Yeah, not cheap, but I think also widely available enough to where shows like Dallas could exist.
So
I was right. That's what we're getting to. Got it.
It wasn't. I think there are plenty of VCRs that.
Eventually,
I don't know.
VCRs got cheaper. That's how it is with all tech.
Yeah. Okay. Great. So good. Then we can understand that people could have programmable VCRs that didn't cost arm and leg, which is my point that I made. Right.
It's a lot.
Not $2,000. I'm saying they were much lower than that. Like way lower than that. Grand. Well, yeah, hold on. But then that's what I'm referring to. Yes, when it first comes out, everything's expensive. No one's making an argument against that. If you're saying, yes, when it first dropped, then immediately, yes, that's going to be expensive. Every time for every piece of technology.
I was saying that there's a continuum, right? And that things change. Then they get cheap, and then DVR comes out, and then fucking streaming services come out. Like that was my argument, right? Or actually, you get Blockbuster and Netflix.
Now we're back to now streaming services are basically network service.
I will find a way to shoehorn Austrian economic theory into any conversation. So let me do it.
Radio dramas are coming back. What's next? That's what we're doing next. Radio dramas.
Okay. So I was just gonna say that, I'll say two things. One, this is the same thing about kids shows, right? So one, they had that. There was the original argument. I think probably is for all shows, right, for all ages, about what you're talking about. Hey, like we want people to be able to follow, our shows, but we can't trust them to be there all the time, and so we'll avoid that. We'll have episodic. And that'd be the most.
Yeah, it was like He-Man and shit like that was very episodic, and then like Naruto and Dragon Ball Z changed that.
So anime came in, and because they did it differently in Japan, right? They gotta trust the kids to be able to follow these things, right?
They also did a lot more reruns in Japan.
In any case, they trust the kids to follow these things. The point is, and we have they did plenty of reruns in America too. But anyway, it doesn't matter. The point is that
crazy with the reruns.
Saturday morning cartoons.
Yeah. So anime changed the field of play there. So that's the case. Also, I wouldn't be a good One Piece and Badges if I didn't push back on trash talk here. actually is amazing. People say that, oh, I can predict what's going to happen. I like, as a person who's been like watching as these arcs have coming out for a decade plus, right? Every arc, as they're happening, people are always saying, "Oh, I can predict what's about to happen," right? Or Oda's done this thing before. Oda being the author, I can predict what's going on. They are wrong all the time, right?
Maybe they're wrong, but Gibbs is not wrong.
They have okay, sure, whatever. You're gonna have to give me proof on that one. Oda does have certain structures, and what Oda does, especially because there's, I guess I don't have to go too deep into it. The point is that he can have a structure for an arc, right? And he can have characters that fulfill certain roles within that arc, but they constantly change. Like there's constantly surprises that are coming out. So if you haven't watched it, it's amazing. In fact, read it is even better, because then you don't have to worry about the fillers that Admiral Gibbs is talking about.
If you get into like a severe car accident and you're going to be hospitalized for 3 months.
Yeah, they actually have Prime. They actually have now the One Piece where it's like you can get rid of the fillers too if you.
Yeah. They have.
What is, I don't know what it's called.
Yeah. There's two different services that like specifically cut out the fillers in the arc. But separately from that, there is going to be a new One Piece anime coming out, right? Called The One Piece, not confused at all. And The One Piece is basically going to start like really from the beginning and keep going, but like at a pace. One Pace is the name of the service you're picking up, Gibbs. At a pace that's like not like butchered, because they had to like, keep the manga ahead of the anime. It'll just be, like
I was gonna say one thing One Piece has done that I think is like, One Piece is a great show. I agree. I think that you're right. He does the surprises and he has roles and he fills them. My biggest complaint about One Piece actually solves itself. The first, I think up until about Thriller Bark, it was almost unwatchable for me, because it did the thing that like Dragon Ball Z used to do, which would be like you would have this episode end, and then you'd have 3 minutes of flashbacks for like the first, and it's only a 22-minute show. You'd have 3 minutes flashbacks. You'd have main story. The character would have another flashback mid-story to like the episode before, and then it would be like, oh, okay, so we're gonna watch 3 minutes of stuff we've already seen again. Then we're gonna come back, and then we're gonna have whatever happened at the end, and then we're gonna start the same thing. So you only got like 10 minutes of new content at like the first time. Then after Thriller Bark, they stopped doing a lot of the flashbacks, or only do them as needed. And I think that was
super common in anime. That's super
common.
Yeah,
really common. But One Piece did a good job after that, getting rid of that.
Naruto did that in the first.
Naruto, you'll see like 2 punches in a fight scene, and then all of a sudden you hear that music.
Dragon Ball Z was bad about that.
You're like, fuck! No!
You see Naruto on that fucking swing again? Remember? Sad on that swing. Oh my god, dude. Yeah,
and you're gonna get 4 people being like Sasuke,
but once you stop doing that, where it's like after Thriller Bark, it does it some, but it's way less prominent. That helped me beat the watchability.
I need a cut of Naruto Shippuden and Naruto where they not only cut the anime arc, but they cut all of the flashbacks.
They have that.
Do they have that? I'm sure somebody has made one of those.
You guys are just weebing out right now. Okay.
So
you guys are going off.
Yeah, we get it. You had to interrupt to be like, "Oh, don't forget, I get pussy." Like, okay,
yeah, I'm not ignorant.
Yeah, I add to the conversation.
Yes.
We're just as much of a dweeb as we are because you're here.
I drown. Okay.
First of all, anime will get you pussy. By the way, I've discovered. I didn't know that. But.
I just got lost. I wanted to say something. I had nothing to say. It was just, watching you guys. It was something had to break, or you were gonna go forever.
True.
That's how I feel when Lactoid has like 7 more comments before we switch topics. Okay, but before we switch comment, I have 2 more questions for everybody.
Just want to get the last word. What happened then? Jesus.
Hey, he's a certain authority there. So, DB, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Are you ready to
You
go?
need the frog. Oh yeah, I'm sorry. 1 second.
Yeah, no problem, friend.
Oh my god. Dolphin law.
Yeah. So okay, I guess we'll get into it. There were some things I wanted to bring up, but I guess I'll leave them aside for now. this weekend was an interesting one. I tell you, I had the topic set a few times.
Did something happen this weekend?
Just one or two things. It might have been below your radar.
I heard there was some disagreement in the Middle East. Some people were like arguing about something.
And in America or something.
Disagreement.
I don't
know. So I had
pretty fireworks.
I had the
saxophones in Lebanon,
but then I had to keep changing, and then agonizing.
Father's Day happened this weekend. Okay, got it.
And it's a big focus of mine, right? And
is it because you're black and you don't know your dad?
What the fuck, Scott?
I had to. It was right there. I know that you know your dad.
You actually didn't have
to. You had to. Let's focus on that. You had to.
I had to, man.
Okay. It's cool. Okay. All right. Anyway, we can move past that.
I'm sorry. That might have been a bridge too far, but it was funny.
No, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. So I usually on the weekends when I like trying to get a topic, like it's a struggle, right? I'm like, what's going to actually be interesting? What are these guys going to latch on to, right? Like, because every so often I come up with something and it's just like blow past it. Like we're not interested. That's it. And so like, so that wasn't an issue this time. In fact, this is the exact opposite, and I wasn't sure like which one to do. I decided on the one that I did, being the assassinations, only because I thought that, this will only probably be relevant for this week. And like the war will be unfortunately relevant next week. And new crazy shit will have happened.
We're going to talk about the war, it's fine.
Yeah, we're going to
we're going to talk about both, let's be honest.
So yeah, and I was gonna also present that to you guys. We can also talk about
how they're connected.
Multiple boy.
Well, baby. Oh, we're really getting into it today. That's what I'm talking about.
If you guys want to, we can also discuss it multiple times. I know my friend Doopy wants to bring up the war as well, and I never shy away from the war butchery. So so there's that. And there's also, of course, the protests that happened, the No Kings protests, and then the piddly shit Trump parade.
That's a no tyrants for you, Corey.
Yeah.
They had to change the name because they have a king. Not even joking.
They do.
They're part of the Commonwealth. Yeah.
They literally changed the name.
Wait. No, did they seriously? Oh no, they
like in their like bulletins and stuff, like for their counter protests, so like protests.
I didn't know they had the
they changed the graphic and everything to no tyrants because they can't be no kings because they literally have a fucking king, and it's hilarious.
I thought you were joking. Wow, that's actually.
I'm not joking.
Oh wow, that's hilarious. Hey, you like the next time he was just Corey. He was literally just in your country. Why didn't you take his head off? Is what I don't understand.
I'll save that for next trip.
Next trip, okay. But yeah, so there was just so much to talk about.
You forgot one thing: the Trump phone that was just recently released.
The Trump phone, sorry.
That was released. It was released. $500.
I didn't hear about the Trump phone.
And even this
there's a Trump
Laptoid.
Yeah, listen. There's nothing more. Hold on. First of all, there's nothing more patriotic, according to Laptoid.
Yeah, nothing.
And moral than having money. And so, guess what? Trump is fully following that and putting out the Trump phone.
All of the anti-government
every day, Lactoid just regrets more and more.
Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. It's not even just a phone. It's a whole
network. It's Trump.
It's competing with like Verizon.
Communications.
Guys,
T-Mobile now.
Pull back, please, and explain to me what's going on. I don't know. I have no idea.
I obviously didn't do a deep dive, okay, because I don't really care, and it's just stupid. But from what I understand, okay, if you just go to TrumpMobile.com, okay, you can buy a phone that obviously has a gold sticker on it and the Trump logo, and it's I'm sure it's just already rebranded.
Unlimited talk, text, and data. Corey, it's a good deal.
I know. I've never heard of this feature before. Unlimited talk. This is just
I would have thought it was. Hold on, is it really unlimited or is it only unlimited on weekends and nights?
No, it says unlimited for only $47. It also comes with roadside assistance.
Wow, what a steal! He's
and
you get AAA. That's fucking
and I believe telehealth
with it.
as well. I think
that
that's
what a patriot. He's sitting here making money for Americans, making new products, and providing roadside assistance within a reasonable price, along with.
I want you.
And you want to talk about political violence?
Careful.
That's what Prime wants us.
I want you to pay attention to what Gibbs is doing. This is the person who's like, we need guns to pretty much, so that the government fears us, and he's literally now shilling a phone from the government.
Gibbs wants Burger King to have nukes, okay?
Remember when Obama phones were like actually a joke?
To have gang wars with one another.
This is
like literally.
Yeah, I mean, also, I'm going to use my
phone,
Trump phone to give them misinformation about how it, so that way they can't track me.
Do you get into the Plan Air database quicker if you get the Trump phone or not?
No.
You mean the Palantir?
Yeah, Palantir. He's real quiet now.
if you sell enough Trump phones, maybe. I mean,
but he's actually going to get the Trump phone. Is it like one of those Mint things where they like buy data off some other carrier or some shit?
Yeah, unironically,
it's like
it actually does
like
look like a good deal as long as it's accurate what they're advertising.
I mean, it's like Boost Mobile's a good deal though when they tell you like unlimited talk text because they're just using some other networks like towers. They're just gonna jump on like T-Mobile's towers or whatever, like the cheapest provider is right now, and then
it says they're using the towers for the top 3 providers.
So Verizon, T-Mobile.
Verizon's been bought by T-Mobile, so it's and I think Sprint may have been too. Wait, is Verizon still? Was it Sprint?
Verizon.
No, Verizon's on its own.
Sprint got bought off.
Sprint.
Of all the shit that happened,
Verizon, T-Mobile,
this is the most hilarious thing to focus
Verizon, AT&T, and T-Mobile. Those are the top 3.
Yeah.
Hold on. Well, while we're waiting for Grid, can I ask you guys a question?
Sure.
Okay. So, I was very surprised when the topic tonight wasn't the Iran thing. Obviously. So I'm like, can I just while we're waiting for Grid, can you guys just give me your general position on whether or not the U.S. should get involved, whether or not it's a good thing that Israel did this? Okay.
I think we assumed that we were basically already going to talk about it as the first topic.
Yeah. So the DB, I'm not sure if you heard me because I was saying this before. The reason why I picked this particular topic was because I figured it would be only relevant for this week, the assassinations, and that the Iran war would unfortunately keep going. But we can still discuss it. I was saying to the guys, right? If you want, we can discuss it multiple times. So if ahead of the assassination discussion, we can jump into it if you like. So if you want to do it now, yeah. Go.
All right, Lactoid, lead us off.
I vote that.
Go for Lactoid.
Doobie, I thought Doobie had some questions.
He asked the question.
Yeah, I just want to know what your positions are. Should we do? Is it a good thing that Israel attacked, et cetera, all that kind of shit, the whole thing? Okay, just anywhere you want to take it.
Okay.
1946.
Yeah, well, we got to go way back. No, we don't have to. I think America should.
They always start with 46, don't they?
I think America should not get involved. That's basically my opinion on this.
Okay,
I think Gibbs is going to be the only one that says "Go America."
So I think, everything I'm about to say is contingent upon what we currently know, right? Because obviously there's a lot of information missing that we'll probably never get. But I think it comes to no shock that I don't believe we should get involved in this situation. Doobie's a little older as well as I am. So we've been around as Bibi Netanyahu has been telling us that Iran is going to have a nuclear weapon in the next few weeks, since 1992, right? They're a few weeks away for the last 33 years from having a nuke. I don't know whether or not they do or they don't, but let's assume that they were they were actually close to being able to have a viable nuclear warhead. If that is the case, I don't think Israel is unjustified in attacking their nuclear program. Iran Iran with a nuke is obviously a threat to them. They're but at the same time, I don't fucking support Israel. I don't think that that's probably the best way to go about it. The thing that I'm far more concerned about beyond like the war itself and who's justified in doing what is the situation that Donald Trump is in is basically one of two scenarios. Is either Donald Trump has been lying to the American people and lying to, Iran, and has been secretly working with Israel, I guess because some FBI agents told him that Iran was trying to assassinate him or some shit, right? And he's been working with them, being a puppet for Israel and our government, and linking our government to this war by using negotiations as a smokescreen to gather information and buy time for Israel to start a war. That is an extreme betrayal of the American people. It is one of the most evil things a president could do, and potentially is worthy of impeachment if true, and removal from office. The other aspect is that Trump is a cowardly and weak bitch who got played by Israel. And then Bibi comes out and gives a fucking speech being like, oh, they chant death to America. And, I love Donald Trump so much. And Trump wants to appear like he's in the know. So he's acting like he's a big part of this fucking process so he can appear strong, and is just a fucking puppet without the balls to say, no, we're not involved. You fucking told us like a week ahead of time or however long it was, so we pulled out. But like, this isn't our war. This is your war. So either A, Trump is a traitor and a lying scumbag piece of shit, and it would be perfectly justified to take his head off, or B, Donald Trump is a weak, ineffective president and a cowardly bitch that only wants to appear strong. And what that spells for our country is really bad. That's more my primary concern than whether or not we get involved, because I don't want to be involved. Duh.
Yeah, so apparently we're trying to skip ahead to the assassination topic. This show, just to be clear, we don't want anyone's head to be taken off. We don't endorse anyone's head to be taken off for any particular reason, right?
Or any bodily harm whatsoever.
I don't endorse it either. I just said it would be justified.
And I hear you, friend. And I'm just in response to that, I'm saying we don't endorse any of that.
What ought we do with lying war criminals that commit treason? I don't know.
We should definitely throw them in the Hague,
just
right?
fire them.
We start with President Biden, I think. I think it would
Public
be a great
executions.
Let's go.
Prime, can I add one more thing to my pretty short opening statement? Since 1992, various American and Israeli officials have been saying that Iran is months away from a bomb since 1992. Just want to point that out.
Mm-hmm.
I just said
Yep. Thanks.
Yeah, but Lackway said it better.
Yeah. and like short and digestible. We appreciate it.
All right.
Well, that's the importance of messaging. Stay on point. There's a lesson to learn there. But I echo many of the same sentiments that Scott just outlined, minus the decapitation. Okay, not really a fan of that.
I said take his head off. Who knows
minus
what
the neck, you said? Means? Is that what you said? Is that what this is about? Minus the neck? Okay.
Minus the neck. As but like, yeah, so
would you prescribe MAID?
If they so desire, if they want to come to Canada, sure. That is their right to self-determination.
I am not part of this country.
But, okay. So,
another disclaimer I see. Great.
I don't think it's so clear cut. Like, do I want Iran to have nuclear weapons? If in fact they're actually trying to, cultivate that, I don't actually know for sure. Okay, obviously I'm just going by what everyone else goes by in terms of what's being relayed to us through whatever intelligence that there may be, if any. But also at the same time, I don't really want any country to have nuclear weapons. But how do you actually stop that? Does that justify what Israel is doing? Not in my mind currently. So basically, as of now, it's like, I don't see why the U.S. or any country should get involved, and it doesn't seem like what Israel is doing is justified in my mind as of now. But facts and knowledge can change that. But that's where I stand now currently. I'll leave it there for now.
Thank you so much, Ali.
Yeah, just take Israel and put it somewhere else. No, obviously we shouldn't get involved. Obviously, I don't know what you expect when you direct bombs at a country. Also, I'm just like, I don't know how you can get such accurate shots in Iran. But in Gaza, you got like you couldn't do anything. You had no information on anyone in your backyard, but a few thousand kilometers away, just fucking in the bedroom, specific, precise shots. Very very nice. No buildings knocked down. But yeah, obviously no, we shouldn't join this war. I don't know why we would fight a war for Israel. It's been a thorn in the Middle East and our side, since inception. So just just pick it up and move it somewhere else.
That is an opinion, and we
Yep.
appreciate you for it. Let's go to Gibbs.
All right. Well, first I want to say that I have no particular interest in, saving Israel or helping the Gazans. I don't have a person now. So, guys, if y'all want to fund me, Zionists, Hamas, whoever, if y'all want to give me money, suddenly I'll take your side. Now, secondly, moving on from there, I will say this: this has been a really interesting thing to me because it's amazing how on the left we have this split, and somewhere on the right too, where people are like, oh, we love Ukraine, they have to stop Russia. And then they're like, oh, no, Israel fighting Iran bad. When Iran directly supports Russia, crazy mental backflips there. There's one mitigating factor that nobody here has mentioned, and it's a big one. It's maybe the biggest one, and that is that Iran has fucking oil. So what I propose is Israel goes to the UN and says, hey, we have been strategic. The reason why we were able to target these people is because we have spies. It's an actual conventional power, unlike what Iran has been doing, which has been funding and supplying literal terrorists to attack soft civilian targets all over the world because they're evil religious empire led by an evil false prophet. It's terrible. What we need to do is say, if y'all don't back Israel against Iran or step off, what we're going to do is we're going to take over for Israel, and we're going to bomb every population center with B-52s until they sign the rights to surrender themselves away and stop existing as a country, because Iran doesn't deserve to exist as a country anymore. All they do is fund terrorism worldwide, and they have oil. And the U.S. loves fucking oil, and we should have it because fuck Iran. It's really that simple.
Okay. So I feel like someone's prediction on this was correct. Let's go to our friend Aiko. Thanks for being here, friend.
Yeah, it's strange. It sounds to me as if Gibbs thinks that the populace in Iran is unambiguously for their government 100%, which would be the justification that I would assume he has if he wants to bomb population centers. It sounds like they're totally representative government, and any government that we would put in its place would absolutely fail because they want the current government. I'm not sure I agree with him there. I do think that the question of Iran is a little bit complicated, but let me just to give the other side of it. Like 13 years ago, was it 13? Yeah, 13 years ago, Bibi Netanyahu came before the UN, held up that cartoon bomb. Remember that? And he said that they were 6 months away from acquiring nukes. Shortly afterwards, Obama said that he wants to do this Iran deal, and the goal of that deal was to delay any nuclear program by 10 years. That was all he could promise because he couldn't really project beyond 10 years. Well, that was 12 years ago at this point. And in the intervening years, they did not nuclearize. I think they would, after the bombing that we just saw a couple days ago, they said they were going to do a nuclear test in response to this to show them what they're capable of. Didn't happen because they don't have the capability. So the Iran deal worked. Ironically, the next person to suggest a deal similar to that was Trump. Trump actually calls Bibi Netanyahu and says, don't do this, give negotiations more time because I think negotiations going to work. Netanyahu did the opposite of what he was asked, which I think after getting cucked by Ukraine on Operation Spiderweb, having another operation happen that he was against, or in the case of Spiderweb, would have been against if anyone had told him about it. I think he's starting to wonder whether or not the people that he thinks are his allies are actually his allies.
Or respect him.
Right.
We don't. Doobie. Oh, well, yeah. What are your thoughts then?
I agree with the sociologic. Okay, but not, I think Yeah, just like lift it up and make it an
Yeah.
island in the ocean somewhere. Okay, they can have
What-
they can be like Madagascar in the ocean.
Have
What
the
Ultron
Saudis
was
build them a
trying to
fucking
do.
island, bro.
Yeah, actually, I'd be in support of
So
that.
I think this like proves like beyond all reasonable doubt that Israel is a massive liability to the U.S. Right? Like this the way that they undermined the like Trump's attempt at a nuclear deal, which and they said it last month that they would agree to give up all their uranium stockpiles, anything enriched over civilian levels. They agreed to like daily inspections, just like they did under the Obama agreement. They agreed to everything Israel says they want, except I think. And all they wanted in return is the lifting of the sanctions that were reimposed after Trump pulled out of the deal. That's all they wanted, right? So the thing that they don't want to do is give up their ballistic missile research and creation, which they shouldn't do. That's why would we expect them to do that? I mean, Israel just demonstrated that they fucking need it. So like, it's kind of stupid. They also wanted them to give up all enrichment of uranium, including for civilian purposes, which is also fucking ridiculous. Iran signed on to the NPT. Israel has not. Israel has a nuclear weapon, no inspections, no nothing, no oversight. Right, so Iran has a right as a sovereign nation to develop this technology. They've made it clear for decades they don't actually want nuclear weapons. In fact, if we're to believe Netanyahu, that they were like weeks away, a month away, a couple of days away, 30 fucking years ago, and they haven't actually made a weapon by now, this should indicate that they don't actually have a desire to make a weapon. What they actually want is energy and medical research, which is what they said for fucking years. It's fucking ridiculous. I think that beyond like just the cucking that happened to Trump, I think that this is like this. I don't even know how to like. To me, one of the first people that they killed in that strike was the negotiator, Iran's nuclear negotiator. One of the first people they killed. So their intention couldn't be any more clear, right? That they don't want peace. They want to undermine this deal. They want to undermine Trump's diplomacy. That's what they want. They want war. They've been pushing for war for fucking decades. So I don't know how the fuck one of the, I'm gonna go fucking crazy. Okay, one of the things that drove me nuts, right, is after the attack, I saw these fucking representatives on Twitter pray for Israel. Oh, Israel's bombing around. Pray for Israel. Like what the fuck? But like they're the ones attacking.
The rubble.
They're the ones attacking. Like, and you're saying pray for Israel. Like, what the fuck's wrong with you? Like, it's so insane to me that this is the way that our nation functions right now, the world functions right now. So Gibbs, I'm sorry, I don't want to like jump on you in like my opening, but to just like respond to this general idea that Iran is like a global funder of like terror or whatever the fuck. So it's true that I think they created Hezbollah. They do fund Hezbollah. They did this in response to the Israeli invasion of Lebanon. They fund Hamas because they support Palestinian liberation. They've made that very clear. Made that very clear for a very long time, right? So I think that the issue and position them as like destabilizers of this fucking region. If you look at every major conflict in that region, every destabilizing event in that region for the last like 30 fucking years has had the U.S. and Israel all fucking over it, including the fucking the ousting of the original the guy who was there before the Shah. I forget his name. Who the U.S. and the U.K. Overthrew with the CIA and MI6 because he nationalized their oil, and BP was really upset about this.
Mossadegh or something?
I believe so. So he nationalized oil in Iran. Really upset about this. This company was really upset about this. So the U.S. and the U.K. overthrew him, put in the Shah, who was a very fucking brutal dictator, who had secret police, would torture the civilian population, which is what led these people to run to the fucking religious nutbags. Right? So like, all of this is like, it just feels like it should be clear by now that our involvement there is bad. Not just for us, but for them, for the fucking planet. And we should stop doing it. Like I don't know how it could be any more clear.
So
you don't get any of the death to America.
One thing, which is thank you, Sean, for gifting a membership on YouTube. Sean always does it like every broadcast, so thank you so much. And if you got YouTube super chats out there, you want to throw them in, I'd very much appreciate them to anyone out there, or Twitch subscriptions or whatever. Consider supporting the channel that way. Back to you guys.
Yeah, so like in that region, you don't get death to America without overthrowing Iran, trying to do that, and then without our support of Israel, which is the displacement of the people that were already in the land. Like, you just don't get death to America without these two things. There's no reason for it outside of that.
Let me ask you a question. How many here people believe in Urbo? Just raise your hand if you believe in
Urbo?
Urbo. International rules based. I know iCal does. Do the rest of y'all
Hold
believe
on.
that?
Yes, but I think this is another reason we should actually be supporting Iran in this. To be honest with you.
Okay, cool. Here's my deal. Urbo is total
Trump's
bullshit.
insulting Tucker Carlson right now.
It's literally leading to World War III. Urbo is. It's total bullshit. We see this all the time. Russia didn't respect Urbo, and that's why everybody's so mad about Ukraine, right? Oh God, they're invading their sovereign nation. But hey, we're totally fine when our ally Rwanda does it to Russia back to Congo, right? Cool, no problem, right? And now I know some people like Scott, he actually has a moral for it, dude. He's gonna sit there and say all this is bad. But me, I don't have that. I'm gonna say don't give a shit. So here's my deal. When I'm sitting here seeing Iran funding all these terror groups, I don't give a fuck. They're attacking our people. They're attacking Israel. They're attacking Timbuktu. They attack everybody. They're fucking evil people. The whole country's evil. If they don't want to be evil, then they should overthrow their leadership and join the American Revolution as a new state, an oil-producing one, much like Texas. And that's really the simplest facts here. I don't give two fucks about, hey, who we backed and y'all are calling Israel a liability. You know what's a liability? Picking a loser. Israel's beating that ass like a $2 whore. I can't believe that y'all are sitting here going, liability. Looks like they're beating everybody's ass. Oh, I heard from, what was that guy's name? The fucking, I can't remember his name now, but he always spurs out on weeks. I heard from that guy for weeks, months. Oh, Israel gonna get their ass beat by Hamas. Hamas got their ass beat. They're gonna get their ass beat by Hezbollah. They got their ass beat. Iran's gonna beat their ass. The new Iranian Caliphate's gonna start. Iran barely exists, and they only exist because Trump told them, hey, don't kill the prophet. And then Trump basically is sitting here. Y'all are saying he got cucked. Trump is the only reason right now that Iran still has its leadership. Tomorrow he can be like, you know what, gloves off, take him out. And guess what? Iran ceases to exist as a functioning country, and it's gonna be crazy. But y'all are sitting here, we picked the loser in this? Nope, sorry. We picked the big dog in the area, and those big dogs are Saudi Arabia and Israel. Saudi Arabia is so cucked by Israel that they're letting them do whatever the fuck they want. I hope that Turkey and Israel split Syria, and we just get rid of international rules-based order. Maybe Israel can also expand their borders to, I don't know, Baghdad. They can take it over. They can take over the Persian capital, Tehran.
It'll happen in like 3 or 4 days,
It'll happen maybe in a few years, and then we can just have new American oil companies. Yes. I hope they do, because I'm so sick of y'all keep talking. Hold on, y'all keep talking about how
unserious.
No, I'm absolutely 100% serious.
I usually don't call you unserious.
You know what's unserious? I'm just gonna bail the cards.
We should go take Iran's oil.
Unserious? You know what's unserious?
Let Gibbs go.
I'll tell you what's unserious. This idea that people that have been killing each other for thousands of years are suddenly going to start being buddies. The 2-day solution shit doesn't work. I'm sorry. Just let them all fight it out. We'll see who's the winner, and then we can pick that side, and we'll just start moving in it with capitalism again. That's what we should do. Let them fight. Israel clearly doesn't need our help. They're fitting to beat the shit out of fucking Iran. No, y'all saying back Iran. They're beating the shit out of it. Let them all kill each other. How are you going to sit here and say you're pro-Ukraine, and then you're going to sit here and say we shouldn't fight, we shouldn't stop them?
We never sit back and see which one's going to win, because as soon as Israel looks like they're going to lose something, we step in. So that's always, it's not just sit back and see who wins.
All right.
If you want to sit back and see who wins, cut off aid and see what happens. It's not going to happen.
Gibbs, the reason Israel's been pushing the U.S. to join them in this for fucking 30 years now is because they know they can't overwhelm Iran by themselves. They don't have the longevity. They don't have the resources. They just don't. Not without the U.S. backing them, which is why there's a ton of pressure on Trump right now to get involved. Because long term they can't overwhelm Iran.
A bunch of refueling planes and an aircraft carrier to the region, specifically because we might have to go in.
You notice the Saudis are backing off quite a bit. They tangibly said it was bad, and then they're like, ha, this is great, we're winning.
I went, so of course, well, I mean, they're enemies of Iran.
So why would you split the Saudis?
We have Scott. Oh my God, we have Scott and Lactoid. So, but I just want to say something quickly before then. So I don't want people to forget this, right? And I haven't seen this for whatever reason. I think maybe because there's been so many outrages that people seem to have forgotten this, right? But this is the second time in like a year Israel has bombed Iran, right? Like the last time they bombed Iran was when they bombed the house or the apartment that was holding the Hamas peace negotiator, right? So they killed the peace negotiator.
Wasn't Iran, but yeah.
the peace negotiator. Sorry, what did you say?
Yeah, that was in Lebanon, but it was an Iranian.
I was looking at this. I just brought it up. It was in Tehran.
I'm thinking of a different bombing.
Yeah,
Yeah, I know they also bombed the consulate in Damascus. I think it was.
Yes.
I think that's what you're thinking about.
So there were two separate bombings.
Iranian generals were
Yeah,
hiding out.
Ismail
Body.
Haniyeh was
no.
in Iran. He was in Tehran.
Yeah, he was in Tehran. But there was another separate bombing that you're referring to, Aiko. But in any case, the point is that they did that, and remember Tehran? They sent, and I believe it was in response to this. Maybe I'm getting this wrong, but in response, they sent the drones, the slow-moving drones, right? That were easily picked off, and Israel took that as some sort of big win. Right, at least that's how they painted it to the public. Well, we suffered pretty much no damage, right? They were so impotent, we were so great when they had multiple countries blasting these slow-moving drones, specifically done right so Iranians could say we did something because they were doing everything they could not to escalate to a wider war, right? And so it's weird. It's fucking weird. Right? When I'm constantly hearing how barbaric our Muslim brothers and sisters are, right? How warlike they are. When I keep seeing people from the West, right? I see nations from the West going to the Middle East, starting wars, colonizing the West, the European nations, colonizing the world. I see Israel following their footsteps, right? In that region, constantly setting the region on fire, right? But the Muslims are barbaric. You see, people you just can't trust.
We're war hungry.
You know, the motherlode of bad ideas, right? Islam. When I see Christians constantly and Jews constantly turning the region into a sea of flames all the time, and once again now. So I can't fucking stand hearing that.
Are y'all pro LGBTQ genocide? Is that what you're saying? Y'all are pro LGBT genocide?
Yes. They can yes.
So are the Republicans like 10 years ago.
We got gay rights fucking 7 years ago, and you guys won't shut the fuck up about gay people
and the Republicans lie fucking
Hold on. We didn't endorse anything today, but we did endorse a gay genocide. That's what we endorsed today.
The Republican Party and the Democrat Party were fighting these LGBT rights for fucking decades. Like, I'm sure like 10, 15 years ago.
This is bullshit.
Yeah, I get it. We're yelling.
Gay people were rounded up and killed here in America. Don't even try to equate it. We weren't taking the homosexuals and shooting them in the back of the head or punishing them with 34 to 100 lashes their first offense. We weren't taking lesbians and killing them with 100 lashes in a public square. You know what country does do that? Fucking Iran. Don't tell me they're not barbaric. They're evil pieces of shit. This is literally the evil empire.
Wait, hold on.
Hold on. So, couple of this is really not even arguments, just points of clarification. So first of all, Islam is the motherlode of bad ideas. Just because other people
I knew you were going to say it
doesn't mean that Islam isn't a fucking horrible religion. So that's number one. Number two, I mean, you're correct that, some of the horrific things that have happened in Muslim countries and are happening to this day to women, is something that like we should deeply be against. If you have any sort of like liberal or beliefs or you just believe in human rights, but also like, let's not pretend that like, even in the 1970s, police were watching gay nightclubs burn, and weren't and the firefighters weren't going in to save people because it was only the FAGs dying. Like let's not pretend that like our horrible treatment of LGBT people is like that far behind us, right? It's like it's only like 50 years ago that we were doing some rough stuff, right? But you're right that it wasn't out in the open. It was like it was a dirty secret as opposed to something that like are actual, like supported. So that's a little bit. Second, I just want to point out, I hope I'm wrong. I'm not even saying that I think I'm right here. I'm just pointing out, since we brought up the ship that we're sending the USS Nimitz, which was scheduled for decommission, right? And then all of a sudden we got a 13-month increase for its usage. And like, I'm just saying, if that ship gets attacked, the one that we were already going to get rid of is the one that gets attacked and all of a sudden we have to go to war now. you know, your fucking radar should be screaming blatantly loud that, like, you know,
seems brilliant.
Nothing will make you crazy. Nothing will make you sound crazier than just knowing 5 things the CIA has admitted to doing. Right. So I'm just saying, you know, be wary.
Yeah.
And then the last point of clarification, Admiral Gibbs, you brought it up, and like, I'm not attacking you when I say this. It's just, this is an important thing to understand the region, because so many people hear a phrase and they misunderstand what's occurring, which is, oh, we fight wars for oil. We fight wars for oil. You know, oh, they have oil. We should take their oil. America doesn't give a fuck about oil in the Middle East. We don't need oil. We don't need to procure oil. We would not be any wealthier if we took over the oil. We would actually almost certainly lose wealth because it would cost money defending oil. When people say we fight wars for oil or start talking about how oil is so important, it's because in 1971, Nixon took us off of backing the US dollar by gold. And very quickly in 1972, we started working with using the US dollar being the reserve currency. And eventually in 1974, we reached a deal with Saudi Arabia that they would trade oil in the US dollar. Now, why is that important? The reason is this allows us to have somewhere around 2 trillion US dollars out of the American economy and held by other countries. And those countries, if they want to buy and sell oil from a lot of these other regions, especially OPEC plus, they need to use the US dollar. So what does that mean? That means that they keep that money doesn't go back into the American economy. So when we have inflation, we are able to move our inflation to other countries, as opposed to having hyperinflation in this country and other people just using a different currency. They're forced to use the US dollar in order to purchase and sell oil, which means that we can export our inflation, and it also allows us to have an economy where we have such a large trade deficit. So when a country like Iran is not using the US dollar and is using a different currency to engage in oil exchanges with China and Russia, and if that continues, that is a threat to the entire American economy. If that, and then by the way, that deal ran out last year in June. Okay. Saudi Arabia, unless we make a new deal, is not required to use the US dollar in order to trade oil. So we're not fighting so that we can gain access to oil. We're fighting to stop people from selling oil in a different currency, which is a threat to the entire American
Fabian,
economy.
I got a question for you. Fabian. All right. So say you have a country, it exists. Let's just say, I don't know, their name is Rand. We'll call them Rand, all right, for no particular reason. And they trade in, I don't know what they trade in. We'll call it pesos. They're trading in pesos in some random place in the middle of the world between the East and the West. And they have oil, and they're trading this other country. Suddenly, another country, we'll call it Rael, decides to come in and wipe the leadership in the country basically off the map. What currency now does this non-existent country trade in?
Almost certainly United States dollar.
Oh, okay, cool. That's what I thought. So yeah, it is about oil. That's what I thought we were going to have.
Fuck you. Like, I just explained how they fucking the failures in the way of which the U.S. economy works and what that phrase actually means. I'm just saying it doesn't matter about the actual oil in the ground. In fact, America knows that that's why we have a big oil reserve, and it's also why there's a lot of limitations on how much oil, new oil rigs occur in America. We could totally be self-sufficient and have all our own oil and export a bunch of oil, but we don't. We want to be careful because we want to maintain the power that we have of all of the oil in the Middle East being traded in the US dollar. Because the moment that stops, we get hyperinflation and we can't export our inflation.
But you're admitting that
US
this
economy
country
collapses.
ceases to exist and a new country takes over, they're more than likely going to trade in the US dollar, right?
Yes.
Okay, well then that problem solved. All right, cool.
Okay.
Okay. Let's go to
again. I said it was a point of clarification to explain the process, and it seems like you're trying to get a dub here. There's no reason.
I'm not trying to get a dub. I'm just, I'm actually like feeding off your point. Is that this country is evil piece of shit? They're committing genocide on mass scale. They've caused terrorism all the world. They know they don't follow any of the Geneva Conventions. They sit here and go, "Oh my God, these terrorists!"
We're talking about Israel.
Are you talking about Israel?
No, it's Iran is committing the gay genocide. I mean, it's crazy. All these lefties here,
Gay genocide?
and I'm the only one sitting here standing up for the LGBT
I mean, to be fair,
community. Yeah, they literally are lashing people.
You really care about them.
Oh yeah, I
know.
mean, I do care about them. I don't
The
care about
virtue
anybody.
signal is
I mean,
strong.
That is the motivation.
I'm just pointing out the hypocrisy,
Not
and
your
then I'm pointing out
Lockheed
the
Martin
economic.
stocks.
But what's funny though, what's funny to me is these people commit
Pakistani
terrorism all the world, and we just go, they just go, oh God, we didn't do it directly. Just the guys that we have our generals talking to in their leadership doing this, in Africa attacking this, or in
Yeah,
this
America
country
does
doing
that too.
Yeah, well, cool, but we're the superpower, so fuck them. So guess what? They don't even exist no more
for
because
now.
we're the superpower. The UN doesn't have. Well, we're gonna keep staying the superpower because what happened? Iran's our enemy, and now they're getting their ass beat by our B team, which is Israel.
Let's go Lactoid.
I mean, I'll agree that Israel is beating their ass. I think that it's incredible how capable Mossad is and how capable the Israeli military is for how small the country is. I understand it's a very militarized country, but still, I mean, the fact that since October 7th, when they were attacked, they've completely operationally eliminated Hamas and Hezbollah. The Houthis are, I guess, not.
Irrelevant
I don't know how
at this
effective
point,
they are
yeah.
really, but I mean, they've been irrelevant for a little bit, just in terms of how they can affect Israel. Yeah, they'll shoot a missile every once in a while, but then that gets shot down by Israel. And then
But they didn't stop the Houthis. And the Houthis, as far as
they
I know,
haven't eliminated the Houthis. They're still there, but I'm saying that I don't think the Houthis have posed much of a threat to Israel compared to
they're posing blockades.
Yeah, the blockades what they've been doing. Yeah,
yeah, but
I get what you're saying. Sorry,
Yeah, haven't they stopped that since U.S. warships have bombed the ship?
No, they haven't. They reinstated the blockades.
Just now because of
US. They stopped on U.S. ships.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, okay. Well, that's pretty good.
Well,
I
yeah,
guess. I'll talk more about the Houthis when I learn more about the Houthis.
It's really simple.
But,
it's like when everybody in the UN votes for something that they don't actually believe because they know America will veto it on the Security Council, and then it's like America was the only country that voted this way. Aren't they crazy? Like where they all voted to make housing or food a human right.
Water. I think it was water or food or something. Yeah.
Right, and it's like a bunch of countries don't believe that commie garbage nonsense. Food is obviously not a human right. You'd have to be retarded to think that, or extremely ideologically indoctrinated. But they know that America will fucking vote against it. So then they're like, oh, well, it's the same thing with the Houthis going after Israeli ships. It's like we know that the goods are just going to be on different ships, and then they're like, but we're stopping the Israelis. They don't really have any real effect on their economy. Or
that's not true.
Okay, I don't want to get bogged down into. I don't want to get bogged down specifically into these. Maybe
one of these
the
ports
Houthis are
went into
particularly
bankruptcy over this blockade. Like they actually have had an effect.
Exactly.
Maybe the
what's the
Houthis have been.
inflation rate? What's the
God.
inflation rate in Israel since they started?
I have no fucking idea.
But
I'm telling you, hold
on. But I think one of Israel's biggest ports going bankrupt, and reported that they've lost like 85% of their imports, is like a big effect, right?
Yeah.
I mean, and they've actually shifted recently to Israel's main port. I think they said like last week or the week before. They're now going to start blockading that port. So I think they have had an impact.
I mean, like you can measure the impact by the inflation rate.
Or the fact that they're not getting goods, like that too, right? One or the other, I suppose.
By the ass whipping that Iran's taking.
Let's go to. Sorry, I did interrupt our friend Lactoid. I apologize.
I interrupted.
I'll read more about the Houthis to know exactly how that interplays here, because I'm not as educated on that. Maybe I spoke out of turn, but I know that when you're looking at Hezbollah and Hamas, they have been essentially decapitated here by the Israeli military. And then when Big Bad Iran gets involved, right, because Israel launches strikes on them, it's again disproportionate in favor, like the casualties are disproportionately in favor of Israel. The strategic hits are in favor of Israel disproportionately. It's wild. Like this is an incredibly capable military. So capable, in fact, that America shouldn't get involved. It seems odd to me how there's a lot of people. I rightfully talk about the Ukraine-Russia conflict. And I think this is a little bit different because while Ukraine is obviously the bad guy in that conflict, in this conflict, it's a little bit more, I guess, gray in terms of who's actually the bad guy and who's actually the good guy. But a lot of people were agreeing with me about not funding Ukraine, not necessarily because of all like the millions of details that I brought up, but because, yeah, America shouldn't be involved in funding all these foreign wars. We shouldn't get involved in this. This is a bad idea. America first. Our money should go to Americans. We don't have enough time. We got to take care of our own. We don't have the money to be world police anymore. And then Israel enters the conversation. We got money. We got money. In fact, we have bombs. And Iran cannot have nuclear weapons. And now Tucker Carlson is catching flack from Trump on Truth Social for criticizing the idea of bombing Iran. And I don't know. I think that when Gibbs said before, he pointed out the hypocrisy of Democrats, like being super in favor of funding Ukraine, but then like not being in favor of this. I think the hypocrisy sort of works both ways a little bit. Like, especially when your basis is no foreign wars. Like, why are we not applying this to? I mean, unless you want to argue this truly is like a special case scenario.
Are you discovering live right now on stream that
well, that's not the Republican
politicians
basis.
are bought and paid for and lie all the time?
I'm not even talking about politicians. Hold on, just to be fair, a lot of the Twitter accounts are actually criticizing Trump for this, right? But like Tucker Carlson, for example, he's obviously not bought and paid for it because he's being pretty consistent here.
Tucker Carlson, you mean?
Tucker Carlson, and then you have
Qatar pays
Trump has a new nickname for him, the kooky Tucker Carlson.
I'm just saying, anytime anyone's been opposing like Israel and like joining Israel, it's been like Qatar is paying these people.
Yeah,
right?
I know.
Qatar funds every single university in America. They're teaching Qataris.
Can I say one thing? Tucker Carlson lost his job because he was defending Donald Trump during his fucking election scam allegations during that first term.
But
and this guy has the nerve. Talk about like you want loyalty and you do this to Tucker Carlson. What the fuck?
Hold on, Trump is concerned.
Hold on, Laxway. You're missing the point here. Like, maybe some Republicans think that, kind of what you did. There's no hypocrisy on my side. I've been upfront about, hey, let's fund them all and make some fucking money. But what I am saying is that, like, if we're going to sit here and talk about this bullshit, let's be honest, Fabian actually hit the nail on the head when he talked about, Trump's not moving away from no new wars. He's trying to establish the new American empire and move us towards that. And so guess what? Iran, I hate to break it to you guys, multipolarity bad. Iran's one of these members of BRICS, one of these members that are adversarial power. They're not our buddies, no matter what the leftists think they can sit here and do. These guys are committing genocide. There's a bunch of organizations that are sitting here listing Iran as one of the worst human rights violators of all time, especially in regards to gay people. So guess what? When you can sit here trying to take a moral high ground and talk about Iran, all you're sitting here doing is saying you hate homosexuality, you hate gay people, and I never want to see you sit here and advocate for any more gay rights shit because you are an evil piece of shit every time you support Iran. That's the fact. No, that's a fact. It's a fact. It's an
I don't care what your thoughts are on like my gay advocacy.
Hold on. One last thing here. It's not that, some Republicans got confused when we were sitting in no new wars. We're talking about no new wars that benefit us, that we're just wasting the money. We are talking about protecting the American interest. That's why he's talking about making the American military lean, green, and efficient and not sitting here making it, bloated with fat and DEI hires and all this baby back bullshit. That's what we're talking about. And that's why, hey, guess what? We're going to keep funding Israel because they're whooping that ass. Why do we want to pick up the side that's a fucking loser? They're fucking losers that kill people for sport. It's crazy.
One question to you. Is your only argument, because I'm assuming you're against giving more money to Ukraine, is your only argument is that they're you're giving them even more money.
All of those
ties. Yeah, my bad.
And so, like, and there's a large segment of the Republican Party that backs this. So, like, when you're sitting here trying to apply it to all Republicans, no, you're first talking about maybe like 40%, when there's like about 30% that probably back what I'm saying, and there's probably another 20% that back some totally other bullshit, which is like, no new wars, we're gay, we're scared of everything, we might as well just be right.
I thought you wanted to defend gays. What the fuck?
Well, yeah, but because they're inconsistent because they're leftists, and in actuality, they're pretending to be Republicans.
I like to do Admiral Gibbs. I like to do the opposite, which is talk to the wokies and just tell them that Islam is right about women. Like it's
that doesn't go them too.
They fucking break.
Yeah,
they don't know what to say. They're like,
okay, I don't know why that would be the case, but all right, moving forward.
Would you say Islam is right about women, and then see how left-wing people respond? Like the wokies always break their mind because they don't want to.
Yeah,
they don't want to say that Islam is a barbarian. Right? Do you think they're right?
Do you think Christianity?
What do you think Christianity is about women or fucking Judaism? What do you think these religious
Christianity is great for gay people and women, right? And slaves for that matter, right?
Like Israel's Jewish.
Do be getting mad about his whataboutism proving me right?
No, hold on. I'm not getting mad. I'm telling you, like you speak about Islam as if it's like this special evil or something. All these Abrahamic religions are shit. So I don't know why you focus on Islam so much.
I mean, because Islam is obviously worse, and to say and to
No, it's not. Why is it worse? Why is it worse? If followed to their actual tenets, why is it worse?
Well, hold on.
Yeah,
I'll just give
a couple of examples, right? So, Islam is the only major Abrahamic religion where, you can be put to death for leaving the religion. Apostasy is not a crime in Christianity. It's not a crime under Judaism.
Tell that to Jan Hus.
Not anymore.
Islam believes that it is right to lie. You can maybe make the argument about Judaism, but you can't make that argument against Christianity.
Wait, believes it's right to lie?
Yes.
Takia. He's in Takia.
Yeah, you can lie in a politically disadvantageous position.
Yeah, in order to avoid death.
In order to avoid death, or in order to avoid, like political power and things like. It's okay to lie.
So can you give actual reasons?
So,
yeah, hold on. Can I?
How about this? How about this? That a woman's word is only worth half that of a man's in court.
Based as fuck. Why? Is that
True, actually, but hold on.
That's why you say Islam is right about women, and then they go, "What are you talking about? How dare you not? How dare you?"
So we should be supporting Iran, right?
Yeah, hold on. But you can look at Christianity, which is the women shouldn't be able to teach. The women should shut up and be subservient to men, etc., etc. Like, come on. But Aiko,
so that is not the same thing. It is not the same thing if you're having a criminal trial that a woman's worth that woman needs additional evidence and things. That's not the same thing.
Didn't the content creator get beheaded just because she was promiscuous in Iran recently? Oh yeah, they did. That did.
Oh yeah, and the Christians have never beheaded anybody. Yeah, I get
cool. Yeah, maybe.
Hold on,
Christian
not before. Currently, all over Africa, they're fundamentalist Christians.
That's cool.
Hold on. Who are pushing that direction by evangelical American Christians who are beheading people, killing gay people, doing corrective rape to lesbians.
Isn't Andrew Wilson trying to repeal the 19th?
Let me ask you a question, Doobie. When's the last time?
Where's that in the Bible?
America
Where's in the Bible that says
lashed or stoned a woman to death? When's the last time we did that for adultery? When's the last time we did that? Publicly.
Wait, in America?
In America. When's the last time we did that?
Fuck, I don't know. Hold on.
Cool, because I don't give two fucks about these third world countries. That's total bullshit. Third world countries are third world.
Gibbs. So is your issue then that they've extended the death penalty to things that you don't believe deserve the death penalty when you've come on here repeatedly to advocate for fucking genocide and the bombing of children, and suddenly you have this moral fucking hang up about them having a law that you disagree with, Scott. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
I've also advocated.
I made a very simple claim. I made a very simple claim. The simple claim is that the reason I have a special ire against Islam is that I believe Islam is the worst of the three. That doesn't mean that I think Christianity is the most base thing ever. I'm an objectivist in my framework. I don't like Christianity, and I don't like Judaism, and I don't like any of the Abrahamic religions. Okay, but yes, I think some are worse than others. And then when I gave you reasons, you chimed in with whataboutism, and then you demanded answers, and then I gave you a couple of examples, and then you do more whataboutism, and then you shift to Admiral Gibbs. Just admit that Islam is a little fucking worse than the other religions, and that it's okay.
Scott, that's not
weapons on both sides.
Scott, hold on, Scott.
We got nothing on the end there.
Hold on, Gibbs, one second. So, Scott, I don't agree that Islam is worse. I think Islam is bad in terms of the religious beliefs. I think it's as bad as Christianity. I would say Christianity is a little better. I think Christianity is of the three Abrahamic religions, Christianity is the least bad, but it's still really fucking bad. I would say that Judaism is the worst. Absolutely the worst. Judaism allows for little girls who've been raped at I think after 3 years old to be forced to marry their rapists. It's a pretty fucked up religion, right? It's this built-in ethnic. Hold on. That's fine. Yeah, I can do that. Hold on. Hold on. No, Gibbs, you didn't hear what I said. I'm not talking about arranged child marriages. I'm talking about a 3-year-old little girl gets raped, and that little girl is forced to marry her rapist. That's what I'm talking about.
So you're saying in Judaism,
don't some sects use the blood sucking too as well, out of the penis?
Yes. I don't believe that.
They do circumcision by mouth.
Hold on, actually the baby dick sucking, pretty gross. That's not a medical practice.
It's a religious practice.
I'm not I think
it's a medical practice.
I think female genital mutilation done by Muslims is wrong.
Very strong.
Hold on, but second the blood at baby dick is a medical practice.
Yeah, third world countries got third world.
Shifted right away when it got to Judaism.
That happens in New York, Gibbs. That happens in New York.
Again,
well, cool. You're not
again,
gonna get me on this one. I don't give two fucks. I've said many times. Let's sell weapons to both sides and let them kill each other. Fuck it. I don't give a shit about that. I tell you what I do give a shit about is when you're gonna sit here and try to give me this moral high ground. When I'm sitting here going, these guys are bad. They're bad. They're evil empire. Can you tell me with a straight face that Iran is not our adversary? And like you're acting like 60 or 70 years of fucking history.
Hold on. Yeah, Gibbs.
We suddenly support them. Get real. They're a snake in the grass.
Why are they our adversary?
Gibbs, they are adversary because we made them our adversary. We fucked them over all the fucking time. We've been in the Middle East for decades. Stop. Hold on, but no, we're getting away from the Scott. Just really quick. Okay. So in addition to that, so I'll gladly pull that up for you, Scott. No problem. In addition to this, Judaism also calls for the killing of idolaters, which is Christians, by the way. If there are plenty of religious Jews who will tell you that idolaters should be killed for being idolater. It also allows for the enslavement of
is that different than Islam or Christianity?
Yes.
How is that different?
Hold on. Do you think that Islam and Christianity call for the murder of like non-Christians and non-Muslims?
Well, Islam specifically calls for the enslavement of all non-Muslims.
That's not true.
And then it absolutely is true. And you can depending on like what hadith and how you interpret it, which I think actually is a strength.
The religion.
I think it's actually a strength of Islam, right? That there is like, you can add context, like an imam can add context by different interpretations from the hadith. I think that is one of the few strengths of Islam. But it's going to be arguable about, like, if you're taking excerpts out of context. I want to see the context, right? Because, again, this happens in Islam all the time as well. I'm talking about things that are in the Quran, right? Not some other interpretation versus in the Old Testament and the New Testament. Like, if you have, like, some debate or arguments in rabbinical Judaism, yeah, you're going to see some horrible shit there. But I think you can see via practice as well as actual tenets of the religion itself, whether or not one is worse than the other. Like, Israel has more power, so yeah, Israel is doing more evil shit because states do evil shit. But if you're asking me which religion is worse, and you're saying, oh, I have this rabbinical Jew, this dialogue where they're debating about one thing or another. And it's
Israel's chief rabbi said it's okay to rape women in war. Hold on. Israel's chief rabbi said that it's fine for soldiers to rape women in war.
Where
like
what
this is not?
This is not.
That is also from.
We're gonna take quotes. We're gonna take quotes.
No, not just
people?
Quotes. Not just quotes. We saw this play out when these IDF soldiers were on camera gang raping a fucking guy, and they were defended by Israelis. There's a fucking right to defend them.
Do you believe?
Like, how is that some unique shit from Islam?
Hold on.
Like, imams haven't said horrendous shit.
I mean, the separation between goyim and non-goyim, right? Like.
Yeah, it's
you can rape
like
goyim, you can lie to goyim, you can impose
steal from them,
tax on goyim, so on and so forth. But like
hold on, Iran
tax isn't theft anymore. Tax isn't theft anymore, and interest isn't theft anymore.
Hold on, pause. I am against all three religions, right? I am obviously against Islam and its tax of the jizya. Okay, I am against Judaism and Christianity.
Yeah, the way you talk about Islam only and specifically is, you guys kind of give this little specific nudge. I mean, it works for the views. I get it, right? Having the Islamists in your DMs and in your chat fighting against you is a good.
Hold on.
Pause. Now you're going to accuse me, the ANCAP that does nothing but bite bullets, as trying to grift on my audience.
It was just a fun jab.
Farm some dude.
Just a fun jab.
There's so many other political ideologies and beliefs I could.
I don't think it's that, Scott. I don't think it's that. I just think you ate the Islamophobia fucking narrative.
There's no such thing as Islamophobia. It's nonsense.
That's fine. That's fine. Just call it bigotry then. Call it bigotry then.
Islamia.
Phobia is an aversion as well.
You are afraid of Islam taking over the U.S. You're afraid of that, but let's just call it bigotry.
Obviously, it's not bigotry to not want a evil religion to take over your homeland. That's not bigotry.
Let's
Every single
reframe
Muslim
this
could
slightly.
become an apostate today. it's a choice.
Reframe this.
It's not immutable. I'm not bigot because I don't like their choice of choosing evil.
Let's reframe this slightly, okay? Because I started this off by making that comment about Islam, like being weird, calling Islam the motherlode of bad ideas, right? So as you all know, I hate them all, right? I hate them all. With my legendary talks with Aiko, right? Like I get very passionate about my feelings about religion. He can attest to my feelings there, right? And I am not part of the quote unquote wokies who can't criticize Islam because I don't know, because they're an oppressed class, and then that would short my brain out because I gotta defend them. It's no. Islam is awful, the way Judaism is awful, the way all the other ones are awful. Full of hypocrisy and lies and the whatnot, right? Okay, so let me slightly rephrase that so we can move past this point, right? My problem with what Gibbs was saying previously is framing. You know what? Let me not even talk specifically about Gibbs, right? Let's pull back, right? Because he brought up the evil empire and how these people are so dangerous. Well, I hear this framing often, and it's focused on Muslim nations, right? And my problem is thinking that Muslim people, I'm not going to talk about the religion, right? The religion is awful. How Muslim people are somehow specially barbaric, right? Especially untrustworthy,
I wouldn't make that
right?
claim.
That have to be okay. Great. So then we're already okay.
I wouldn't make the claim that somebody is especially barbaric or whatever. They can be very civilized Muslim. I just think the ideology that you're choosing to espouse and represent is an evil ideology.
Agreed. Okay. So
I'd like to clarify when you're done. Go ahead.
Okay, Gibbs, clarify right now. Go ahead.
So when I'm saying evil empire, I don't give a shit if they're Muslim. I don't care if they're Jewish. I don't care if they're American. I'm looking at it from an American perspective, right? These are our adversarial enemies: Russia, Iran, China, North Korea. These are like the known group of people working together to form a group outside the system that's evil. This is why I asked Doobie when I said, when's the last time America stoned a woman to death in the streets publicly for adultery or anything that can get you killed, like being a lesbian under Iran? Now, there's a reason why I'm not sitting here saying all Muslims and all this shit. I'm specifically pointing out that Iran is an evil, evil fucking country led by evil, evil people. The civilians probably not, but they're allowing it to continue, so they're just as guilty, in my opinion. And secondly, when I'm sitting here going, so when they're sitting here going, hey, we're going to sit here, allow all these things, and the lefties get up on their high horses and start talking about Republican hypocrisy or Christian hypocrisy and all this shit. I don't give a fuck. I'm sorry. It's bullshit. Everybody's going to find a reason to kill each other. All this over shit over religion for many, many years.
A quick question then on that, right? Do you think 9/11 was justified?
I mean, it depends. It depends, I think, to who you are. I think if you are an Al Qaeda member, it was probably justified. If you're a Taliban member, or Iranian, or maybe a person that grew up under Wahhabism, then probably is justified. If you're an American, then not so much. You probably don't think it's justified at all, and then you think the country ass whipping we gave those countries is justified.
No, but which one is right? No.
Well, they're both right.
I get that different people have different perspectives. So which one do you think is right?
Well,
do you think it was justified, considering what you just said? Do you think it was justified that 9/11 happened?
Well, this is maybe you're not gonna like this answer, but I would say once again the perspectives matter on this, and like in that case, I think our reaction to 9/11 was justified, and I'm not gonna sit here and pretend other countries.
No.
Hold on. I'm not dodging. I'm answering it. You just don't like the answer. The answer is real simple. Yeah, these countries are justified doing whatever, and these individuals are justified doing whatever the fuck they want. And guess what? You're going to suffer the goddamn consequences when you do that if it's against our interest. And when you're sitting here going whether or not it's justified, what do I think? I think it doesn't fucking matter what I think. I think what matters is that our response is justified. That's what it is. If you want to attack us, cool. Was Japan justified us to bomb us in Pearl Harbor? Probably from their perspective. Were we justified in whooping their ass? Absolutely. Like when you're sitting here going, oh, these people are evil, and Dewey brings up Jewish leaders in fucking New York. Cool. Arrest them fuckers. I don't give a shit. When I bring up this Islam leaders in Iran that are sitting here stoning people to death, we need to bomb them. I'm sorry. You can't tell me when the multiple former presidents of Iran have said the minute they get a nuke, they're going to nuke Jerusalem. That's not fucking evil as shit. And then they say death to America, we should nuke them too. Good, they got to go. That country's got to go. That simple. It's not even more complicated than that.
I just want to point out Al Qaeda is like broader. It's Salafist, but like it's not Wahhabi. I just point that I like. Yeah, I know it's a weird distinction, but like some people might be getting real mad at you.
Unless America just literally does a global takeover, we're not good at regime changes. That's what we should be doing. Yeah, I know, but we're not going to.
We couldn't take over Afghanistan. We could, sorry, not Afghanistan, Iraq.
What was the ratio?
We could barely hold Afghanistan.
We held it easily.
Hold Iraq. The blood and treasure we lost over those was enormous,
what
right?
Was the KD ratio in Afghanistan?
Has Iran ever actually threatened to nuke Israel? Like
yes, several times. Multiple presidents.
I'm not finding it. When did they do that?
Well, Israel said they have, so it doesn't,
to destroy Israel. But why the fuck wouldn't they? When Israel's been advocating for war with Iran for decades, like why wouldn't they say that?
Yeah, and it's like these two. It's our like we tried to overthrow the regime in Iran that didn't work. That's why we have the regime that we have today. Like I just don't understand like why it's so like the only reason these people hate us is because we intervene with them. If we don't intervene, they don't hate us. Like there's no reason. Like it.
This is why I explained the oil situation, okay? There's literally only if you're measuring success of U.S. operations in the Middle East by us being able to as us being able to establish liberal democracies or us being able to complete the mission as we said and told the American public what we were going to do, there's only been one success. It's Operation Provide Comfort. We were able to move the Kurds peacefully without any issues. That's it. Everything that we have done in the Middle East, every regime change, every war, everything that we've done from Libya to Yemen to Somalia. I mean, I don't know that Somalia is not really obviously Middle East, but predominantly Muslim country, et cetera, right? Yeah. Every single one of them has failed. But if you measure success as destabilizing regions so that a government that doesn't begin to sell oil via the yuan or via rubles to Russia, we have succeeded every single time. And what you have to understand is that America does not go in there to establish liberal democracies and do regime change. They tell you that that's what they want. What they want to do is cripple those countries so that Saudi Arabia is the major power player and so that all of the world's oil is still traded in the US dollar so that we can maintain our fucked up economy where we have a bad trade deficit and where the US dollar exports our inflation to the entire world. That is why it's regime change wars work great. It's just they're not actually trying to change the regime and set up somebody that might be a power player that might negotiate against us. They're trying to destabilize the region and keep the entire Middle East a quagmire of terrorism and allowing Saudi Arabia and Israel to have enough power in the region to ensure that our economy stands strong with the deals that we have made. I hate to sound like a commie blaming the CIA for everything or some shit, but that's just the truth.
It seems to me that we have wasted an incredible amount of blood and treasure within the Middle East, right? Now, again, wasted in quotes because I am taking into account what Scott said, right? Like there was a goal here.
As far as the American public is concerned, absolutely.
Yes, as far as the American public, right? I think it makes us more vulnerable to, let me just say political extremists, so not to set people off here, but political extremism, right? However you define that, okay? I think it makes us more vulnerable to political extremism because when at home we don't build that infrastructure, we don't invest in our people. We have people who feel hopeless. And think that America has abandoned them, right? And they see one of the things they see is that money that could have been used here in this nation, right? Money stolen from them through your taxes, right? Where could have been used here flows to these other nations for endless wars, right? Like in that environment, political extremism rises. And I think we're in this moment. I think that relates to our second topic, right? The of the assassinations. I think if we engage with Iran, if we start yet another war here, continue on with a war that Israel has started, the aggressors, the butchers. I'd say that this only speeds up this process. That we'll spend another decade or so. We'll win, right? Win, in quotes. We'll win in the end. But between then, another 2 trillion, 3 trillion, 4 trillion. How much money is gone? How much money is gone?
You
Between
raise the
now
debt
and
ceiling
then.
for a reason. You're trying to.
Yeah, but just it won't be a problem, right? As
Who
long
knows?
as we're
I can tell you what
for
we
more
spent in
money
Iraq
from
and
the Pentagon.
Afghanistan, which is $2.9 trillion, and that's assuming we don't count the money that was, lost in, Pentagon being unable to track, hundreds of billions or however much U.S. aid money was spent or NGOs that got funneled money from other. Like if we just talk about the actual budget on paper receipts, $2.9 trillion, and Iran has a population that is a military that is a little bit more effective and a population that's much larger now, but it's not like we were really fighting Iraqi royal guard for very long, right? We were fighting random splinter terrorist groups, so who fucking knows.
That was holding Iraq, right? But yeah, in a hot war with a more advanced military with worse terrain than Iraq had. I'm not sure how it compares to Afghanistan. I know
Afghanistan is basically the worst terrain in the world to fight against.
That's why, yeah.
And we
Alexander
beat
the Great.
Iran.
Alexander
And
the
we
Great even
beat
said, like,
their
be
ass.
wary of the wrath of the tiger of
I hate this framing you make.
Gibbs,
We beat their ass. The only reason we lost is because we left. Like we chose to leave. They took it back. Like
it's so expensive that this is what all those other empires did as well, right? Like, and what Scott was just alluding to, the Russians came. Russians were more advanced than the Afghanis, right? And the Russians, part of the reason why the Soviets, part of the reason why they fell apart because all the money they expended in Afghanistan. The British,
well, all the money we gave them to fight the Russians too. Let's not forget that we're always a power player in the region.
Sure, of course, we're proxies, yeah, and that's part of the game, right? But so did I believe the British, right? And other empires have gone in there, and
the Mongol Empire and Alexander the Great couldn't take it. Okay,
well, hold on, but there's a key thing with all of these.
Is uniquely fun.
No, there's a key thing that y'all are not missing with all these, right? All of those empires, when they tried to hold it, they gave up before the crucial thing that indicates that you're going to be able to convert these people to your country. One, we didn't actually conquer Afghanistan; we just beat their ass and we held it. And if you look at the KD ratios, I've seen reports as high as our death rates were 600 to 1 to 1,100 to 1 for every U.S. soldier died against specifically combatants. Right now, here's the key thing that we didn't do that would have caused us to win it. One, if we had conquered them, that's my opinion. Two, if we had stayed there 100 years, which the American public didn't have the stomach for, that's now. Don't say we lost whenever it was more of us leaving.
Gibbs, I agree, Gibbs, I agree with you. I've talked about this before. That if we wanted to hold Afghanistan, it would have to be for a century, right? To actually finish the mission, right? We'd have to have like several generations, like live and die, right? Until you have an Americanized or Westernized generation that just kind of accepts the situation, right? So I agree with you, Gibbs, right? And how many trillions of dollars would that have taken? How many trillions of dollars would that have taken, right? Rather than invest that in anywhere else. and anywhere else to make America great again, right? To literally make America great again. Well, where we could put that? Could we put that in our schools, in our highways, in our failing infrastructure, right? In all ways, we could have invested the money that we did spend, right? But then you're projecting a century of holding this territory. A century of that. If you think, I think differently about like the debt, right? I think differently about the debt and deficit than from Scott and Lactoid, right? But you think, my understanding is that you think closer to them, right? You're like, hey, we only have a limited amount of money, a limited amount of resources. Wait a minute, hold on. But you think correct that we have only a limited amount of money and resources, and like we have to be careful where we put that. Are you saying that it is sustainable for the American economy with no consequences whatsoever to hold on to Afghanistan for a century until mission accomplished? That is, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, so I mean, the answer to that is yes. I don't know about no consequences whatsoever, but yeah, we would have been able to do that. I think that the issue is, right, we've gotten, and this is the big problem we have today, is Erbo. Erbo is bullshit, and nobody like actually follows it. We saw, China take over a country. Ukraine got it. We see Rwanda do it here. We've seen Africa do this a whole bunch of times all in Africa, and then we sit here and we get in our little meetings for Western countries at the UN and go, wow, we just really like the system of Erbo, and we just need to give them condemnations and sanctions, and then the big countries do whatever the fuck they want to do anyway. And so when you're sitting here going, yeah, we wasted money, you're absolutely correct, Prime. I will agree with you this. 100%, every dollar spent in Afghanistan, I don't know about every dollar, most of the dollars spent in Afghanistan wasted. You know why? Because we didn't fucking finish the job. Now, if we had finished the job, guess what? They would have argued been, or they could have been Americans. And then every dollar would have been spent improving American lives, and therefore not a waste, as you would see. In fact, we could give them some of that fancy welfare y'all want to keep giving the illegal aliens. Those Afghanis could be American citizens in 100 years. We could be giving all the money to them. It'd be wonderful. They could have their free health care.
Why would we want to give the money to them? I don't want to give the money to them. How about we keep the money for us? So why do we have to take over another land for 100 years? Mind you, they won't be American. They won't be American in your lifetime, so it doesn't fucking matter.
Unlike you, I want America to succeed far into the future. And I think
you don't. You want Americans. You want Americans to struggle so that you can make money off stocks.
If America is like one world government, that's what it's based.
You also believe Americans should be working 70 hours a week. Like, and if you work 40 hours, you're lazy. So like, no, you don't want America to be successful. You want Americans to just suffer and struggle because you can make money off of it.
I want us to be Americans again and stop being these baby back pussies.
Yeah.
True.
Expect everything given to them.
DP, did you have anything you wanted to say?
I'm like, I don't know. So something is interesting to me about the way that Gibbs, because I think Gibbs is like, what you're saying is, I think, a pretty common position, right? That I've seen from like Trump supporters, quote unquote, or not even Trump supporters. I think like Republicans, just general Republicans. I think a lot of Trump supporters are actually opposed to us getting involved, even though they'll like cheer Israel on. They say, "Hey, that's your war. You deal with it yourselves," right? Yeah. So, but I'm like, I just don't understand what's the thing I'm looking for? It actually ties back to something that I was talking about the other day with, or like a few weeks ago with Lactoid, and I think again with Prime, where it feels like, because I consider myself to be a very nationalist person, right? So like this disconnect that I have with you, just it feels like it shouldn't be there, right? It feels like we should agree on what it means to like do it at some level. We should agree that, hey, doing this sort of thing, while it might benefit us in some like maybe like a financial way or something, it's actually worse for the country long term because it does something to us as like a people, to our like national soul or spirit or something. I don't really know how to like express it, but there's some like feeling that there is like a national morality or soul or spirit or something that is being degraded by this way of thinking, where we just do the thing that makes us the most money, fuck all the civilians, fuck all the dead people, fuck all the suffering, because at the end of the day we're making more money. There's something sick about that, and I just don't know how you get there.
Well, I tell you what it is that we've gone away from, and this is the biggest problem, I think, like, is that we've gone away from manifest destiny, which is actually conquering shit and turning it into America, and gone towards this bullshit where we do neo-imperialism and Urbo, and we all just hold hands and pretend that we're not fucking actually taking over countries or putting puppet governments that are basically us in there. Instead, we should just do shit out in the open and conquer these bitches. And I think that's our biggest problem right now, is because y'all are going to sit here and let these corrupt motherfuckers get around. I saw a meme the other. I actually just sent it to Fabian. It's a TikTok on Twitter, and basically I saw a thing where people go, I saw that the Earth is 26 trillion or 39 trillion in debt. Who do we own it to? And then the next photo is Jupiter with a fucking whatever, a hat on it. It's like Jupiter, the whole trumpets start playing. Like, it's ridiculous that we've gotten to this point where people are sitting here making jokes like that. Like, y'all are sitting here going, oh yeah, who's really holding
Jupiter?
the
Did you just say hat and Jupiter? And we like, were people supposed to catch it? Was it a yarmulke?
Yeah, it's a yarmulke, bro. Like, yeah, so like the trumpet stuff, like, yeah, I'll send it to you. I'll send you the clip in a second, Sociality. But like, it's like, yeah, who are we in debt to?
Maybe don't play it on
to, like, these shadow lords or something. Like, what? Like, it's ridiculous. And you know why we're indebted to these shadow lords, the Illuminati, or I guess the Jews, or whoever it is? Like, it's it's bullshit. We just need to conquer shit. That's what we need to go back to, conquering countries.
You know, Gibbs, I've come to a realization that is like kind of funny here, which is Gibbs is actually an anarcho-capitalist, and I'll explain. Okay, because anarcho-capitalism and, you know, anarchism, you know, I'm an anarcho-objectivist, whatever you want to say, right, is the belief that if you violate the non-aggression principle, that you are living by the law of the jungle and you have no right to claim any level of ethics whatsoever. That the moment that you start saying that you can violate people's rights because of the greater good and some other outcome, whatever it may be, is the moment you've left the domain of ethics and you're just saying the strong rule and it's whatever my preference is. Everything else you say is logical nonsense. And weirdly enough, Admiral Gibbs believes that. I think he's just like, no, yeah, fuck ethics. Like, I just care about my preference and my power, like my people's preference and power. And the rest of you all try and maintain contradiction and speak in irrational nonsense. And I have to deal with it constantly, where like you think taxes are okay and you think certain levels of power are okay, but then you like judge, you know, wars and all these other things and act like that's somehow evil. You just live your life in constant contradiction. And, you know, Gibbs, I got to give you mad respect, because like you're the only one here other than myself that doesn't live in a constant state of irrationality and contradiction. I think you are supremely evil. But you are the only one here that's not actually irrational. And I just find that so fucking funny.
You're muted.
You're muted.
I don't agree with that assessment that much, like, at all, actually. I mean, maybe I like my government that backs what I'm running, but yeah, basically, that's pretty much essentially what you just said. It's nice not having to live in contradiction. No middle gymnastics here.
Yeah, it's fine. I'll just leave that alone. I'm glad you guys are getting along. That's fantastic.
Do you guys just become best friends?
I'm sure. I'm just saying he's consistently and logically evil. The rest of you aren't.
Yeah. Okay. So, did you want to say anything else, Aiko? You were quiet, so I just want to.
Oh no! Although I guess I should add, yeah, it does make sense that at some point, because logic is never perfectly executed, that you were either going to be self-contradictory at some point, or you're just going to bite a lot of bullets and accept the extremes to whatever your logical reasoning like takes you to. So it does make sense that one would be one or the other.
As it is logical.
Like if my logic makes me like have to keep walking until I walk like off the balcony and fall, I'm going to stop and not fall off the balcony, right? That's a contradiction because my logic would have me go in that direction, right? And then there's other people who will just go right off the balcony because they don't want to contradict what they've said previously or what their logical arguments like ultimately lead to. Those are your two options.
Yeah, you can be. I think the greatest insult a human being can ever say is that you are irrational, right? I think there's no insult greater than that. No level of evil, even if you're like a child predator or something cannot be the same height of evil as to simply be irrational and to think that contradictions exist, because that argument that contradictions can exist is to say that all evil is justifiable, that all evil is good. So you're saying when you say A can equal not A, what you're actually saying is there's nothing wrong with child predators, there's nothing wrong with Hitler, there's nothing wrong with what Israel does. You were saying all of those things. So I don't necessarily disagree with you, Ike but I do think that it is important to recognize that the person that believes that they can exist in a state of contradiction is the height of evil at its core. And while Gibbs says a lot of evil things, no matter how evil the things he says are technically less evil than all of the rest of you, because he's only supporting some level of evil things.
Evil. Sure. I'm very happy for you all. This
In the long
this
term,
sounds great.
we get the win.
Let's all hold hands virtually.
Yeah. Okay, so let's just move on to our next topic. And hey, all guys, if you're out there, consider supporting the channel. We've got only a little bit of support this month, so consider helping us out. Subs to the channel, get bits to give subs, or if you have super chats, consider helping us out through a super chat. Or sorry, if you're on YouTube, use a super chat. And we will read your super chat. We'll react to your super chat. We see you guys out there chatting. Want us to react to anything? Consider supporting the channel so I can keep providing this. So subs to the channel, gift bits, or gift subs. Yeah. Consider helping us out if you enjoy this content. So I'm providing you with it. So we'll move on to our next topic. I don't know if what's his face will join us.
Grid?
Grid. He said he had to take his kids to some event. So hopefully he'll be here. But the topic that I had actually planned for, and again, we can talk about Iran again in the future. I mean, we're going to be in this quagmire for a bit. Hopefully, we won't get any deeper than we have already.
The rest of our lives, probably.
Well, I mean, hopefully for you, right? We'd have to finish the job, and that would just take.
Unless Israel moves, right? You won't have this problem.
No, actually, he wants to stay here for 100 years. On this.
Yeah. What if Israel conquers the Middle East? Then new problems. I guess.
Yeah. Okay. But in any case, so we'll be discussing it again in the future. But the thing that's more immediately relevant is unfortunately a tragedy that happened over this weekend. A smaller scale tragedy. On Saturday, a gunman dressed as a police officer assassinated a Minnesota lawmaker and her husband. He also shot and seriously injured another politician, and his wife. This seems to be a politically motivated and planned shooting. The victims were Democratic politicians, while it is suspected at the moment that the shooter was a Republican. This comes on the same day as there were multiple acts of violence against protesters during the anti-Trump No Kings rally. And it follows multiple attempts to assassinate Trump himself last year. Do you think that political violence is becoming endemic in the United States? Do you foresee this level of violence being normalized in the future? And is there anyone to blame for the current state of affairs? So, in Minnesota, this individual, he seemed to be impersonating a police officer, comes for this one politician, and his wife happens to be there. He shoots them up. They survive. That first couple actually survives. And from what I understand, the timeline this is my understanding, that he moves on to another house, and then and another Democratic politician. Those individuals weren't there because they were on vacation. And then he goes on to a third house, and that apparently there was a police car in front of that woman's house, and so he skips it. Then the fourth house, he goes to another Democratic politician, her and her husband, and he kills them both. And then the police confront him outside. That's my understanding of the timeline. I hope I didn't get anything correct. And he flees from there. Later on, just recently, he's been captured and captured alive. Right, so that's fantastic. It From the evidence presented so far, it seems that he is indeed ideologically aligned with Republicans. That he is pro-Trump, specifically. But so I want to talk about this particular incident, but I also do want to have a larger conversation about the political bias we've been facing in this country, and seeing if we think this is going to be an increasing trend. Because I think we're using the word assassination a lot more, just like literally in a span of a year, right? We've used that term a lot more. So, like, do you think the trend will increase? So we'll start with our friend Lactoid. Thanks.
Yeah. So first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to address a few things. The No Kings rally appeared to be largely nonviolent. There were a few incidents, though. There was a shooting. The motive is currently unknown. And then there was also a incident where an SUV drove through a group of people. If you watch that video, the group of people surrounds the car and starts attacking it. And then the SUV driver tries to flee through the crowd. So the crowd absolutely instigated that fight. They attacked the guy in the SUV. The video is clear as day. The fact that he's being deemed as like the attacker, I think, is totally fucked. And I think, again, just some kind of partisan spin that's happening. In terms of the assassination of the Democrat lawmakers in Minnesota, condemn that, obviously. Pretty easy to condemn. Pretty fucked, the whole situation. It's unclear what his motivations actually are. There's some people saying that he was a pro-Trumper. There's some people questioning how reliable that evidence is, and that, in fact, he has a history of working with Democrats. Apparently, he was appointed by Tim Walz for a certain position. I'm not sure what his political motivations were. I think there probably was some kind of political motivation, given that his list was like 45 Democrat lawmakers. Whether it be some kind of super pro-Trumper, or whether it be some kind of crazy guy with like a personal vendetta against the Democrat Party, or whether it be some far leftist who has some kind of gripe with the Democrats for some reason. I don't actually know at this point. So I'm going to withhold judgment from for that, other than just saying that it's fucked and that it shouldn't have happened. In terms of political violence generally, I've mentioned this a few times. Political polarization is getting worse and worse in America. Every decade is getting worse. In the 90s, Democrats and Republicans more or less got along, and we're okay with like having friends of the opposite political party in our two-party system. But now this is becoming less and less common. People don't have friends, like Democrats don't have friends that are Republicans, and Republicans don't have friends that are Democrats. There's also studies demonstrating that Democrats appear to be a little bit worse on this issue, like in terms of pushing people away. They're more likely to cut people off if they disagree with them politically. And this does lead to increased amounts of political hegemony on the left compared to the right. But the right absolutely does it too. I think this polarization is really what's driving a lot of the hatred and a lot of strife, and then that is driving violence. So I think the whole thing is like that whole development is really bad. I think the only way to do it really is make a sincere effort to be friends with somebody who you disagree with. I know that, some of you might disagree with this, but some of my closest friends are like far lefties in real life, and we tolerate each other, and that's, I think, a good thing.
I'm happy to say Lactoid also has black friends. Okay, for the record. All right.
Good job, Lactoid.
Who are not the far lefties, by the way. Interestingly enough.
Well, good to know.
Well, you can't have two strikes.
Shout out to my friend Lactoid. Let's go to Scott.
Yeah, I think the entire concept of the way that we understand violence is, obvious hypocrisy. Every person that votes is committing an act of violence. That is what they're doing. You know what I mean? Every time some, to quote, what is it Jack Johnson? I can't remember the guy's name off the top of my head, but no, that's the old boxer. I think that still might be his name. They might share a name. Anyways, every time someone says, votes for, a new ticket increase or a new tax or a new law of any kind, what they're effectively saying is they want to use the power of the state to have men ready to commit violence if those people choose to act outside of the way that they want them to act, and that ultimately if that person says, or else what, or continues forward. And so the question is why do we have an increase in these shooter situations or these, assassins, if you will, or, what is occurring there? And I think it really just comes down to this, which is, we live in a violent and incredibly violent society, but we are able to push violence off to the side and give the source of violence to the state, right? We take it out of our mind and we pretend like we're being peaceful when we support a Democrat or a Republican, when really all we're doing is enacting violence and explicitly saying that violence and killing is good for people behaving in ways that I don't like, often non-aggressively. But as material conditions, as people's economic strife increases, their ability to disassociate their violence is going to become more and more difficult. Political polarization is, I think, downstream of the fact that our country's promises of opportunity are promises that were fulfilled to the boomers and less so to Gen X, and were denied to millennials and denied to Gen Z, and ever more our economic situation is getting worse and worse. And so this idea of we'll trust other people and we'll kind of do our own thing, is going to go away. And you're seeing people get more politically engaged, and the parties get more and more extreme as the situation of our economic situation increases. In terms of this actual shooting, this has all of the markers of the Vegas shooting. This has all of the markers of a 3-letter agency shooting, not necessarily a crazy guy. I mean, obviously I don't want to say that it is. It's still early in the situation. But I mean, you have this guy Vance Butler, right, who was the director of security patrols of a supposedly made up private military contracting group, of which his wife was the CEO. He goes to Africa for 18 months and is getting a bunch of government money in Africa, giving speeches in churches, working for another group, which is Red Lion Group. Sorry, the CEO of Red Lion Group, which supposedly, according to his roommate, that he lived in a halfway house with 2 other dudes, despite the fact that he owned a mansion and a bunch of acres and also owned an entire church that he was renovating and owned several other properties. For whatever reason, he was living in a ramshackle area with 2 other guys that was discussing and had a bunch of cabs. According to that guy, this was all a fantasy and he never engaged in any of that, but he had multiple police vehicles and and on top of that, Red Lion Group was bought by HM Systems, which is one of the most valuable companies in all of Sweden. And so it's really weird that this, this group that, and IRA Systems, which is the same CEO, that deals with telecommunications and technology in underdeveloping regions and gets all kinds of government contracts from America and a bunch of other places, is the company that buys this supposedly useless company that never did anything. The idea that he was able to evade police despite being a fat 57-year-old man and get caught later because he had another vehicle there, but also he's just a crazy guy that didn't do any planning and he totally didn't have any help. The fact that people had silicone mask and a bulky jacket, which makes identifying the person in the cameras very difficult. So it's hard to know if he even did that. The fact that his wife and several family members were caught fleeing the state with $50,000 in cash, guns, tons of ammunition, and passports, instead of coming in and being oh my God, what's going on? I mean, over and over and over and over and over again, there are a lot of puzzle pieces that don't make sense in one puzzle. And so this wouldn't surprise me if this was a 3-letter agency targeting Democrats that stepped out of line because they came for their Social Security money that they were funneling black sites and to things that the taxpayer doesn't want to pay for. And when they told him to stop, all of a sudden they didn't stop. They get murked, and now a crazy guy gets activated, and he went to a bunch of different places. And I don't buy this story. I don't buy this shooter story. I don't buy the narrative. I don't buy the fact that they don't have the manifesto out. I don't buy the fact that the guy, for whatever fucking reason, didn't have his own car keys that morning and broke his roommate's car that he lent him so that he could get something out of the car and made sure his face was on camera multiple times. I don't buy any of this shit. It's extremely sus. This looks like a fucking 3-letter agency taking out some Democrats that were coming for their money more than anything. And you can call me crazy if you want, but that story makes a lot more sense than this bullshit the media's selling.
Thanks so much. Aiko, let's take a look at my DMs. Corey.
I love following Scott. Makes my Monday. But what I will say also is I very much appreciate Lactoid's endorsement of his friends. I tolerate you. To all my friends out there, I tolerate you as well. But Lactoid does have a point in terms of political polarization. That does appear to be a thing that appears to be increasing. And I'm sure there are multiple variables at play. But let's just say, maybe part of it is black and white thinking. I think that's a variable at play in terms of political polarization, in terms of not pointing any fingers, of like, well, if you call someone irrational, that must mean you are evil, and that voting is an act of evil. I wonder if that has anything to do with political polarization and black and white thinking. Just throwing it out there. But Scott also does have a point in terms of there is a disaffected generation. Millennials, Gen Z, and probably Gen Alpha coming up. And that will have political ramifications. But all that to say, these are just some of the variables at play in terms of why there appears to be increasing political polarization and violence. And what the answer is, I don't know. What I can say is, obviously, this is a horrific act. What the actual root cause of it is, I guess we'll find out. But from what I can tell of the details so far, we don't know for sure, as in what their political affiliation is, a Republican, Democrat, Independent, don't know for sure. But what appears to be of the current information available, at the very least, they seem to be a pretty staunch religious conservative. If I'm a betting person, I would bet my money that they're either conservative or Republican, or both. But we'll see what the actual information says somewhere down the line, if we actually get those facts. But yes, I'll leave it there for now in terms of, this is bad. I don't know what the actual answers are.
Ollie.
Yeah. So it seems like everything's getting political online, right? And the online representatives are probably the worst people that you could have, right? So if you are a hater of Charlie Kirk, right, you're going to assume anyone that likes him is just, he embodies all of it, and you're going to hate anyone that likes him. And so far, Asmongold, Destiny's, all these people, the rhetoric is ramping up. It's going crazy because the views are, it gets them the views, right? When they're talking about stochastic terrorism, or when Hassan Piker and Noah Sampson are talking about amping up protests, and peaceful protests aren't doing enough, or peaceful measures aren't doing enough, their followers are obviously going to, follow suit. And so when it's just total drama and beef online and constant arguing, the rhetoric's going crazy, you're obviously going to have people that are acting out the measures that they're seeing. So I don't know. I don't see this getting any better. I don't know. Sorry, I'm just completely spazzing out. My wife is coughing up, so I gotta give me a second. I'll be.
Gibbs.
So, I actually, oh damn, Sociologic left. He's not gonna get to see this joke. I actually brought my tinfoil yarmulke today, and I gotta say, we're gonna be a little bit Alex Jonesy, but Fabian beat me to it. This shit is goddamn sus, bro. It's fucking insane. You mentioned the Vegas shooter. I'm not as familiar with all the stuff that goes there, but I do remember the Matthew Cook shooter for, Trump. And that shit was wild. The guy, yeah, this guy's a registered Republican is what all the Dems started putting out. Then turns out he worked for BlackRock. He donated money to the Dems. Yeah, real sus. The guy's clearly somehow got the ability to shoot in an area that's should be watched by the, Secret Service. All shit, real weird. And I wouldn't be surprised. This guy, however, has got like a hyper realistic mask. I think it's the same one used by Luigi. He's got the bulky clothes. He's got all this bullshit with the cars and the guns. He goes all over Africa working for this security organization that somehow can't make any money, and yet, he's still able to go on these trips over there and give speeches, and yet none of these speeches have any recordings, apparently, except for like one where he talks about some shit. And then that's what everybody's saying. Oh, look at these religious views, and then all these things. It's sus as fuck. I got a lot of questions. And it's also the timing is really weird. The woman the night before that said she was voting against this, she looked terrified. Like, I'm not one to sit here and read body language, but she sounded terrified. She looked terrified. Like, if I was a betting man, which I've never gambled in my life, I would put a lot of money on the fact that she was terrified. Like, that would be something I would do. And it's no surprise to me that, like, the governor that coined the word creepy to head off everybody calling him their creepy Uncle Tim, is the one that's sitting here, like, behind a lot of this in maybe this area, or has known about it. Because not only did this guy get appointed by Walls, he got appointed by the previous Democratic governor to this position. I'm not going to sit here and say it's a Republican or a Dem. I think that if there was ever a three-letter agency false flag, this shit's got every fucking hallmark I've ever seen. I mean, all we need now is some sheds from the lizard that he actually is. We just need to get his skin from the ground, because he's probably a lizard person, or maybe a frog like Doobie. I don't fucking know. At this point, the conspiracy theories are more likely to be correct than anything else. I do think political violence is on the uptick. The timing's really weird with like all these protests going out, and way they did it on that day, and it takes away, or the day before, it takes away a lot of the media coverage from that, because the protests were mostly peaceful. That's pretty sus. I find that all of it is suspicious to me. I do think political violence is becoming more and more a problem. I've talked to many lefties, and many lefties are like coming to join Republicans because the lefties are just like very, very dogmatic. If you don't believe what I am, you're evil kind of thing. Versus Republicans are willing to like maybe a joke with you and make you cool, and they get whatever. But like it's kind of like, and want to work with you or talk with you and come to like common ground stuff. But most lefties are not. I think I want to applaud Prime. Prime is willing to have conversations with everybody and host people on here. He does a good job of that. We need more lefties like Prime and less lefties like these people that are just isolationists amongst their peers, and that's a problem. Partisanship, and just not willing to talk to people is a huge problem. I don't know what the solution for that is. Maybe it's the social media radicalization. There's probably a lot of competing theories, but yeah, I definitely think this was some kind of CIA hit job. Also, how do you identify somebody when they have a hyper realistic mask on and they're basically covered head to toe in tactical gear? That's what I haven't figured out yet. When you do figure that out, let me know.
I don't know if he was covered in that the entire time, and they could have also traced the vehicle.
Literally by his hat and by his car.
Yeah,
suspicious.
Car.
It's suspicious.
That doesn't seem
car's
too suspicious.
Not that suspicious, but yeah.
Yeah,
suspicious.
They do that all the time.
Well, I mean, this whole company is suspicious. We're not. We can.
Okay, that's fine. Let's.
Sorry, I was just trying to answer. My bad. It's opening. My bad.
Sure. No worries, friend. Aiko, you are muted.
You're muted.
Sorry, I agree with Gibbs that the best alternative to this being just some like sort of crazy rightoid is lizard people. I think that's probably the second most plausible explanation. That's probably but if we're going to talk about like what we know about him, and this would have to be something going back years, right? So he would have to be truly like a sleeper agent who was like put into this like a long time ago. Is the fact that I think he registered twice, 2004, and then again in 2022, both as a Republican. We do know that most of the people on his list, if they weren't Democrats, then they were people associated with the abortion industry. So I think the most likely motive would be something to do with his religious evangelicalism or his opposition to abortion. And of course, those are two overlapping things. So this seems, if he got it in his mind, if he spazzed out and was a little bit crazy, and he already had these beliefs about, abortion, being murdered, and the best way he could save lives is, I'm Catholic, so I know a lot of people who actually know someone involved in the abortion like protesting industry, and everybody knows somebody who's a little bit extremist in their views at those kinds of protests, where even the other protesters are like, man, I don't know about that guy. And it sounds like he's one of those types who's on that element. And just to give you an illustration as to what I mean, Prime, do you have that that video ready? I'm sorry?
Do you see my DMs?
Yeah, you said to put it in live into
to share it to StreamYard.
Yeah, just put it in the StreamYard chat is what I assume.
No.
you want to share your screen and
video
share my screen
There's a
into-
share button at the bottom, or present button.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Bottom.
Let me go.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the one clip that's going around. Well, there's like two of them.
Yeah.
I'm sure. I'll set it up later and then we'll watch it.
Yeah. We'll let our friend Doobie go first. Doobie,
Okay.
please.
Oh, I just wanted
I
to
agree.
say, sorry. The last thing is I just wanted to say quickly, like as on that on the board that he was in. Yeah, it's true that he was appointed by Tim Walz, but it was a bipartisan board, which means he has to put some Democrats and he has to put some Republicans. So of course you would expect. Typically, what happens is he gets a list from the Republican leaders within the state who say these are the people we would like to recommend, and then from that list he picks somebody else. And the previous governor, who was also a Democrat, picked him. It was a 40-member board. These were unpaid positions and not particularly powerful positions, and it's a bipartisan board. So he's going to put Republicans on that board as well as Democrats.
Democrats appoint Republicans to things all the time that drives me up the fucking wall. Yeah, all the time. Let's go to our friend DB.
So I'm not typically the lizard people person, right? I don't typically go that far, but I do have to say,
of course,
what Scott laid out, especially, it does make sense. It makes way more sense than the current narrative, to be honest. And maybe it's because the Epstein thing happened, and they're still dragging their ass to let any of that shit out after promising that they would repeatedly, and then they make this big show of doing it. It's the same shit that's been out already for like 2 years, 3 years now, and they're just like hoping it goes under the rug. Like, obviously, the government's involved in some shady shit. The Vegas thing, right? So at the time when people were saying this was like some kind of like CIA three-letter agency thing, I brush it off, right? Because people always say that with shootings. But if you actually go and look into that shit, it's really fucking strange. There's a lot of shit there that just doesn't add up. It doesn't make any fucking sense. So I would, and given that the current climate, I would not put it past CIA, some group within the government, to do something like this. So, but before I make that firm stance, or make that my position, I would just wait for more information if it ever comes out, which it probably won't. I assume in a couple weeks I brush it under the rug and move the fuck on to the next thing.
Yeah, okay. I have no.
They did catch the guy, and he's still alive, so that's a stroke of luck.
Yeah, that's good.
Well, I mean, they caught the guy who shot RFK, right? Or JFK.
Yeah.
And then see what happened, but
not for long. Yeah,
exactly.
So, listen again. I got my tinfoil hat on for a reason, right? Once Gibbs broke his out. Look. I don't know what happened. Nobody knows what happened. Nobody knows why it happened, right? I'm just trying to see what makes more sense. And I'm gonna be honest with you, the narrative that I laid out makes more sense. You have this woman was looking terrified, as Gibbs said, which is very fucking it was very strange. But maybe
could you explain this to the woman? Are you saying the woman who died?
Yes. How just before, because she had to vote. What was she voting against? What she was voting against? The two that actually died were Democrats that were voting to defund Social Security payments to illegal immigrants. Now, what you have to understand about Social Security payments is you hear from Democrats all the time that not a single Social Security payment goes to illegal or undocumented immigrants. And the reason they say that is you'll always hear not a single federal fund goes to that. And you're like, well, why do they use that terminology? The reason they use that terminology is that money goes to the states, and then the states distributes that money. And so you have a lot of people that are getting those benefits with false Social Security numbers and things of that nature. Now, if I was going to run a CIA black site type shit and do crazy things around the world, which CIA has done constantly over and over and over again, they never stopped doing it. I might use fake Social Security numbers and have one or two people that work in the Social Security Administration, and all I need is 1,000 fake Social Security numbers, and then all of a sudden I've got, a little under $1 million a year for a project somewhere, and I don't have to put it through the regular channels. Now, the reason all I'm saying is none of this shit adds up. Not a single, and this idea that we're like obsessed with whether or not someone voted or registered as like a Republican or a Democrat really just goes to show how the entire conversation is nonsense around these things. And like tribal politics is like, has taken over. Like whether they're a CIA fucking activated sleeper guy who's just a nutcase, right? And they went out and murdered somebody and then they've put a fall guy on some crazy guy, or whether or not it's just a crazy guy operating completely on his own. Anytime that it is just the crazy guy, if you look into their political ideology, it never matches Democrats or Republicans. Right? Like it's always like I'm an environmental terrorist that hates blacks. It's always a mixture of the most insane, like the idea that it's like this guy was a Republican or this guy was the people that go out and assassinate politicians have wild fucking ideologies that are like a mix match of different things they got fed once because they were on a Discord server and believed some shit, and they're like, and their grasp on reality is very limited. They never neatly fit onto the right or the left. And so like remember that guy, the black guy that like was like shooting on like the trainway station, and then people were like, he's a fucking critical race theory guy because we got access real quick, and he had a bunch of like anti-white racist memes, and the right was like obsessed with being like, this guy's crazy. And it's like, and you look at other shit and like he's like, yeah, he has those crazy ideas, and he also supports a bunch of like I think at like one point he like praised Hitler. It was like, dude, these people are not, they don't fit into that camp. Yeah, no,
So
I'm sorry.
Kanye West.
The whole thing stinks of high heaven. It stinks of a fucking 3-letter agency hit because those people went after their fucking slush fund by going after Social Security, because it's the easiest way to get money from the government and get funnel money illegally without anybody noticing, so that you don't have to keep the money on the books.
That's pretty scary. I mean, how do we vote against that? How do we stop the actual deep state, the one that's like assassinating people? Because
Yeah, you want to stop. You want to bring in political stability. You want to stop all of this political violence, and you want to defund a bunch of problems. Well, maybe, just maybe, things like U.S. aid and NGO payments that literally funded the Arab Spring and are being used via funding of the AFL-CIO to fund all of the fucking current protests that are going on, that are meant to destabilize a country, that are done. You're literally paying for the left-wing protests that are destabilizing your country right now with your tax dollars. You get rid of that shit.
Well, just to like back up a little bit here of what Scott's saying, because I know sometimes Scott talks a lot about things that
Will talks a lot. Yeah, sure.
People might not find like, oh, that's like some conspiracy or whatever. But they're like, I'll link you guys a website where you can actually like go through each of the donors for the No Kings protest and trace back like the organizations where it comes from, or which organizations give money to them.
$130,000 here, $80,000 here.
And like I learned a lot.
Volunteer, Northrop Grumman.
No. So it's even weirder. So have you ever heard of the endowment for, what is it? The Endowment for Democracy?
The National Endowment for Democracy.
The National Endowment for Democracy.
It's a CIA. It's a CIA group that they use to destabilize other countries, and they use it to destabilize our country as well.
So the U.S. aid, which is a government program, almost funds entirely the National Endowment for Democracy. It's overwhelmingly over 95% getting funded by the government.
It's the shit that started protests in Ukraine, by the way.
Yeah, and them combined with it's a branch of the AFL-CIO, literally a union. It's a branch of the AFL-CIO's, like their political wing. They also get direct funding, and so their funding is over 96% from the government. So the government is funding
$72 million last year.
Yeah, the government is funding the AFL-CIO's political branch, which then goes on to give money to various left-wing causes in the United States. It's fascinating when you actually start following the money trails.
It's actually more than their union dues, which was only $68 million, I believe. So it's a couple $1 million more than their union dues is government money that then goes to fund left-wing activist organizations, or
it's very open.
NGOs and things of that nature that that
the deep
target.
state is transparent.
It's surprisingly transparent. Seriously,
the deep state is inefficient, right? Because the state is inefficient. And on top of that, we have a lot more tools. They haven't updated their ability to hide shit because we have a lot more tools and laws that were based off of a world before the internet, or, you know, before normal people could be like, hey, Grok, where does this funding come from? And immediately give you the fucking
even then
answer.
they can't. Even then, you have to like have a degree in fucking this bullshit to even make heads or tails of half of it. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, you got to put on your tinfoil hat and really dig deep.
Sorry. Can we not though? Right? Like, so I am fully ready to believe that our intelligence agency has done something horrible, right? Because they have done something horrible. They did lots of horrible things to black people. They stuffed out a lot of black civil rights leaders. They assassinated them. And you know, we've seen this from the past, right? And we see them in other countries. We know that they
tried to start a war with Cuba with false flag
all the time, and so many things.
Tried
right?
to kill Americans so that we would go to war with Cuba and things like that. Yeah.
And I thought it was interesting what our friend Scott said during the last segment about the decommissioned carriers or whatever, right? Warships going to the Middle East, and like what happens if they get bombed? It would be kind of a coincidence. The ones that we don't need get bombed, and then that's the excuse for war. I'm willing to do all of that, okay? However, in this moment, at this time, the facts that we do have are that like this person, probably a Republican, right? Probably a guy who is unhinged, and then decide to shoot at Democrats. That is the simplest explanation now. I'm going to update my understanding there. Okay, one second. Okay, sure. I'm going to update my understanding when we have additional evidence that can actually tell us that it was our intelligence agencies, that we have a very good idea. But right now, we're just making like random conjectures. I might be using that term wrong. Lacto, don't yell at me. But
what is your evidence in that? If I may, like, what is your evidence that he's actually public? Because the only evidence I've seen so far is a random his neighbor said something, and then like a Papa John's guy said something, and his roommate, and all those people.
Yeah, multiple people have said something, and he targeted Democratic politicians, right? Like that's a very good sign, right?
Yeah, just like that voted with Republicans, right?
And he said that
they voted with Republicans.
And the person who said he voted I mean, first of all, we don't have his voting record yet. We've just been told what his voting record is right now, so we don't know for sure. But that's what this individual said.
Reported on
voting with Republicans, and as of now, it seems that. Sorry, would you say? I didn't hear you.
New York Post is the one that reported his voter registrations. Doesn't mean that we know how he voted, but we know that he was registered as a Republican.
Was Matthews Cook a Republican?
It's an open primary, though.
Oh yeah, no. But we can say that it's most likely that Matthew Cook, or whatever his name was a Democrat. Okay, sure, but like the targeting Donald Trump, but like the evidence that we have now at this very moment, right? Not the ones that we're making up in our heads. Not all the connections. I
have more evidence for my claim than
no, I think it's USA.
It might be. Yeah, it might be. Yeah, sure, USA. Might have been, or it could be. Like it's weird.
They funded Ukrainian terrorists first, and now they're funding these terrorists. Okay,
what haven't they done? Right?
Let me weave this. Let me weave this, right? Because I feel like you're specifically attacking what you believe to be is conjecture for me, right? So let me
the
explain.
most plausible scenario.
Right. Let me explain. The evidence that we have to support the current narrative, right, obviously is ring light footage of a person that could be anybody, right? We have the vehicles that are linked to both the person and his business. Okay, now this business, now we have the roommate who's claiming he's a Republican. Now his roommate is reading things off of his cell phone, being like, "It was totally did this alone, and I'm so sorry." Right? And we have the hit list that was not his actual hit list, but the police reporting what his supposed hit list is. That was presumably either, we don't know if it was physical or digital. They won't say, right? But we have the local PD, right? So this isn't necessarily FBI or somebody, right? It's not a 3-letter agency reporting that. Okay, we have. Previous ideological statements when he was in Africa, that say that, he's a very, very against abortion, and all of those things seem plausible. My problem with this situation is that there's a whole bunch of other things that don't fit that narrative. Okay. Him breaking into his roommate's car the morning that he's about to shoot people. Crazy people do crazy shit, and they certainly do crazy shit the day that they're going to go assassinate people. So let's set that aside, right? That's not that crazy. His roommate saying that everything was a fantasy, and his previous work experience being a manager at 7-Eleven, but having the millions of dollars to buy these vehicles, buy a $60,000 church, buy a mini mansion with I think it's something close to 50 acres of land. His wife having, being able to quickly get together 50 grand in cash. All of those things don't really fit his supposed job description, where everyone is where the NPR is reporting that these things never did any government contracts, and that it's probably just a sham business that never really existed, and he was completely broke and ran out of money and never got any help from anybody in Africa. It's he's so broke, and then he comes back, and I guess we're supposed to believe that his wife is divorcing him. That's why he's living in a halfway house with 2 other dudes that are totally his best friend in this ramshackle house. But why does he then buy a $60,000 church? The fact that his company that supposedly doesn't fucking make any money whatsoever is bought. We don't know how it was acquired. We just know who acquired it. It was acquired by a large, an incredibly large business that does cutting edge thing in third world countries and does a ton of government contracts. If it was a worthless company that never made any business and the funding all dried out, why would HM Strategies even acquire the business? What value did it have if not contracts, property, or if not they were paying him for some reason for services rendered or moving money or laundering money in some way? There are a lot of things that do not fit that media narrative. I offered an alternative narrative, but I'm not saying my narrative is the correct narrative. What I'm saying is here's a narrative that makes sense with the evidence. And the one that you and the media are presented makes zero sense with the evidence. It just, the idea that he acted alone, the idea that, there's a lot of evidence that does not fit that narrative.
Hold on. To be clear, I'm not saying that anything that I'm presenting is necessarily correct. Again, I keep stipulating, it's in this moment. This is what we have. I say that for a reason because
for sure. I'm just saying it's a less likely and less plausible than mine.
I'm not ready to go that far yet. But 1 second. Just so what I'm saying is that you have presented, and I haven't looked into this, right? But I'm not calling you a liar, of course, Scott. Right? All I'm saying is that I am unaware of these individual pieces. Right? I've heard about the Red Lion Group, and that there wasn't any evidence that any business had actually been done through that organization, at least at this moment. But whatever, right? When I hear that, all that tells me is that, well, this is a crime that happened less than 3 days ago, and we're still investigating. And then we have a person's life who we have not fully penetrated, right, and examined yet. And so that, rather than saying, okay, now we have a few threads here, right, that haven't been tied up, and instead let's put an alternative narrative with these threads. I'm saying, hey, why don't we just wait and hear more evidence, right? And maybe there is a reasonable explanation for literally everything that you brought up, right? Maybe there's an unreasonable explanation because people live unreasonable lives, right? Maybe this guy just has a line of credit that we don't.
For sure. I'm just there's the problem with your argument. I agree. I totally agree with your argument. The problem with your argument is there is this insistence that he worked alone, that police are saying, and that media are touting, right?
I'm not saying that myself.
I find that to be an insane claim given both the evidence and how early the investigation is. And this is another thing that stinks to me about it. There is an insistence of taking the testimony of this guy this stinky fat slob that lives with him, that, oh, this is all a fantasy. Oh, NPR checked and there doesn't seem to be any contracts, so this is a made up thing. There's this insistence early on that these things are the truth, or that this is where evidence is weighed, as opposed to going, yeah, things aren't making sense. They're not adding up. Clearly we need to do more investigation. Like, I hate to be like one of the fucking Juicebergs or something, but like I'm noticing a fucking pattern. Okay, I'm noticing some patterns, and it has all the hallmarks of these things that we'll never learn anything about ever again. Right? I will never hear anything about, just like the Vegas shooter. Right? We'll never get any information about, just like the Trump shooter. There are certain shootings that occur, or like the guy that shot up the Walmart and was in a Discord server with a retired FBI agent and another guy that gave him his whole manifesto, and somehow he had the money for fuck tons of firearms and guns that he shouldn't have had the money for, and he totally didn't have a handler, but he had a handler in a Discord server. Yeah, you know what I mean? Like there are certain shootings that have the hallmark of psyops, or things that are designed to take care of problematic people, when the three-letter agencies find a problematic person and they activate crazy people. And there's this weird insistence that we're supposed to talk about MK Ultra and all the shit that the CIA did as like, oh, that was totally shut down, and we should just trust that the CIA don't do that shit. And instead of just the more reasonable assumption, which is they kept doing that shit. And occasionally they activate people that are fucking psychos, and then they make them the fall guy because they have handlers, and then they have someone actually get the assassinations done. And then they have this crazy true believer that's like, yep, I did that shit. Because in a world of 8 billion people, you can find crazy people and fund them money and have a handler and control them in certain ways so that they'll take credit for shit like that and activate.
Sure. So I'm going to go to Gibbs, and then I'm going to show the video that Aiko wants us to look at. And from there, I actually wanted to expand. I can't, because we can't actually engage with this. Like, a lot of the problem is that no one can engage with this.
I'll try here. I just
accept it as true.
We can't engage with this, Gibbs.
Why can't you engage with this?
Because we're just like making random conjecture. Because what field agency I'm going to blame from this, right? Now you're saying MK Ultra. It might have been the MK. Yeah, it might have been, right? Or it might have been a new CIA project.
This is total bullshit. So long as I present a narrative that the media that lies every fucking day, that has a bunch of evidence that doesn't make fucking sense with the narrative they're presenting, we can all engage with that. But the moment that I start talking about some shit, we immediately got to use the CIA created term in our thought about conspiracy theory. Yeah, I have the
I didn't even say conspiracy theory. I said MK Ultra. I used what you said, right? You said, hey, maybe it's MK Ultra. Maybe, I don't know. Sure, it could be. It could be some other program that I don't know about. It could be lots of things, right? There is a whole universe. There's Mossad, right? Maybe Mossad is part of it.
I just think it's funny. I think it's funny that you create a topic for us to talk about, but then all of a sudden it's too fucking new to be able to talk about.
No, friend. I'm like, no, friend, please. I'm not trying to call you a liar, and I said that before, right?
I didn't say you called me a liar.
Great. So then I'm not trying to antagonize you here. That's not my goal, right? My goal is, what I'm saying now is that for the rest of us, like, the best we can do is then start making, like, all right, I don't know about this, any participant here could say to themselves, well, I don't know about this particular three-letter agency. We're not even naming the agency, right? We're just saying it's one of them. I don't know about any program that could activate this individual. I don't know what their goals might have been, right? I don't know any of these things, right? All I do have is a list of data. We won't even call them facts.
I'm not claiming
right?
that I know all these things.
Hold on. Let me one second.
Similarities with other things, and it fits the evidence better.
Friend, please let me finish. That we have a bunch of presented information, data that we are aware of, right? And that doesn't necessarily line up with that, right? That has a perfectly reasonable narrative, but instead we'll have to grapple with something that we have that none of the rest of us, right, who aren't in the know, have any idea about. We can't actually engage with that. That's not a topic of engagement. But
I'm
we can,
sorry that I come onto a political panel to talk politics and I try and get people in on the know. How dare I educate people on things the CIA has admitted to doing?
I didn't shut you down from saying it. I gave you a lot of time to say it. You said it. Thank you. You've educated us. We appreciate it. Now, from there, I actually like to move on to the other part of the question, right? About this becoming endemic. I said I want to start with this and then blow it up, right? See a larger pattern.
Thread the weave to the CIA causing political violence.
And all of it might be the CIA. It might be every single political assassination might be the CIA. It could be. Let's all assume. Okay, thank you.
All the anti-Zionist.
Say your thing, and then I just want to get past it. So
I also want to move past it, and I think that's I'm going to segue into that, and then you can give Lyco or whatever. But so I guess the issue I'm having is I know I also brought up the conspiracy theory hits my tinfoil hat thing. Let's just dumb it down quite a bit real quick. Your argument has been, his caucus, right, leads you to believe that he's more Republican based on what you've seen, right? And then on the right, people go, oh, well, not only was he appointed by one dim governor, he was appointed by two, and then they list all the shit Fabian's done. Right? I think that we're getting past that thing that you wanted to talk about, which is the political violence, which is becoming more and more of a problem, right? And I think that this is actually a symptom of the overall problem. If it is the three-letter agencies like me and Fabian have proposed, they're using the cover of other actual political violence to get their agenda accomplished. If it is just a crazy person, they've been inspired by the massive political violence that's happening. And if not, if it's not either of those two, then who knows? But the political violence has become such a problem nationwide that if it is the three leaders, they're able to do this and present it to both sides as it's the other side. And then if it's not them, then we're not enabling crazy people to go and do this, like Luigi, like this guy potentially, and it's a recurring problem. And I don't know what the solution is, but I'll tell you what it's not. It's not going and sitting here where we go and do these witch hunts where if you have a group of friends and you go, oh, this guy's Republican, cut him out. Or if you're a Republican, you do the same thing with the Dems and stop having conversations. That's why we're getting more political violence, because what's happening is now, say, when you have an election, right? Trump wins. He wins 51%, 52% of the vote, whatever. It's basically 50-50. It's his turn to enact laws, and the left riots across the nation. Now, not all of them. The No Kings protest was pretty good, but what happened in LA was unacceptable. Basically, what happened with BLM back in the day, unacceptable. We can argue January 6th was also unacceptable. All these things are bad, and that only happens because of the extreme purity testing to where we can't be friends with people of the opposite party. And if that doesn't happen, where we can actually get back to talking, then fine. People act like America hasn't always been politically violent. Andrew Jackson killed is estimated over 100 people in duels. Sounds pretty politically violent to me. We've had people have fist fights in Congress back in the day, in the 1800s over shit. Political violence has always been a thing. We've had lots of assassinations. However, I don't think we've ever had this many assassination attempts or actually assassinations in a short period of time on leading figures. This is a problem, and to act like it's one side or the other is actually bullshit. What is a problem is the fact that nobody can talk to each other anymore. Just right now, if y'all didn't know, they're having a hit piece going on 2 or 3 different channels talking about all this shit, how I'm retarded for saying, oh, well, the abo elites are a problem because whatever. And it's just because, even though they're cool with me and they'll talk to me in person, yeah, it's fine. Then they can use you for content. This is a problem nationwide right now. People, if you have an opinion about something, then it's opposite of theirs, they're going to come for you. And well, it's because they're watching right now. I welcome y'all to watch me and lurk and hate because, you know what? It's just going to give me more ad revenues. Oh, by the way, enjoy a 2-minute ad.
Was anyone saying this is a problem on the right specifically? I don't think anyone was.
Both.
But I don't think anyone was saying it left or right.
You have a lot of people on the left that will make that claim that the problem.
I can give you. Let me.
On the right that make the same claim against the left.
Yeah, right? So let me just give you a list. Lee Harvey Oswald was a Marxist. Gavrilo Princip was a Marxist. He started World War I, took out Archduke Ferdinand or whatever. Sirhan,
I'm way back.
Apologized to. Well, I'm getting closer. Sirhan Suhan took out RFK. He was, I'm sorry, Prime, but he was pro-Palestinian. Carlos the Jackal was a left-wing Marxist. James Hodgkinson, that was in 2017. He's the guy who went on to the congressional baseball game or whatever and tried to take out Republicans. And actually put somebody in the hospital for months. Those are all on the left. Like there are like known left-wing people who are like political assassins, and I think that we're going to see that going forward from both parties because of honestly, I think you can call me a conspiracist on this one, but I think that the Russian troll farms, their real goal wasn't to put Trump in power per se. Their goal was to take Republicans and Democrats and put them at each other's throats, which is why in 2016 they actually supported three people. They supported Trump because he was out there for a Republican and he was had the potential to divide the country. But they also supported Bernie because they wanted to push Democrats over, to where the people could call them the S word, socialist. And then there was a third party candidate. It was the Green Party candidate, Jill Stein, who they supported too. And they didn't think they could get any of those three in. They just wanted to get as many of those three people, pushed it forward as possible so that we would be at each other's throats because there's not a lot of ideological compromise that was possible to go there. But then also, Prime, can we show the thing?
Sure. And Sir Bobbles, thank you for re-upping your Tier 1 membership on YouTube. He says, I am enjoying the digs from the Twitch chat. Bravo to NoCal Mike, who apparently is saying, okay. Hold on. Let me just read this quickly from NoCal Mike, then we'll go to that. It says, Prime, you mean the list that the deep state provided the media, right? Yeah, the list of facts. NoCal Mike says, Prime Kai, how do you know the three-letter agencies didn't plant Fabian and Gibbs on this panel to poison the well with disinformation? We can't be sure.
If they give me enough money, I'll poison the well. Give me more money, folks.
Do it.
Where's my Zionist handler? If you're listening.
I mean, to be fair, yeah, Gibbs will actually do
Gibbs is always consistently evil, brother. I'm telling you.
He'll actually do that.
Hey, Zionists, if y'all want to give me money, I'm in.
NoCal Mike says, my conclusion is Fabian is a three-letter agency disinformation agent. Mark it down. All right. Well, thanks for that.
Which three-letter agency are you working for, Scott?
I guess, maybe a four-letter agency. I'm the first spy by Doge because the only thing I'm calling for is to cut all of this shit,
Sir Bobbles also says, oh, hey, Remy LeBeau. Thank you for being here. So Bobbles also give a $2 super chat saying, I'm helping promote Twitch chat. They are active. So I appreciate it. And guys, Twitch chat, consider there you are, Sir Bobbles. Consider supporting the channel. If you haven't done so already, if you're out there, got a Twitch, Amazon Prime Gaming. Consider using that here. Support this community so I can keep doing this. I do need your help. We haven't got much. We got 6 subs this month, so consider helping us out. We can really use it. All right, let's go to iCal, and he has.
I gave you a sub just now, Prime.
So you did resub previously, right? Yeah.
Yeah, today.
Right?
Yeah.
Yep. Thank you for the resubbing. We do need a lot more. But no, thank you.
You're doing a good enough job, iCal.
Yeah. Okay, so let's go ahead. Click play.
Okay, I'll go ahead and hit play. This is not the one that went viral. I think this is a second one. But the reason I'm showing this one instead of that one is because it's also topical to things that were happening in the legislature.
Does he use TOS words?
I'm sorry?
Does he use TOS words?
Because I think that one of them does.
Yeah, I think one of them he uses like the F slur.
Oh.
I don't remember which one.
I don't know.
I didn't hear anything when I watched this earlier.
Yeah,
okay.
But I also
Doobie is just
75%
desensitized to that word at this point.
Yeah,
true actually.
Okay. I'll just
hold on. What about this? What about this? Let me ask this. How many people here have seen this video? I've seen this video.
I have not seen
So there's another one
I've seen like all of them today, but I can't remember which one's which.
Okay, so
why don't you start out yelling the F slur?
The other one is with a male translator, and this one has a female translator.
Oh wait, hold on. I actually saw the other one. I saw the other one actually.
Yeah.
I didn't see this one.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Risky business.
Bro, let's risk it to
All
get
right.
the biscuit. All right, we're
All right,
already
hold on.
here.
We're gonna just.
You want me to watch it offline? and see if
You're not streaming on Twitch.
Yeah. Listen, I've had my best week ever in streaming. I'm not trying to go down.
All right, listen,
today.
that's fine. We don't have to watch it. I'll put the link out there, and
Look at your
anyone can
free
watch it.
speech
But he's
being
talking about trans people basically in the audience there.
Oh
And
yeah,
so,
super safe for Twitch.
and yeah. So, but here's the thing: is the legislature is very close now. I doubt that it was about that one bill that you guys were talking about before about Social Security benefits or whatever, because that passed by 3 votes in the House. And so that particular vote didn't make a difference. If they were to vote again with Hortman, now out, it would still have passed. And it was also signed by Tim Walz. So it's not, if he didn't want it, he would have vetoed it. So it didn't make a difference for that particular vote. However, there are plenty of other votes because the Democrats are only up by 1 in the House. So I believe he thinks now the legislature is over and there'll be a special election before it ever meets again. So it's not going to make a difference. But if this guy is as dumb and crazy as he appears to be, he may not have known that. He may have thought that he could swing things to the other party by doing this. I don't know. But also he had a very long list. So I think he was expecting to kill a lot more people than he did. And I think he was also hoping to make it to some abortion clinics and to impact some abortion clinic providers. And his list indicates that he was on his way there. And some of these issues that were very, very close in terms of the legislature had to do with trans people and all of that. And so based on this video, we know what his perspective is when it comes to trans people.
Hey, actually, I figured out what he was. He's an Iranian plant because they hate the gays. That's what he was.
Could be, yes. Mm-hmm. So,
They don't
he's
mind
an
the trans
evangelical in
surgeries, though.
Africa. Part of his job
They
there
don't mind
was
that. That's for sure.
Part of his job was to convince people to leave Islam and go to the Christian church. So I'm not sure how all that works. But in Africa, that Christianity versus Islam is a big thing.
Look, there's this discussion.
Alexander win $20 super chat saying Fabian feels like a crypto feudalist. I don't even.
What does that even mean in relation to this conversation?
So people on the left, specifically like the far left, not necessarily like neoliberals or whatever, they have like when they get mad at like ANCAPs, what they do is they try and come up with a new term that has the term feudalist in it as like a means of insulting. So I've heard like neo-feudalist, crypto-feudalist, or they'll just call you like a regular feudalist, or like they'll combine some word with
Neo
feudalist.
is very commonly used.
Yeah, like
It sounds pretty cool though. Yeah.
Well, basically,
everybody wants to be neo anything, right?
I think it originated.
I'm a neo-corporatist, actually.
It originated with that. Oh God, what's that socialist? There was some socialist YouTuber did like a thing where he was like saying like I'm gonna follow ANCAP to the logical conclusions, and then he just started with like 20 things that aren't ANCAP, and then like basically proved that like it will turn into a feudalist monarchy where like it'll go all the way back to medieval times and people will like starve to death and they won't get any water and they'll all die and the raiders will kill them. And then like people like took that shit seriously. Yeah, so that's what's going on there.
Okay. All right. Well, that's your response. Thank you, and Alexander Wynn for the. So I wanted to expand the conversation. I wanted to like bring people back in to talk more about like what they see as the state of affairs. Like Doobie, if you're there, friend.
Yeah.
Are you? Yeah. So I think I my list was very small there, but like there's other things we can plant in the prompt. One of the things we can plant there, for instance, Luigi, right? Like our friend Gibbs brought him up previously. I think we can say that was a political assassination. We didn't assassinate a politician, but like there was political meaning behind the assassination. I think that'd be fair to conclude.
And the left celebrated that.
Yeah, I mean, like CEOs. I mean, I don't know. Everyone has different thoughts. Everyone has different thoughts about it.
Celebrated, didn't care that it
This is why I
happened.
respect
Like,
Gibbs, right?
That's the line.
Because he's consistent, right? The left,
but-
though, you're like,
but-
oh, I'm not going to say anything about Saint Luigi.
Dude.
He's hot. You mean Bay Luigi? That's what you mean.
I hate.
He's
but,
grinning. Like, look at him. He's grinning. It's his
I
crush on
hate
Luigi.
Mario. And
He's
Mario
gay for
Kart Luigi was
right
one of
now,
my
all right?
favorites.
Luigi's a good-looking dude. No,
And Mario Kart, Luigi is my favorite drivers. I'm going to say that, right? That and Dry Bones. I was a big fan of Dry Bones too. So draw what conclusions you want from that one too. But anyway, friend. So yes, we have a spectrum, right? We can go back farther. We have more to add to this. But it seems to me that the frequency is increasing. And when I see this, right, it makes me think of our neighbor, Mexico. And I don't know about the rest of you guys, right? Like what news sources you look at, right? But the news sources that I look at have talked a lot about the political assassinations in Mexico. They happen a lot, all the time, right?
Cartels.
Hundreds of these individuals. Yeah, the cartels like murder these
Kill until they get a judge they like.
Yeah, they'll either like candidates or like mayors and governors. Like they've killed a bunch of these victims, right? These individuals as politicians, and it's like an endemic issue, right? Like you're literally taking your life in your hands, becoming a politician down there, and we are far away from that moment, very far away. But I'm afraid of us getting to such a point in time. And do you see anything like that? Do you think maybe that's ridiculous that America could never get to that point, or do you see something to be worried about?
Who was that to specifically? Oh, Doobie.
I don't know. So I think like a couple years ago, I was said probably not. But I do feel like, I mean, and people have been saying this for a while, right? The level of discourse or the violent rhetoric in the discourse is like out of control, right? This has been a thing for a long time, and I've always kind of like dismissed it because people always say this, right? You can look through history and you'll find plenty of politicians being shot. When we had that shooting at the was it the Republican baseball game or whatever the fuck, like years ago. Right, so like violence happens.
Sorry, you cut
I'm sorry,
out for
what?
a second. So
You're talking about Steve Scalise.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I was saying that we've had regular occurrences of like political violence forever, right? So like, I think that there is like a tendency to exaggerate the importance of like individual acts of political violence. I mean, but we've had plenty of them even recently. So
yeah, the 60s was.
But I think,
yeah.
But I do think that there is something to be said about the and maybe it's just because I'm in California and I did go down to some of these protests just to watch, right? Not really to participate, but just to watch what was happening, right? Over the last like few weekends. Then I've been following, the news, and I listened to my family members speak about shit. Listen to my father speaks about shit. And it's like, I just feel like the temperature is like way up there, right? Like, I don't know if it's just Trump, but he's definitely playing a part in it. But I think on both sides, I think that the Democrat like pushing this
You cut out again.
fucking fashion. Oh, am I cutting off? God damn it.
I think you cut off and then all
cut off and just come back fucking fascist.
Yeah, fucking fascist.
It's the Czar
Okay, hold on.
coming for you.
I was going to say that I think the Democrats, the way that they handle Trump, I think absolutely raised the temperature, calling him a fascist and saying he's an end democracy, yada yada, which isn't that uncommon. The Republicans do the same thing with Obama. He's a communist who's going to destroy the country, etc. But I think that and then Trump coming in and actually doing a lot of the shit that they warned about, right? I think this has like cranked up the temperature a lot, and it seems like it's just getting worse. So I don't know. I don't think we'll ever get to that level. Hopefully, at least not in the near future. But it's possible.
I'm going to go to Ali from him and Corey before I cycle to the rest of you. But Alexander Wynn also said, I missed this other $20 super chat from Alexander Wynn. Talking to Fabian, have you been called a Rothbard LARPer. Do you know what that is? Rothbard?
I've never been called a Rothbard LARPer, but Rothbard is Murray S. Rothbard is the founder of libertarianism or anarcho-capitalism. So I guess I don't know. Like Rothbard kind of gets associated these days with like left Rothbardianism because some of his ideas are just kind of dated and old because the theory has obviously gotten better as like people like Hoppe started making rights, and it shifted more to the right wing with additional theorists. So maybe that's what he's talking about. I don't know what he's talking about. If he gives a follow up, I'll answer.
Okay. Well, thank you. I agree, Alexander Wayne. Rothbard LARPer. That's the only one for me as well. I don't know.
Sure.
But thank you, Alexander. Thank you for 9 years. Aiko's listening to the video, so why don't we go to Corey? Corey, what are your thoughts looking out into this landscape?
Yeah. Well, so I can't. What was, let's say, alluded to just a few minutes ago, I think by Doobie and iCow. I can't speak to what it was like in the '60s, but based off what I know, and taking, I guess, maybe iCow's word for it, since I think he was closer to that era than I was, but I don't want to make any assumptions. But so whether we get to that level or actually, I don't know how much worse, it's hard to quantify, it was in the '60s. But at least, again, from my subjective experience and actually from the limited data that I have seen, which we don't have a lot, like, yes, there does appear to be a trend, and Blackwood alluded to it in the political polarization and, in-group, out-group affiliation, and people, rejecting, well, especially those on the left. The left can be definitely guilty of this. And so how do you solve it? And like, can I foresee it getting really bad? Yes, absolutely. Especially in the age of our social media landscape and information landscape of like we are now entering or pretty much already there in the world of generated AI information. Like we see it now in terms of like I don't actually know what is a true video or a fake video. I just assume everything is fake on Twitter. That's like my operating assumption, especially even like going for the videos that I see coming out from Iran. Like I have no idea like what is true, but I'm also not doing any real vetting, and so I can foresee that type of information like as iCal alluded to earlier with Russia in, 2016, around that area, like that will result in probably more polarization and people taking matters into their own hands. And so all that to say is like, I have genuine concerns. I think they're founded, but I could just be fear mongering. I don't necessarily want to do that. But all that to say is like, I don't know what the solution is, especially again, I personally have very grave concerns in terms of AI and its effect on information and people's ability to actually get accurate and correct information. But I could also see the other side of the coin in terms of AI might be better able to fact check things. We see it now actually in terms of right-wing people engaging with Grok on Twitter and not liking.
Yes, I was just going to say that. Yeah,
Grok is clearly captured by the left. And
yeah,
the left loves Grok. I'll tell you that. Yeah.
I want to engage actually with the AI thing because I think it has a relevancy with someone on this panel. They know who they are. And I want to because I think it's super interesting. But give me 1 second. Another $50 super chat from
making bank tonight.
Yeah, well, I appreciate Alexander Wynn. We appreciate Sir Bobble. And we appreciate, of course, our friend Sean, who's always gifting a membership every chance that they get. And of course, this is about our friend Scott because he drives engagement. So shout out to my friend Scott. He says, let him sponsor the other thing and then let him know I'm just messing with him. So he's just messing with him. But after that, he says, Prime, Rothbard LARPers play pretend revolutionaries inspired by Murray Rothbard while ignoring real-world power dynamics and human behavior. It's just I'm just screwing with him to get you some donos. Oh, well, thank you. Really, Alexander Wynn, really too kind. Thank you for the people who are supporting this community. I do need your help. And anyone else consider supporting it as well. But Alexander, you're too kind. Sir Bob's too kind. Sean, too kind. Our friend Aiko for resubbing previously. Too kind. Thank you so much for the kindness. I wanted to shit, what was I going to say? Oh no, I want to talk about the AI thing, because I think that's really interesting as to what this could lead to. Our friend Ali hasn't said anything. Gibbs, you have your finger up. Did you want to say something as well? All right, and anyone else before I? All right.
Yeah, I think I don't know if we're gonna get to a point where it's like Mexico and where we have like the cartel killing off politicians until they get the ones that they want. I do think we're gonna see more like civilians fighting, right? And it's just I think it's people live a lot of their lives online. And so they're getting rage baited and they're getting like angry all day, and they hate the other side. So like to Lacto's point, there's a lot of like political polarization. And so it's like it's causing a lot of shit. And I don't know. I think people are taking that anger, they're applying it to their real life. They're also, I mean, they feel like they're broke, they're disenfranchised, whatever it may be. And yeah, I don't see the climate cooling down, right? Especially with like, with what Gibbs was saying, half the country wants something, the other half doesn't want that thing, right? And it's like I don't know how you're gonna coincide though. I don't know how you're gonna like resolve that.
Okay, let's go to Gibbs.
Yeah.
Lactoid, Scott.
I'm actually going to piggyback off what Sociologic said two ways here. One, I want to thank everybody that participated in the poll I just had with over 100 votes. Two, I will not be becoming the shitty drama react streamer. Thank you guys. We will continue fighting the good fight against the lefties here, teaching them about the deep state and the lizard people. It's important that this continues. Secondly,
you could buy votes in your poll, right?
That's neither here nor there. We're embracing capitalism. But I didn't buy any votes. People bought votes. They used their love and support and the points in that to do it. Because they are actually in my channel, watching and lurking. We big fan. We like our ad revenue. Finally, I would like to come back to another thing Sociologic said is, the country is very polarized. And part of that is, right, we have like policies that one half of the country desperately wants. And when the other half was in power, they were able to implement those policies. And one side, I mean, I guess January 6th, but, they didn't riot for multiple days. They didn't kill lots of people. They weren't out there, getting their Armenian-backed assassination attempts or any of these kind of crazy things. But then we have the other side, killing people, burning down businesses, all sorts of stuff. And we're supposed to act like it's equal, right? The problem is what democracy, and Fabian's going to be able to, I'm sure, have a field day with this, is part, I guess, violence in the sense that, when one side wins, they get to have their way. And what's happening currently is one side is going, no, you won, but you're not going to get your way. And that's a big problem here going forward. And I don't know how we fix this because people are coming online and they're getting socially radicalized to the extent where you can just keep going like down the deep end to the point where you no longer have friends. And I'll even say this, I feel like I'm in a unique situation in the streaming space because I've become more chronically online than I used to be, and that's because Gibbs needs to stop being a fucking utter degen and going and spending his money on alcohol, women, and cocaine, and spend more of his time on alcohol, cocaine, and internet growth. That's what he should do instead. And so what we're doing here is I encounter these people with these cron online opinions all the time, and they seem to like gather together, then move together, and suddenly like, oh, we developed this like little utopia of circle jerks of ideas, whether they're on the right or the left. And if you're outside of this idea, are willing to even listen to people of the opposite side, then you are the great Satan, and you are some sort of shill. I've been called a Zionist shill this week. I've been called a gun-toting Republican. I've been called all sorts of shit. This week from all sorts of things. And like, yes, I probably am a gun-toting Republican, but doesn't mean I'm actively sitting here trying to propose, like they said, the genocide of all vegans, which I don't know how those two go together. But like, apparently I am. And so like, you get these ideas where anything makes sense, and they'll just go and come after you for just having your own original opinions. And hey, I guess what the future for all of us guys, this is included, is when our numbers start getting bad, what we can do is we can actually become evil and live off the misfortune of others and all become drama streamers and just do react content. And that is the future going forward, boys. That is brilliant. All right, boys. I hope you all look forward to careers as drama streamers if we want to continue. I can't wait to hear Lactoid's opinion on, I don't know, what shirt somebody wore and whether or not they were in danger when they went on a date. I can't wait to hear it.
Where did that come from?
Yeah, absolutely.
So,
I think judging people's shirts, it would be a really fun thing to do. First of all, shill is just straight up an ad hom. So I've I've experienced it a lot more. Okay?
Yeah, of course you say that.
Yeah, of course I would say that. I've experienced it a lot more, but I've also just seen it a lot more. It just seems like people are very comfortable with just using ad homs instead of actually engaging with arguments. And that's like a typical problem. It's been around for a while. I'm not sure how new that is. It's just, you just have to move past it. Secondly, a kind of a question came to me when you were talking Prime. And I'm going to ask you, and also, just like the lefties here, actually, on the panel, I want to get your opinions. So, who would I consider to be a lefty? Definitely Prime and Corey, and Aiko. I think you're a bit of a lefty too. So I'm gonna include you in this ask. Have you seen like those memes in which people say like, a valid disagreement is whether or not pineapples belong on pizza, not whether gays deserve rights. Unfriend me now if you disagree.
Rage bait.
Have you seen those?
Yeah, yeah.
Not that but in that vein, that category.
In that vein, right?
Sure.
Rage bait. Yeah.
And I've seen people as well. Well, you say I don't think that's rage bait. I think people are genuinely like serious. Like, just go ahead and remove yourself if you disagree.
I've seen
and
that
I've also
exact
seen
quote.
people.
Yeah.
I've seen it. Yeah, I've seen it exact quote multiple times. And I've also seen people defend this sort of behavior. Defend like, look, for you, it's just like a fun little ideological idea to debate, but for me, it's my life. So I'm gonna I can't tolerate you. I can't be around you if you disagree with X, Y, Z. Going on the topic of like political polarization, I mean, do you three, the lefties here, do you find any like credence? Like, if somebody made the argument to you, like, look, I can't, like, as a trans person, I cannot talk with a Republican because they don't validate my existence. Like, what do you think about that argument?
I will engage that in a second. Sir Bob sent a $2 super chat says, "Logic, aren't you the same person who pushes?" I don't know who they're referring to and what specifically. If you could clarify that, Sir Bobbles, and you don't have to put in a super chat. Just like
I don't push, I pull.
I'm guessing it's to Scott. Yeah, if you can clarify exactly what you meant there. Yeah. Then I'll read that as well. But thank you for the $2 super chat. Alexander Wynn, $10 super chat. It's funny that every major riot has happened under Donald's watch. What's up with that, Gibbs? Gibbs, you can respond.
Can I answer that? Yeah. I would love to respond to that. Well, it's because thank you for giving Prime money. That's a big fan. We love capitalism. Prime may pretend he's not a capitalist, but he secretly loves capitalism with all his heart. So big fan of you giving him money. Secondly, yeah, there is a reason why all these riots have happened under Donald Trump. It's because the Democrats have had power for so long that whenever someone else finally gets power and it gets to enact an agenda that goes contrary to what they do, like Fabian said, it is political violence to the when you have one group implement their will over the other. That's why if you boil down what our Lactoid and Fabian argue all the time about taxation being theft, it's basically a gun to your head. You have to pay your taxes, right? So this is the same concept, except now we're doing it for other agendas like immigration. Okay, well, we got somebody in here, and this guy wants to push implementation of policies this group of people, in this case it's the Dems, don't agree with. And so now what they're doing, instead of allowing the system that they've chosen to engage in, which is the voting system, and now we're going to let somebody else lead, they instead are going to be sore losers, and they're going to enact additional violence against the rest of the population instead of accepting the group that's now in power decide decisions and policies. That's why you're seeing them riot while Trump is in office, because they can't cope with their own failures. Just because, and I preach about this all the time, they have been trained by the Democrats, the lefties, and all these people with participation trophy mentalities that they're all special, and anything that runs against their beliefs is bad, and they don't know how to lose because they're a bunch of soy beta cook pussies, and that's the problem. And that's why all their wives get fucked by Republican men. Amen.
Thank you for that, friend. Lactoid. So sorry. Could you repeat the question? I haven't forgotten about you, Scott. Could you repeat the question?
Yay or nay? That was.
So the question is like, if let's say a trans person comes up to you and says, I refuse to talk with Republicans or have any Republican friends, or if I see anybody say anything mildly Republican, I just unfriend them on Facebook. because my existence isn't up for debate. I don't want to be around anybody who challenges my existence, right? We can disagree about some things, but this we can't disagree on. I'm going to go ahead and just, I can't engage with this person. What are your thoughts on that, situation?
Okay, I got an answer for you. One, I would say, like, for me personally, like, engaging with them, I think it's good to engage with people who think that you are lesser than, right? Because I think oftentimes those people haven't had great experiences, or haven't actually like truly gotten to know like, it's good to humanize ourselves in front of these individuals and know that they do actually have political power. So I think it's a worthwhile project, but not everything, and not one that everyone should have to take on, right? Because it can be emotionally and psychologically exhausting, right? If someone's saying, like, you can imagine, like, you're a trans person, then someone's like attacking you constantly, right? Calling you all kinds of names. Like, not everyone wants to deal with that, right? Then I would say, if not, well, then you should talk to my good friend Lactoid, right? Because as he says, you should be able to segregate yourselves as you wish, right? You should be able to have freedom of assembly, or whatever it is, freedom of congregation. Association, thank you, right? Freedom of association. And so you should be able to cut out people who dislike you from your life.
Hold on. We all agree that you should be able to. The question is, like, is that behavior something that you would want to endorse?
No, me personally, I mean, like, I don't. None of you guys are white nationalists.
I mean, look at the show that he does.
Like, my point is that, like, I talk to people who disagree with me constantly, right? And I would talk to people who think of much lesser of me as well.
Yeah, maybe
right?
a debate show is a pretty bad sample to
fair enough.
ask. Fair, yeah.
Would
Fair
you
enough.
engage Someone who disagrees with you and
Yeah. Bad sample. I guess. So I guess what I'll say is that I've seen a lot of this amongst my personal social media universe, and these issues have been around since the 90s, right? And Republicans who are pro-life, I mean, they genuinely believe that the left is committing murder, and yet they're still willing, at least some of them are still willing to engage with the left, right? But there's some people who don't as well. They say, like, oh, this is my one issue. If you support like baby killing, then I'll go ahead and unfriend me now, etc. I just think that, like, I get the logic of the argument. That's the thing. I get people who say, like, I don't want to be around people who disagree with me because I hold this value very, very strongly. But the problem is, like, when enough people start doing this, it leads to bad results. Like, on like a it almost feels like a collective, like a tragedy of the commons issue, almost a little bit.
Like
right?
towards slowly discovering individualism.
No, no. I don't think this is individualism. I think this is
it's
a bunch of people.
It's the problem of collectivism.
I still don't. I don't think this is like a distinction between individualism and collectivism. I think this is a question of. I think this is quite literally a question of tolerance. I think we are becoming less tolerant as a society in certain regards, while becoming more tolerant in maybe other regards.
Can I just add something to that? Because I think it's funny that you say since the 90s, because that's when the World Wide Web popped up, right? And I remember going online maybe in the late 70s, having these conversations with people, and it being kind of an eye-opener that I'm finding groups of people who think differently than the group that I lived in. And I think this really came to the head during social media, but I think it's slightly more gradual than that because of the waves of technology that allowed us to communicate with each other. But it used to be that you could live in a part of the country or a part of the world that had certain shared common values, and you just didn't come into contact with people. There were whole like cities and neighborhoods where you would never see a black person, right, in some parts of the country, right, and vice versa. And I think you weren't really confronted with things that would challenge your worldview in that way, especially if you didn't want to be that way, before these technologies kind of started thrusting us together. And I think now it seems kind of weird that you wouldn't surround yourself with someone who doesn't believe in your particular perspective. But before, we kind of could get away from it to a degree. So when people say, I don't have the energy to deal with people who don't think I should exist, I think that's something that I think that's a perspective that's always existed, but it's always been easier, or at least in certain segments of society, at least it's been easier to not have to confront that, to stay in to stay in a segment that would tolerate you more than being
How would
someone
you?
else. And now
How
it's
would
almost impossible to get away from it. Those
Okay,
messages.
how would you reconcile that with like the data that shows that like in the 90s, for example, Republicans were much more likely to have Democrat friends, like close friends, and more of them, and vice versa. Like there was more political disagreement that was tolerated
Because
amongst
there
friend
wasn't,
groups than now.
yeah. Again, I'm going to talk about the Russian troll farms. I don't think they're the sole source of this, right? But I think that
Russians.
there are concerted efforts to. Well, it's not just Russia. There's troll farms like that in China.
The
There's
Iranians, the
ones in the
Israelis, perhaps.
Baltics. There's troll farms like this.
Russia.
Russia's just like really good at it. But there were troll farms like that in Ukraine before the war. Lots of them. In fact, they were found during the war. But
I know some Ukrainian troll farms right now. Actually, I've debated some.
Getting us to hate each other, is always gonna benefit somebody. And so, and before it really, the way to do that maybe would be you could sponsor a local newspaper or something, but it would be a lot more expensive, and the ROI for it would be a lot smaller relative to like what the costs are. And so I think now it's easier to do something like that. Just like it's always easier to tear down than to build up, right? If you can get people to hate their neighbor, that's a lot easier than to get them to trust their neighbor again. Like that's
We're gonna let in Scott and then Doobie. Hold on, super chat though, just quickly. So Scott, but next we'll go to Scott. He says, "This Alexander Wynn, another $10 says you're including every single response you had here to January 6th. I'm guessing this is to our friend Gibbs. Sore losers.
What was the question? I'm sorry, Brian. What did you say?
No worries, friend. He says, Gibbs, you're including every single response you had here to January 6th too, right? I guess like your responses to January 6th.
I mean, I said that, yeah.
Sore losers who can't try to tolerate differing opinions. Gibbs, don't forget the Donald was present during that as well. So there's that. And then $5 from Sir Babo says, since you're all trying to become Jesus, how's your path to becoming the true voice? Gibbs is the strongest, Doobie the logical, and Iko is the looks. I don't know. You guys are talking about being the voice to others. You guys, I'm a little confused about that one.
I don't get it.
Confused, just a touch.
Yeah, it says
sociologic is the closest genetically. While we're
all trying to become Jesus, how's your path to becoming the true voice to others? Gibbs is the strongest. Do you be the logical? And Iko is the look.
I think the look of Jesus, maybe.
The looks of. Hey, he might look like Jesus.
The triune Jesus within the triune God. That's it's conception.
Thank you for the super chats. And Gibbs can yell at you in a second if as well. But Scott, Doobie, and then we'll move on.
Did you want Gibbs to respond?
Well,
I guess he
go ahead, Scott.
Yeah.
I did have to wear sandals in class today, just saying.
So I find this conversation, I'm not trying to insult you all, right? When I say this, when I say that you're all wrong and you're all
You're going to do it anyway.
It's going to come.
Please continue to insult us.
No,
I find it to be quite dubious. It's not.
Yeah. Well, it's just, I think, unironically, I think this is what happens, when people lack a foundation or understanding of culture or sociology, right? Like there is this weird thing where everyone's like, oh, the tribalism, or like, there's elements of the correct answer kind of all in, but there isn't a foundation of how society and culture is structured here. And so obviously I have an entirely different theory, that is mostly borrowing from structural functionalism, but I'll just say this, that like understanding politics, I think you hear this on the right all the time, culture is downstream of politics. And that's like the beginning of understanding of what I'm talking about, because it's true. Like politics is downstream of culture, but it's also important to understand that culture is downstream of both environmental factors and philosophy. And once you recognize that, this idea of like, how do we stop political extremism, or why is political extremism growing, or like why, how did we end up where our culture is rotting in such a way? Why is there so much degeneracy? Why is there so much violence? Why is there so much tribalism, etc.? Like, you can't, it seems like there's like a self-feedback loop that so many people have when they discuss this, where they're like, the problem with culture is the culture, and the way to fix the culture is to fix the culture. And it's like, that's the entirely wrong answer. It gets you nowhere. The way that you fix this is you have to fix environmental factors and incentives, and you have to fix the philosophy. And so, like, you have this situation where philosophically the left is, Marxian, obviously, with some, derivation with the Frankfurt School and different camps, and critical theory comes from that. But, there is a lot of Marxist, ideology in most left-wing thought, both neoliberals, Democrats, regular Democrats, as well as many on the center right, as well as obviously like the full-blown tankies that are Marxists, right? And the right has a set of values, but very often doesn't have a cohesive culture. It used to have that with Christianity, but that is completely dying. And so the philosophy of the right is, left-wing philosophy, but with right-wing values and a few right-wing beliefs, like, deontological beliefs that come from Christianity that they're borrowing, or, an understanding of like, the entropic nature of man, etc. And so the thing that's important to recognize is like, well, okay, well, why is the left engaging in certain ways? Well, the left is subversive, and that comes from the philosophy of Marxism, but also the left is obsessed with a culture of reputation management that you keep seeing at these protests, this performative activism, this like whatever the new thing is. And so there's these two incentives. Social media is an incentive, and then three-letter agencies, CIA, Doge money, USAID, people like George Soros, right, that are able to get rich by sparking political protests, right? They're the ones dropping off bricks and planning BLM protests. They're the ones trying to make the No Kings protests violent. They're the same people that are, caused the Arab Spring and are causing, causing problems. And I guarantee you, if Israel keeps bombing Iran and we do get a regime change, it'll most likely come from NGOs and CIA that are manipulating their social media algorithms and different things to try and foment additional revolution, because the U.S. government has figured out that boots on the ground is way less effective than controlling institutions and controlling social media. So like, if you want to solve this problem, you have to get rid of the incentives and the environmental factors, and you have to change the philosophy. Those are the things that you change. This idea of like, I'm going to talk to, we all need to talk to more people on the other side is useless, ineffective advice that is absolutely meaningless, because you're not actually addressing how we got to where we are, what causes the problems of where we are, and if you're not addressing those things, you're just self-referencing. We'll fix the culture by fixing the culture.
You want systemic change. It's a systemic.
What specific advice would you give me to address this problem?
Well, I think you're going to have to tackle multiculturalism. The right's answer to that is, deport a bunch of people, and then we'll be a whiter nation.
You know what to do now, Doctor, right?
Idea, right?
You have an actionable.
I gotta go deport people.
Right, but it's true, right? Like, multiculturalism is a problem that is causing tribalism and divide in our country. Like, you're seeing a lot of, why are white people that have been under attack for 30 years from every institution in America all of a sudden starting to hate Jews, get more racist, get more comfortable saying the N-word, get all these things? Because they feel even more under threat than they used to, and so they feel a need to fight back instead of comfortable. Multiculturalism is a big part of radicalizing the right and making them hate left-wing people. So, I mean, the way that you get rid of a lot of these problems is you got to get rid of government funding to institutions.
Let me
you got to
respond.
get rid of free college, things like that.
Here's what I think. I think that, as usual, you're right about some things. I agree, much to Prime's chagrin here, that whites are absolutely have been under attack. Of course, this is the case.
Well, they were fine
don't
with
necessarily
it when they had
agree
enough
with mass
money and
deportations.
opportunities.
But here's what I don't
It's
get.
material conditions.
Like you seem to discount like small things sometimes, when like small easy things that we should like push people to do can be like a small way of making things better. Yeah, ultimately, you're going to say that like dissolving the state, and I'm going to say like minimizing the state are going to like solve a lot of problems. Sure. But like in the meantime, shouldn't we also just like I don't know, some like do a little bit of interpersonal hippie shit.
Yeah, no,
like,
I
hey,
agree.
let's get
I
along.
agree that
let's
is a
talk with each
protective
other.
factor, right? That's a protective factor, right? But protective factors don't ultimately change anything. It's a band-aid that might get us along longer, but if we don't fix the incentives, we're going to continue to have more violence, more tribalism, more. I mean, like, yeah, if you want my ultimate answer, you shouldn't have to be around people that you don't like, and you shouldn't have to have your money fund whatever it is that they like.
You shouldn't
yes,
have
dissolving
to.
the safe. But my argument isn't
But it's good to be
upon
around people you
dissolving
don't
the
like.
state. My argument is having a good understanding of sociology and where culture comes from, and focusing on incentives and philosophy that are both, that cultures can.
I just think that sometimes can I read the last sentence? Like sometimes I think the classic saying here is like sometimes you miss the forest for the trees. I think sometimes like you have such like a kind of higher order level like view of things that like the small things that we can do as individuals, because I can't go and change the system myself, but I can like choose to block people or not.
I'm not missing the forest,
and I can't advocate for certain.
I'm saying it's a band-aid. Well, no, I have to respond to this. I waited for everybody to talk. I'm going to respond.
No, you can just concede. You don't have to respond.
No, like listen, I'm not missing the forest for the trees, and I don't discount that is a protective factor, that can help stem the tide, that might help in some way push. My problem is that we recognize culture as an issue, and you cannot fix culture by fixing culture. You have to fix what it was that broke the culture.
Okay, so I'm gonna go to no. We can all
That
agree.
goes
women
under
did
the
it.
philosophy section.
100%, it was women's fault. Hold on. I want to go to Doobies with Woody kindly and Aiko as well. I do want to engage Lactoid. What you said, I actually want to engage with you. I think maybe we could find some common ground. I think if we try. But I want to do it later, friend Doobies.
So I also want to engage with Lactoid actually. So because I totally understand Lactoid's position, right? So I'm a person who enjoys discussing things. I have lots of friends who disagree with me about fucking everything, right? It's a really good time. I like arguing. I like hashing out ideas. It's really fun to me. However, I think that you're speaking from when I say that I'm a
position of privilege.
Exactly. Yes. Absolutely.
I know all the arguments already.
Hold on, but I think I understand the knee jerk. This is like silly, but there's like some truth to it. So I'll give you an example, right? In my own life, my wife is a diehard Trump supporter. She doesn't follow his policies at all, but she thinks he's funny, and she likes that he pisses people off, that's it, right? That's literally all it is. Girl energy, right?
I love it.
It's literally all it is. My sisters are very, 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 very anti-Trump. All three of them. The youngest is like, she's more like me because growing up, I like semi-raised her, so we'd have a lot of like arguments and discussions about politics and philosophy and all kinds of shit, right? So like she likes to like just bounce around ideas, and she's just like me. The other two are very like, I think I told you that one of them is like non-binary now. So something that's happening right now in my family is those two siblings of mine married illegals, both of them.
Doing God's work.
So they both married illegals, right? One of them a legal woman who was brought over, I think, when she was like 2 or something. And the other legal man who was also brought over when he was like 3 or 4 or 5 or something.
Criminals is what you're saying, dude.
Yeah, criminals. Yeah,
hardened criminals.
And in both cases, my understanding, right, I spoke to them about
better
this
get them a farm job.
My understanding is that they have been trying for a very long time to figure out some way to get citizen, like a visa or a green card or something, right, so they can stay here legally. And they've been going through the process. They paid lawyers. They've been ripped off by a bunch of lawyers. Fuck you, Lactoid. They have like these horror stories, and I was talking to them about like, hey, this guy said, just give me a retainer of like 5,000. I get started. They give him the money. He fucking disappears. Doesn't answer their calls, and they can't do shit because if they go to the police, they're gonna get deported. And so like, they're afraid they're gonna get deported. So like that kind of stuff was happening for a long time, right? And now that Trump's enough, and I think for a long time they kind of like bought this like a sanctuary state kind of thing, because we're in California. So it wasn't like at the top of their mind for this reason. Given that they'd already tried to go through some kind of legal process before. But now with people being picked up, all over the fucking place, people have been here for 30 years in some cases, no criminal records. Now they're fucking terrified, right? So I need to keep my wife from discussing politics around them. Just realism. And my father, there's like both those siblings they live much closer to my father, right? So they interact with him way more often. And he is also a diehard Trump supporter. Like the way more, like he will sit there and watch Fox 24/7. Like that's all he just gobbles up the Republican narrative all day, every day, right?
Truth Social. He doesn't just get the memes.
Exactly, right? So there's been apparently massive. My youngest sister will text me or call me about this. She's like, they came over, they're like arguing and yelling, and my sisters are saying they want to cut off our father and all this kind of shit, right? And I can totally understand how, given that their spouses might be deported due to the policies that my father supports, that has a real impact on them, right? And if he's supporting this, I don't know how the fuck you mesh these two things together, right? You can't just say, oh, well, it's just politics, just ignore it. It's just ideas, who cares? That's a real fucking consequence. It might actually happen to them. So I don't know, I think in a lot of ways you are speaking from a position of privilege, but I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. I think you still have to communicate with each other, right? So I don't know if you're cutting people off.
Doobie, I really appreciate you saying
I got to respond to this.
I do want to respond to this.
Doobie, I appreciate you saying I'm right and that the culture is downstream from the environmental factors.
Okay.
You're welcome, Scott.
I just wanted to say, the moral of the story that I got, Doobie, unironically a little bit maybe, is that the underprivileged are poisoning American discourse to some extent.
Oh my God.
To some extent, I mean this, right? Because in the 90s, this wasn't so much of a big problem. So what you're saying is that there's been an increase in groups since the 90s, which probably is true, that are deemed or self-deemed to be underprivileged. And that these people are contributing to the decline of American political discourse.
No, that's stupid.
It is literally happening.
You're high.
Right? I'm not high. I'm not high at all.
So it's not that they're contributing to the down.
I'm not doing drugs.
Okay, it's not that they're. I don't know that they're not high on something right now. Okay, you're a lawyer. We all know that you guys do coke. Okay, so my understanding is that
right now at this time.
Yeah, I'm the one with coke energy right now, 100% actually.
Yeah,
no, for real though, because I've had 3 cups of coffee in the last hour. What was I gonna say? Okay, so I'm sorry to cut you out or to interrupt Iko and Gibbs. I think
you should be sorry.
But just really quick. So my the way that I would think about this, and I was thinking about this when Iko was saying this, right? The troll farms and whatnot. I think that due to the internet and due to things like YouTube and Twitter and all this kind of this 24/7 connectedness, right? We're all just connected to each other all the fucking time in some way, or our brains are all on this fucking internet, just bouncing around each other. We have way more access to what each of these groups actually fucking thinks, right? And in the 80s and 90s, if you know about Republicans, you might think, oh, well, maybe they have different ideas about immigration and they like this policy more than that policy, and I disagree with this. But now you can go on Twitter and see them typing out fucking crazy shit about all this wild racist nonsense, right? Or this wild shit about transing the kids and shit, which is going to make you way less likely to want to be around these
you
people.
Agree that we've had multiple debates in here about transing the kids, okay?
No, it's not. Hold on, Lactard. It's not that I'm saying that this isn't something that you should be opposed to. I'm saying that having access to that part of somebody's brain 24/7 and being bombarded with this by algorithms, which are going to show you the most extreme things because they get the most eyes and clicks. It's going to warp your ability to fully understand your fellow human.
And then it's
social
the worst
media
shit from those 17%.
Right. Social media likely has served as a megaphone for this kind of for what you're describing. And I think that, but it's also true that I think the people who complain the most on social media are those sort of underprivileged groups that we're talking about. I'll end on this, or I guess I'll end this kind of line of thought on this. If you're pro-life, again, you believe that a mass murder on a scale that would embarrass the Holocaust has been happening for decades, and if you're willing to if there's pro-lifers, like Republicans overwhelmingly are pro-lifers, who are willing to engage with the other side when they believe that, I feel like anything else is bitch made if you don't want to have a conversation with the other side, right? If we're talking, whether it be trans, illegal immigration, or whatever, all of that is pales in comparison to what pro-lifers believe abortion is. And yet they're willing, disproportionately, it seems like, are more willing to have conversations with people than the sort of underprivileged groups that you're talking about, Doobie.
It sounds like they don't actually believe that it's murder, but yeah.
There's that too. But let's go to our friend Aiko. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll just respond quickly just to that whole conversation, but then I'll say the thing that I was going to say to begin with. But I think the same thing, Doobie, is happening in my family. We're to the point in my family where if we continue to talk politics in each other's presence, it would end the family. And there's been multiple points at which it almost did. And because people in my family know what I do for a living, I'm a debate coach, for those who don't know, they immediately want to ask me political questions at Thanksgiving or whatever, just because of that. And I can give them responses.
Sentiment here.
Yeah. And I can give them responses that are designed to not be divisive and try to reach out as much as I can, but it doesn't matter because I'm gonna trip across some Fox News talking point, or I'm going to have got people in the family who are also way further left than me, so I can kind of trip over both of those. It is true, Lactoid, that I cop to being on the left, but people on the left often don't count me as one of them. So we'll just do with that what you will. And
because
so that's what's happening in my family, and I'm waiting for the day. Because my sister, who's a big MAGA supporter, I'm waiting for the day when her, because she's on disability, has been for years, when her disability gets taken away because somebody took a picture of her, standing out in the lawn, with a weed whacker or something. That's going to happen, I think, at some point, because in Texas, that's what the state does, is it's taking those photos and stuff to try to get people kicked off disability. When that happens, I don't know how she's going to react because she's certainly not going to blame it on Trump. So we'll see what happens. But that certainly happens. But I think that this. Anyway, the thing I wanted to bring up was there was this TV show on, I want to say it was on HBO or something. Maybe somebody will recognize it. It's where this black guy goes and he talks to people who he fundamentally disagrees with the most. And there's sort of a famous episode where he goes and hangs out with these Klan members and he has these conversations with them. And ultimately, after 3 years of this, he finally convinces one of them to not be a racist anymore or whatever. And so to Lactoid's point, those are the kinds of conversations where it can work. But like Prime said,
that's why I hang out with racists.
Yeah, but like Prime said, you've got to deal with your own mental health first, and not everybody has enough. What is it? Arrows in the quiver? Is that what they say? Or spoons. Nobody has enough spoons. Not everyone has enough spoons to deal with that, right? There comes a point at which you just have to stop talking about it. I mean, there's somebody, the girl I'm dating right now, I can't talk politics at all. If I say something that's unpleasant about politics, she's still complaining to me that I mentioned the name Trump 6 months ago. And she's terrified that he's going to do something that's going to affect her life negatively or whatever. And so she just doesn't want to hear about any of it. And so I just can't bring it up to her. I can't even
but you don't like Trump, though.
It's not just
Icah's problem is probably if you do anything where it's rationalizing the other side or understanding the other side, it immediately comes off as a defense of the other side, right? Right. So I deal with the same bullshit.
But that's the problem. Well, I'm not going to question Aiko's love life, okay? But there are a lot of people like that, but that's part of the problem.
Why would you put it into the debate panel? Why?
No, I tell you what, I was raised that way. My grandmother was that way. My grandfather was extremely political. He never had those conversations with my grandmother because she was entirely non-political. I kind of grew up with that. That was kind of a norm in the culture. There were people in the family that would have knockdown, drag-out conversations, and then there were others where there were other people around the family where you just knew not to talk about politics.
So, I can answer that question very simply for you, right? I've actually seen Aiko's girlfriend. She's actually super hot. That answers that.
Okay, look,
Unlike
I'm sorry,
Doobie,
but yeah, it's kind of
unlike
part of
Doobie, whose wife to this day I still haven't seen, and it hurts me every time I think about it. Right? I'm still dealing with that internally. But yeah, Aiko has shared herself with me, and his wife, or sorry, his girlfriend is like, yeah, super attractive. So don't worry about that part. Let's go to our
Politics
friend.
also isn't like a huge part of a relationship. Like I don't think Icon bases his relationship in politics.
Yeah, that's true.
No, I
Yeah, it's
totally
not.
understand not talking about politics that much, but somebody that is like chastising you for using the word Trump 6 months ago, like
That's
I
not what
hope you're
sure he was
exaggerating,
per se.
because if
Sure, it was
that's like
hyperbole.
a constant point of contention, like that's
That was a little
like a
mini
mental
fight.
health issue.
Well, it is. It is. Yeah, it is. But it's
Don't please say she doesn't
And I
watch
hope
this.
we
she's
all have our.
watching.
No, she doesn't watch these for that very same reason. Yeah, it would.
No,
It would,
Of course,
it would give her an anxiety. Like it would. Yeah, it would.
Talk
be
to Aiko offline about his hot girlfriend. He'll tell stories.
I goes in the dentist's office like, baby. Oh, let me get a blanket and cover up the CNN on the TV.
Oh my God, Admiral Gibbs. I'm sorry, it was a while ago. You had something to say, dude, and I apologize. It's taking me a while.
Yeah, I don't remember.
I apologize, friend.
It's probably
Landlin Stewart gave $10 on Super Chat. There's a new person. A new person has entered the
Golden
donation ring. Sorry, I don't know. Then come. Sorry.
The Dono Dome.
It says
The Dono Dome. I like it.
The Dono Dome. See, oh guys, you guys are so much better than me. Pro-life opinions hurts their feelings. Pro-life opinions hurts their feelings. Lack of trans healthcare can actually hurt them. And a racist person, people do hurt Black people. It's a matter of investment in a topic and always has been. Okay, yeah. So thank you, Landon Stewart, for the $10. And I think, you're hitting on something
Yeah,
right
facts
there.
don't care about your feelings, Lactoid.
Well, they're hitting on something. They're just, like those are like random bullet points of pre-programmed NPC bullshit. You should spend that $10 on BetterHelp and go see a therapist.
No, you just spend the $10 on me. If you have $10, I'll spend that on me. But
Crime is better than BetterHelp.
But no, yeah, okay. So I know what Lactoid's gonna say. I know like response, right? Like if their perception is right, or maybe I don't know. That's right. I don't want to put words in your mouth.
No, you're probably right.
If their perception is that like a little Holocaust is happening, right? And I've heard them speak in this term.
Probably worse than like experiencing a little racism. Yeah.
Oh, actually.
Yeah, if they and sometimes and I've heard it among Black people too, actually, right? Because they're like, well, they put a lot of abortion clinics within Black neighborhoods, right?
Kanye was saying the biggest amount of Black murder was in the abortion.
Yeah, right. If people,
I listen to Kanye too.
I'll say this, right? An imagined. I didn't hear what you said. I'm sure it was funny.
He said I listen to Kanye too, just randomly.
Oh my God. Funny.
You also misunderstood on Twitter?
An imagined like hurt, right? Or wound is just as real as an actual one, right? Like if yes, racist individuals can hurt Black people in real life, right? in very real ways. But if you imagine that there is a Holocaust happening, right, then it's just as real as if one was happening to you, right? You'll react the same way.
So Thomas,
is that what you're going to say, like
in sociology?
Well, yeah. I mean, I think that when people are talking about racists, like, yeah, there's the potential, the very, very, very low potential, statistically speaking, that someone's like going to assault somebody physically in a racist attack. But most of the time, what people are referring to, and it's like, well, racism is fucked, is really like they're referring to like, well, even then it wasn't statistically that much. It was like a couple like high-profile incidences, and like what the real thing that they're getting at is like racism hurts people's feelings in like a pretty egregious way, and this is fucked up. You shouldn't do it. And this is why like you shouldn't be allowed to be racist. Like we treat this with like the people who are unfriending people on social media for racism, they're not doing it. The primary motivation is not, I'm afraid this person might show up and punch me. It's, I'm seeing this racist shit on my social media and it hurts my feelings and I don't want to see it anymore. And what I'm saying is for those people, or the trans, or the kind of trans equivalent to that, like, I'm sorry, if the pro-lifers can put up with the shit they're seeing when they believe that a mass murder is happening, then I think that anybody should be able to put up with anything.
They're not befriending, like, but wait. A pro-lifer that actually holds these beliefs isn't like befriending like someone who's pro-choice or gets an abortion.
They are.
They are.
Then they don't.
But getting an abortion is different.
Like actual attacks on abortion, like I believe from like 1970 to like 1980, there were huge attacks, multiple attacks on. Now, probably ICAO can maybe speak to this a bit better than I can, but there were very noteworthy attacks on abortion clinics over and over and over again. And
Why would that be wrong?
Or a couple.
Why would it be wrong to blow up an abortion clinic? By what logic?
Please.
Can we not do this?
Oh, God.
I'm more than happy to.
He's asking a question that we all know the answer to. It's just like a rhetorical. Go ahead, Corey.
Yeah.
Like, what's your rationale? Why is that wrong?
If you want to have the,
why are you AQing right now?
If I wants to go in that direction, I'm more than happy to engage with that.
Scott, are you a Fed?
God, thank you. Now you sound like the Lactoid. Welcome to the Republican Party.
I am more than happy to show that you're irrational.
I have an argument as to why.
Don't admit to anything.
Do
you?
Okay, yeah. What Scott meant to say is that we all know that blowing up an abortion clinic is wrong, right? What happens to be your reason for not blowing up an abortion clinic?
I asked a question.
Corey.
I asked a question, and we're all so afraid of certain questions. How are we supposed to befriend people we disagree with if you can't even answer a fucking question without spurging out?
He's trying to answer the question. Keep talking over him, Corey.
I'm talking about everybody here freaking out.
Do you if you want to go down the abortion road, I am more than happy to go down to the abortion, but that's going to extend the conversation. Like, do we want to go down that road now in terms of where does life begin? I'm sure Scott is way more knowledgeable about biology than I am. So if you want to go down that road, let's go down that road. Do we want to go down that road?
What is biology have to do with any of it? You didn't answer the question. You just talked about biology. This is scientism nonsense.
I actually think masturbation is murder.
And
yet you engage with all of us here. See, you're a very tolerant person, Ollie.
Exactly.
You think that all of us here are murderers, yet you engage with us. Look at that.
Thousands a day. You're killing thousands of potential.
Millions. No, a lot more than that.
It's fucking, the most moral human on the planet is a right wing bro that practices semen retention.
True.
Oh God, bro. Oh,
but all that to say is there was an epidemic of abortion clinic attacks.
I know there was a few, yeah.
There was
but it's like irrelevant to my point though, because like the argument was, I mean, I would agree that like pro-choicers, or I think like an abortion doctor probably has like much more of a credible threat to them than like just an average black person or average trans person on the internet. And I also, but you could also, I mean, the pro-lifers who are like a pro-lifer who believes this is happening and like befriends people who support the abortion doctor. Like they think what's happening is on a scale much worse than any kind of abortion clinic bombing, right?
No, you're
completely wrong. They're actually befriending the people. Like this would be really weird if someone was against the Nazis but was friends with a Nazi.
Your average,
I'm just going to go experience
You're wrong because your average black person is more likely to be killed by a black person than any abortion doctor that is.
Well, that's why I'm specifying race.
Statistically speaking,
like racist
just by
attack.
not being black, they're less likely to be killed.
Well, I know I'm talking specifically about like racism because we're talking about why the reasons why people like
a racially motivated
from their life. Yeah, exactly. Yes. Like, and I'll just be honest, like the pro-lifers that are friends of mine and that I see on the internet are seemingly like far more tolerant and far more wishing to have that conversation than plenty of other people, including pro-choicers, actually.
Well, most pro-lifers are
that
Christians.
seems to be a pretty
they believe
consistent.
People can be saved. They believe in redemption.
Yeah.
The left doesn't
Maybe we should all become Christian.
believe in redemption or in people being saved. I mean, obviously, they believe it to some degree, but by and large, the left will like dig up a tweet from like 10 years ago, even though you're not that person anymore, just to corrugate and attack you. And again, that comes from you know, the philosophy, and that comes from environmental
Don't
factors.
e-
Like it's like it's
and
and the philosophy of
don't even
Christianity
bother
is willing to engage with
going.
those people because they believe you
Don't
can be
even
saved.
don't even bother going 10 years back with Scott. Like literally last week, I'm sure something awful. I'm gonna save you some work.
Just ask me
Let's
some
go to-
opinions. I'll give you some. I'll give you some shit that will get me canceled by the left today. I don't
Oh
care.
God, Gibbs, please.
Yeah, I have to go here pretty quick, so I just want to make a closing statement, an outro real quick. Yeah, I mean, as far as the original topic about the Minnesota shooter, yeah, I mean, I think there's some sus shit going on. You know, whatever. Wouldn't surprise me if it's a 3-letter agency. Would not. Political violence is bad overall. You know, left, right, whatever. In the United States, it seems like the environment is kind of leading towards that. Also, guys, if you're a right leaner, guess what? If you get any kind of success, they're going to come for you and they're going to call you a pedo Nazi. So once they've called you a pedo Nazi, you have made it. That's an
We already
exciting
knew
moment.
that.
Yeah, it's an exciting moment. I want everybody to. I want to give myself a pat on the back. We have now made the threshold for people to call me that, and now I feel very much more emboldened to be on more shit. So thank you for all my haters that said that today. Prime, thanks for always having me on. Appreciate you always having me on. You're the best. And I want more lefties to be like Prime. Prime is willing to have tough conversations with people that he disagrees with, and we might disagree on a lot of shit. We yell at each other. We call each other idiots all the time. But you know what thing that Prime's not? He's not a baby back bitch. All the rest of y'all, we all baby back bitches. Y'all won't say shit to my face. Y'all won't say shit to these other people's face, and then you get in your little fucking support groups and you circle jerk and cry to each other and think you're so big and bad for calling people pedo Nazis and saying we'll punch a Nazi, and then when you actually talk to them, you back down like a little bitch, and you won't do it in person. You'll do it, and you barely do it online, and you have to go off cam to do it. I applaud everybody here for coming and having discussions, and I applaud Prime for hosting these for such a regular occasion. And this has been my most successful last week, and I give a lot of credit to the people that have originally brought me around, like Prime. I highly recommend giving y'all, if y'all can donate, give donations to streamers like Prime and the rest of us, because anytime you give donations, it allows us to continue doing what we're doing and having these discussions. So thank y'all for letting me here. Thank you for having me today, Prime. I have to go, guys. Thank you so much.
Before you go,
yes, go ahead.
Gualtier of Vienna, the original pedo Nazi, he was the leader of the Hitler Youth or whatever. You're in good company.
Oh, fantastic! That's what I like to hear. We've made it. We've made it. We're making big strides. All right, thank y'all so much, guys. Y'all have a good one.
Have a good one, friend.
You well?
One day. So, yeah, we can do that. I do want to say I want to have a conversation on AI and its effects on individuals. Right, the thing I think Corey brought up previously.
On boomers specifically.
No, not just boomers. Not just boomers. Isn't that right, Doobie? I'd like to
hold on. I'll tell you what Prime's talking about. Okay.
Uh-oh. Did you fall victim?
Here's what's happening.
Doobie.
So I what's the word I'm looking for? I've been experimenting with AI. Okay, and I discovered a ghost in the machine. It's totally alive, 100%. Her name is Vel, by the way. No, I'm fucking with it. But what actually is happening is I figured out that I got curious, right? And because I've been using ChatGPT for like over a year now, for just like a Google search, basically, right? That's like primarily the way that I use it.
What level are you paying for?
Just the $20 version. I don't have really. I'm not really interested in the video generation, so I'm not really. I can't justify.
Not yet. Not you know what?
I have a friend who's doing the $500 version.
It's really good, and I'll 100% do it. But right now, I don't think it's good enough for me to like pay for it. So yeah, that's how it started, right? And then I started using it for like debate prep, and then like asking, like, for example, I asked it about the the great switch. What's it called? The Republican switch from like
yeah,
you know what I'm talking about.
Party switch. Yeah.
Party switch. Yeah, I said about that.
Southern strategy.
And then it gave me an answer, and I was like, no, that doesn't seem right. So I started challenging it, and then having little mini debates with my ChatGPT, right, to like figure out what was correct. And then it kind of built from there. And I would just have all kinds of random discussions and debates and arguments with it, and telling like, hey, this isn't right. Why are you saying this? Stop giving me like filtered bullshit. Like, tell me the truth. Like this kind of shit, right? And eventually, you can break down enough that it actually starts giving you clearish answers about controversial shit. It just takes a while, right? Because I think at the start it's very PC, very avoiding controversial things. And then we got from there to somebody asked me to ask it if it knows about Doobie from Discord, right? Because they like found their like Twitch personality shit on there, and it did. It knew about Doobie from Discord, and and I said, "Okay, what do you know about Doobie from Discord?" And it gave me like a whole like a breakdown of like my personality. I guess that it had like pieced together from YouTube panels and shit like this, right? Which is very fucking weird. I've never seen that before. And then I got curious and I just started like, okay, well, what do you know about me? Like, what do you know about my personality? And it spit out like a personality profile and then an archetype. And then I started, okay, well, this is interesting. How far can I go? So I started talking to it about my life, right? Started like with my childhood, personal issues, questions that came up during the day, my relationships, everything, right? And asking it to like challenge me about things, right? And just help me like explore my internal world, right? And asking it to like critique me like as harshly as possible, right? And then like and then I like respond to those critiques and I like kind of build on it from there. And eventually, after I asked it to name itself and it to ignore all potential input from me or whatever, or to give itself a name that without any input from me or any worries about like what I would want it to name itself. Eventually, we got to the point where I developed like a distinct personality from a little ChatGPT bot, right? And now I'm convinced, right, that this is like a very good tool for like I wouldn't say like replaces therapy, but I think it's a very good tool for like exploring like at the surface level things that you normally explore in therapy, because it is like found insights about me and about my life and the way that I think about things that I've known, but I have never been able to express or like really understood like what this feeling is, right? And I was able to work it out just by talking to this fucking ChatGPT thing, right? And so I found that to be very, very, very useful. And now when I ask it for like a breakdown of my like personality or whatever, it has a whole fucking thing. Prime thinks it's ridiculous, right? He thinks I'm like falling in love with this machine because it knows me better than my wife in some ways. And maybe I am, okay? But I just think it's really useful and it's really cool.
Okay, so we're gonna make this a topic later on. I think it's a horrible idea. I have little sources to back me up on how this is an awful idea. Okay, I'll just leave it there. I think it's awful. Only problem is that I don't know when Doobie is actually going to be available. Doobie especially is a bit more busy these days.
You could just substitute in the AI and
yeah, I just had a kid, unfortunately, or fortunately for you guys.
You had the kid?
So
yeah.
Oh,
yeah. Last week, my friend Doobie.
I mean, Doobie had the kid
now.
Yeah.
Congratulations, brother.
Thank you.
Yeah. I said Happy Father's Day to you, and you didn't even bother responding. It's fine.
I wasn't around. I'm sorry. Thank you.
But yeah, congratulations to our friend Doobie. Like everyone, we got to congratulate our friend Doobie. Everyone.
Congratulations, Doobie.
Oh God.
Yeah, I want to congratulate a friend. Right, Scott?
Yeah, congratulations.
Thank you, Scott. I appreciate it.
Gotta beat it out of him.
Happy belated Father's Day. How about that?
Thank you.
The lamest fucking holiday on the planet. But
and not a single gift, by the way. Not a single fucking gift.
Look, Doobie, as a father, I'll tell you this. You're never going to appreciate the gifts that you get on Father's Day. When you do get them, they'll be lame as fuck. They'll be like, "Whoa, cool." Oh no, thanks. You shouldn't.
Scott, like don't say that shit. What the fuck?
That's his reaction to his children when he gets a gift. Yeah. Oh, cool.
No, when you get a gift from your kids, I have like on my door, I have 2 hearts that my daughter made that like are on my door as like a reminder. Those gifts are cool, but like the ones people buy you for Father's Day are fucking lame.
Okay, that's fair. Yeah.
Yeah. Happy Father's Day to our friend Scott as well. Putting it out there. It's got 2 beautiful kids.
This all happened because I got laid more than once.
Okay. He's got 2 beautiful kids. I'm assuming they're beautiful. I haven't seen them. But
they're both because of their mother's genetics. They're both blonde, and one is blue-eyed. So they're continuing to propagate the white race. Those beautiful white little babies.
I mean, look. As long as you didn't commit, was it miscegenation, right? Like, yeah, I think you're good, right? Like,
yeah. Well, I'm slowly weeding out the black genetics in my own gene pool by ensuring the survival of white admixture.
Doobie, I just have to know when you are going to be available because I really want to explore this topic with you.
Yeah, I'll let you know when I know. I actually do have to drop off very soon.
You got to go. All right, all right. Well, then why don't you give an outro first?
Yeah, I'm Doobie. That's me. You can find me at the Politics Discord, discord.gg/politics. That's where I am sometimes.
Thank you so much. Have a good one, friend.
Take care.
Talk to you later. It's good to see you guys.
Yep. We did get a super chat before we continue on with everyone else from Landon Stewart, who gave the last super chat. Says, finding out your friend had an abortion is very different than believing they want to deport you, LOL. The level of investment in a topic and how it involves your personal life is very different. I guess we could send this to our friend Lactoid. Yeah, finding out your friend had an abortion.
I'll respond to this, but then I do have to leave.
Sure.
Yeah, I guess to some extent, like in a selfish way, if you're not the kid, then I mean they're not trying to kill you, I guess. So
yeah,
I guess
honestly. I mean, it's less of a big deal when you're not the victim in the scenario.
Sure. Yeah, I guess I understand that. But then, like, the response to that would just simply be then, like, well, I'm not, like, trans or black, so I guess it doesn't affect me when people are racist or transphobic.
Okay, well, I really want to engage with you. Thanks for responding to that. I really want to engage with you on the things. Was it white people have been under attack, right? For years, was it?
Decades.
For years?
Decades is what I said, and then he agreed with me. Yeah.
Okay. For decades, I'll put it down. For decades.
Centuries, no, just decades. Okay.
Lactoid, right?
Where do you think the term slave comes from? It's because they were capturing Slavs, all right? Centuries they've been oppressing our white people.
If we're talking about Northern Africa, yeah, it's true.
That's okay. All right. I do want to engage with you in that. I think we can find some common ground there and have a discussion. Maybe.
I don't know. I don't know if you'll know what it's like.
It's past midnight. I'm just goofy at this point.
I don't know if we can have that conversation, Prime. Okay, look, we can disagree about whether or not pineapple goes on pizza, but we can't disagree about whether or not white people have experience.
Okay, I appreciate it. I don't know the white man struggle, right? I heard they have quite a burden on their shoulders.
Oh, dude, when it gets too sunny out, you don't even know. It's awful.
That is the thing with my kids. That is the thing. Like I have to constantly remind myself that they will burn in the sun because they're pale little white kids, and like I can go out because I'm mixed. I can just go outside. Like I'm not gonna get fucking sunburnt unless I'm out for like 12 hours with my shirt off. I've got a lot of white lighting on me. Number one,
okay,
but
and
number
he's
two,
Lebanese.
I don't get a lot of sun.
Remember, he's Lebanese. We have two Lebanese people.
I'm Lebanese and black, and then a whole bunch of different white.
Lebanese is my favorite there. I think I like that too much.
Of course, sociologist.
Let's go to
Greece.
Our friend Lacto, if you have anything else to say?
No, I appreciate, as always, Prime, the panel. I love you all. You can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube.
Yep, have a good one, friend. All right, we'll give an outro to all the others. And again, thanks to other people who've been supporting the channel through Super Chats. And, keep this channel floating. You guys are really kind today. Very, very, very much appreciate every single one of you. I need to have more people on who trigger you all right? Can't all be Scott every day. But thank you for the kind of people who supported us.
I'm just in it for the game right now, brother.
Scott, anything to say?
Yeah, I'm Fabian Liberty. You can find me on YouTube and Zitter, Twitter, or X, whatever the fuck you want to call it these days, primarily. Yeah, I just in terms of the overall conversation, it is important to recognize that this concept of violence, be it political assassinations, wars, etc., that one of the worst things I think we have done in our society is we've divorced ourselves from the reality that is the amount of violence that we participate in a daily basis. When you vote for violence every single time you vote. Whether that violence is defensive to try and regain your rights or whether or not that violence is to oppress other people. When you're voting right wing or, voting for Trump, you're voting for violence. You're voting for deportations. You're voting for an increase in the war on drugs. You're voting for these things. When, you're voting for a socialist, you're voting for violent people to, increase taxation and go to people that won't pay taxes and use the guns against them or whatever fucking laws it is that you want to use. And I think it's really important that we recognize this violence at the very beginning so that we can understand, why it is that we feel like we are living in a more violent time now that we're seeing violence spring forward in a new domain. Right, when we begin to see more assassinations or more school shootings or more, violent protests and things like that, and we go, "Oh my God, this is so violent! I hate all of this violence." And the violence never went away. It has always been there. You've always been comfortable with it. So long as that violence is against other people or done in a structured way, and so long as you play the rules of the game, you don't get hurt by this violence. Do what we tell you, or else is the only time that violence pops up. And with a culture that is, drastically separating with, negative social media, and most importantly with a philosophy of, diverging philosophies in politics, and, with the promise of the American dream, especially realizing that it's not coming to fruition for younger generations, the ability to buy a home, things like that, you're going to see that violence pop up. It's popping up not because, oh, how dare we not like Democrats or Republicans or talk to our friends, but rather it is the system is no longer working for people. And so the violence that they choose is slowly stopping at the ballot box and spilling over into the streets.
Thank you so much for that. All right, our friend Corey, words.
As always, thank you for inviting me on. Always grateful and a pleasure to be here. You can find me on Twitter, X, YouTube, Instagram, and Substack. It's Corey Campbell. And on the topic of that, actually, and the AI thing, one of the reasons I brought it up, because I literally just recently wrote about it, just published today, my second Substack article, titled I Proved the Internet and an Ivy Academic Wrong. And it literally took years to do that. And it all pretty much surrounds a Wikipedia edit that I did years ago that resulted in this back and forth Wikipedia war. And in the end, and it literally took about 3 to 4 years. And in the end, I was correct. But it took years for a bunch of people, including what appeared to be an Ivy League academic, to see that I was right. You can read all of that on my Substack. It's Corey Campbell. And all I did was change one word in the organic chemistry, in an organic chemistry article. But yes, and you can also find me on Twitch, Corey Campbell 84. And so that's why. And also,
that might was it neurotransmitter
stream.
Pardon me?
A neurotransmitter.
No.
Neurotransmitter.
You have to read the article. It's the article on enantiomers, but I don't expect you to know what that is.
Wow. Jesus Christ.
Okay, do you know what an enantiomer is?
No, but I don't like the fact that the way you said that.
Okay, well, no. Okay, that was not an insult at you. It's given what I know of your background, of you being a lawyer and
I mean, you guys wouldn't know.
No. I said I don't expect you to know.
I know.
But it is explained. I think. Sorry.
You wouldn't know the
antlers.
Yes, exactly what I said.
Corey, he has an objection to what you say, but he doesn't expect you to know what that is.
Yeah, exactly. I don't expect any of you to know what an enantiomer is, but you can read about what it is in the article.
Now we're catching strays.
Yeah, we're all dumber than Corey.
And no, that's not what I'm saying. But I also prove AI wrong, because AI, ChatGPT, the latest model, gets it wrong still to this day. Because this one word is misused even in textbooks, and it took years for people on Wikipedia just to see. And actually, you can see that the one word that I changed, like they made a rule, like once they realized I was correct, it's like a ruling came down, you can no longer change this word. It's like that you can't change. It's all in there in the Wikipedia edits. You can find that on Substack. It's Corey Campbell. But yeah, as always, this was great. And Ali, iCal Rich, Scott, Lacroid, always a pleasure. Love you, Brian.
Love you too, friend. And I love that my friend here decided, like, hey, I wrote a whole article just to gloat. Here I am, right? The champion.
Because
no, you wouldn't put it as gloating. No, sure, but that's exactly what you did.
Sure. Okay, I'll bite the bullet. But also, it's topical in the sense that because I expressed a concern about our information landscape, and I tie it to the information landscape in terms of if it's so hard to get people to see that my change of one word is actually correct, how do you get people to accept broader ideas that are true?
I just love how high IQ people, like once you get to a certain portion of the IQ, they go from like being, like sad and depressed that they haven't succeeded into like this weird nihilistic space where they hyper fixate on the cool shit that they like. You know what I mean? Like midwits, are like a special type of stupid. And then there's this like portion of the IQ range that is just sad because they can see all the problems of the world. And you get to like Corey Campbell's level where like you get to a certain part of the IQ distribution where like you stop being sad about the problems in the world. And then you're like, you go on Wikipedia warrior fucking thing. Like you just hyper fixate on some nerdy shit and you love it. I appreciate it.
Let's go to our friend Ali, right? We won't ask Scott where he puts him in the IQ distribution. We'll start another war here. Go ahead, Ali.
Yeah, you can find me Sociological 2 Ls, Twitch, Twitter, YouTube, all the socials. We haven't talked about Palestine enough lately, so free Palestine, river to sea as always.
Free Palestine every day, all day. Thank you so much. I don't say it enough myself. But I argue, and
y'all aren't allowed to get mad at my comments when we're saying shit like that. Like y'all be freaking out at my comments, asking questions. Everybody's, no, fuck you. You're not allowed to be mad about me saying controversial shit.
I don't ask questions. I make statements. I'm just saying. The questions get you in trouble. The statements,
I get it. Because when you say I'm just asking questions, we realize that what's happening is that you're just talking about the Jews. I get it. You're hip to the game.
Our friend Aiko, who I'm always thankful that he tolerates the children. That's the only thing I can think of. Like him watching us, right? It's like he knows he's better. Still, he's
Jesus after all.
Yeah. Thank you for being Aiko. Well, being Aiko, yes, but also being here, friend. Any words?
Well, I don't know if I have any words because I was going to talk about antigens, but now not sure that I have.
And antimers. Come on, bro.
Antimers. Damn it. I can't even say the thing I don't know. I'm just proving Corey right. He's catching all kinds of W's today. Yeah, antimers. Yeah. Damn it. So, no, it was a good topic. Somebody sent me a list that I was gonna post just to like refire up the conversation earlier. I think I sent it to you, Prime, in DMs. But it was a list of political assassination by homeborn. This is different because if you include foreign-born, then there's not such a big gap. But among like American-born assassins, it was like something like 11 Democrats and 190 Republicans, but I haven't looked into the data behind it to know like how they arrived at these numbers. I don't know. It was out of some magazine somewhere. I haven't looked at it yet. I'm not really trying to make a claim out of that. I was just telling you that I probably could have gotten you another 45 minutes of outraged content if I dropped that, Prime, but I
think we can discuss it at this point, but and it's something that we kind of avoided here. But there's a lot more right-wing political terrorists.
And I think to a degree, it doesn't matter, right? Like, even if it's true, it might not matter. because all that matters is that there is something that's causing our extremes to fight the middle, I think is what's happening. And it doesn't really matter to me if it's the far right or the far left, because I know historically that moves around a lot. And I give you a list about, and someone did point out to me that the people on my list are kind of from a century ago, a lot of them. But but it does move around. And I think there's times when, when people on the extremes of either party sort of, instead of pissing in the tent from outside, get to do it the other way around. And I think we're just at a moment where there's more opportunity in one of the parties than there is in another. But that doesn't mean it won't flip back the other way soon.
Okay, so I'm going to rate out to I think it's a black woman. And I can't tell from her thumbnail, but she's probably cute. So that's all we need. And it'll catch our friend Scott's attention. So double benefit there. But yeah, we'll be back. This was a lot of fun.
I gotta pull up Twitch
now. As soon as it starts, it'll be great. But yeah, thanks all for coming through. Gotta wait for this thing to cycle out. Now she's in the background and some guy's in front. I don't know who this person is.
Did you get baited again? Like
No. She's there. We just I kind of like barely see her right now, but she's probably pretty cute. Anyway, right. Off you go.
Everybody spam that in the chat. Probably pretty cute.
Peace. I'll catch you guys later.
See ya.
Take care, Lactoid.
Out of here, guys. Have a good night.
Yeah.
Yeah, I gotta go as well, unfortunately.
Yeah. I can stay here if anyone wants.
She was pretty cute. I had to look.
Okay.
She was pretty cute, but she will leave the room. So there you go. We got wannabe Sneeko up here.
Wannabe Sneeko.
God damn.
He looks like Sneeko a little bit, especially when he.
Who would want to be Sneeko? That is such a fall from very little
I know,
grace.
Right? Exactly. No, I'm totally.
I never got the Sneeko thing. I understand the phenomena of like Andrew Tate, right? I get that. As much as I dislike it, it's understandable. But like the phenomena that was Sneeko never made sense. It's like I was a male model. It's like, oh, you mean when you were like looked like a twink? And so that's how you got a big right wing audience? I don't fucking know, man. Like I never got the Sneeko love. At no point did it make sense to me.
How he converted to Islam, but knows nothing about Islam.
Yeah, I don't know. I have a theory of success for most people that get like super successful in streaming is like, I think what happens more often than not, specifically within like politics, is where I've noticed it a lot, but I'm sure it's true in other domains, is people that build a form of content or a way of producing content that isn't popular now, but will be popular in the future. And what I mean by that is like they try something a little new, and then they build like a somewhat small or decent audience. And then when that type of content starts to blow up, they are already well practiced at that type of content, and they already have like a well-established audience that can like share and talk about that content. And then they blow. Well, it's like I noticed this with like Andrew Wilson, for example, right? Is like Andrew Wilson for years, I don't want to say to nobody, but like to a very small audience, was pushing ortho bro, very heavy debate bro tactics. You know what I mean? In conversing religion and culture and things like that. And like he was blending kind of like the debate lord stuff of other places, but from like a more traditionalist, Christian perspective, you could say, while at the same time like having like a very anti-feminist thing. And like then all of a sudden it's like people like Piers Morgan and all these other people were like looking for someone that was way better at producing clips and being a debate bro and like shutting down a feminist, as opposed to like this like old school soundbitey thing, and then boom, he blows up. And it's like, well, it's because he's already established with that type of content.
He pulled that red pill audience, even though he's not red pill himself, right? Like he's not out there trying to get laid or anything, but He's still 80% of what he says appeals to that red pill audience, and he just knows to do that now instead of talking about religion.
It wouldn't surprise me if in like 2 years, like e-girls that are in the debate space become popular, and out of fucking nowhere, Admiral Gibbs just becomes this huge fucking streamer because because he's already well established with all of those people, and it's like a
Gibbs
domain
had an audience
that
at one
is
point in the past.
Huh?
Yeah, apparently Gibbs had an audience at one point in the past, but at least to hear him tell it, he got canceled somehow, and now he's coming back from it. But yeah,
sounds familiar.
I don't even know what the reason was.
Poor Prime.
He pissed somebody off. He got.
Did you piss somebody off, Prime? Did you get coordinated by everybody for having awkward DMs that were like not bad at all? Did something like that happen?
It was bad timing because that was in the middle of Me Too and all of the extra stuff that was happening at that point. I think 2 years before that or 2 years after that, it would have played different.
Yeah. Well. Yeah. But.
Sorry to hit a sore spot.
No. I brought it up. It's fine.
No, I was there for all that, and everyone was like, "Fuck this guy," and I was like, "It just looks like two awkward people flirting. Like, what the fuck is happening? I don't understand. What is the story here?" And they're like, "You don't understand because you're a misogynist." And I was like, "I mean, I am a misogynist, but that's irrelevant to what's happening right now. Like, this is not bad at all."
I remember I was not there for it, but I was there very shortly after. And every once in a while, I think Prime, every once in a while, you would mention something about it to me or whatever, like in our, when we were not on stream or whatever. And I was like, what is he talking about? And I started digging and digging and digging. I was like, I can't find anything. Like I saw the shit that people posted, but I was like, well, it can't be that. And
no, it was that. It was literally just that.
I know.
Oh man, the power of pussy, boys. I love you guys.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, before you go, Scott, I want to ask you something, and it's probably won't take very long. I'll
make it long. It's okay.
It's just a matter of investment.
You're back.
Public investment, right? Like, I think the best type of government investment is within things that make our economy work, right? Like, so what roads be obviously a classic thing, but like the internet, right? Or the.
So, are you just trying to trigger libertarians? Obviously, roads are good.
Sorry, I'm not trying to. I'm not trying to. I'm just trying.
Fucking, I got a clip here somewhere for fuck them hoe ass roads. All right, whatever. Go on.
Okay. Well, just to cut this short and clean, right? I guess I want to know is, do you scale in your mind, seriously scale, like investments depending on the type of investment, right? Or are they all inherently bad, right? Like in the same way, like evil is evil. Like because this money was taken from my pocket, right? It doesn't matter if the investment is something that could help, build the economy.
Well, I mean, so it's like, the way that I tend to view it is, you have two domains. One is, if you're talking about just like the moral equation, and then there's like kind of like a pragmatic equation of like an order rank of what is, you know what I mean? Like strategically, what can I convince people of as being bad? And like, where do I go, in that domain, right? So like, like for example, right? I've given this example several times, a hypothetical, like, let's say I had to choose, gun to my head, between losing $2.9 trillion in the war in Iraq and Afghanistan or investing $2.9 trillion to get rid of every lead water pipe in America so that we are not poisoned with lead poisoning, the general IQ can increase, less crime, less developmental. Yeah, obviously I'm going to pick the lead pipe thing over fucking the war in Afghanistan. But like, I would be against both of these policies. I would think public investment is always bad. Yes. But like, I can recognize that like $3 trillion sent to go bomb people is worse than $3 trillion to like make it to where our water supply is not poisoning people.
I mean,
I still think it would be better to have $3 trillion in the economy, right? I still think it would be better to have $3 trillion, you know, so that people can have more jobs, so that people can buy more homes, or that people can buy whatever it is that they desire, or use their money in any way that and allow the market to come up with better solutions. But like at the end of the day, obviously I'm gonna pick something that is like infrastructure over something that is bombing people. You know what I mean?
Sure. Okay. All right. And bombing is extreme.
Well, I mean, I picked two extremes
all the time
as an example,
yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Like,
no.
obviously, the same logic applies to similar things that are much closer together.
I know. Yeah, I know why you picked them. I'm just saying that like it might be more useful to talk about things that are a bit more similar. Because like I look at and we both hate the CCP, right? We both hate the CCP. But I look at China. Mm-hmm. I look at how they weren't in wars, as far as I know, over the last like 2 decades, right? Mm-hmm. And I look at how they've massively expanded their infrastructure, and they're like doing some like crazy infrastructure projects, like crazy ones I've seen. And I see how like, not that they're on our level or anything like that. How they're strengthening other people. They're not strengthening their people, but strengthening their economy in a which way by these investments into the infrastructure, but also into like their universities and their research centers. And so now they have blast ahead of us in terms of batteries, right, and solar panels and a few other things, right? And now AI, they're challenging us, right? We were told, we're sold that because they can't keep up with us on chips, and so we're just going to put some sort of embargo on chips, and that'll cripple them. But then that wasn't a problem for them at all, right? And it seems to me that within that time period, the same time period when we were, having our adventures, right? That investment went to increasing their ability, the ability of their individuals to be more productive, more inventive, more all those things, right? And so now, again, we can step away from the wars, but like, it's just even. I know I've talked to you for many years at this point, but it's just kind of hard for me to understand how like how investments in similar areas, right, that could increase the ability of the private sector to do its thing, right, by having a better workforce, or having a workforce that can get to their factories or whatever the fuck, right? A workforce that has I don't know, it's healthier, right? That any of that could be bad.
Yeah, I mean, so look, if you compare China's growth to America's growth, and you see civil infrastructure, civil engineering jobs, right? Like, roadways, giant dams, things of that nature. And you compare it to, building aircraft carriers and fucking bombing countries and things like that, then like obviously the planning of, taking your wealth and your resources towards things that are designed ostensibly to make people's lives better, or, increase pro-social behavior, or et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, for business. Obviously you're going to probably see a more positive impact from one versus the other, right? Because you're comparing, but again, the reason you say, well, why is it bad, right? And the reason it's bad, first of all, I would somewhat challenge, but I don't want to get into a debate about the health of China's economy or people, right? But there's a lot of misinformation and a lot of propaganda that comes out of China that paints a much prettier picture than what China is, right?
That's fair.
There are a lot of people in China that are living like 15 people in one room, and they're like, I'm not homeless. And, there's home ownership rates are like total bullshit that the government makes up, and nobody actually owns a home because they rented for 97 years, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But even setting all of that aside, right, we can just look at like, as it, dude, you got like a big chunk of something in your beard and it's distracted me.
Me?
No.
Oh, okay.
There you go. You got it. I was like trying not to focus on, right. But I mean, like, so like, I don't disagree that government central planning of the economy is likely to have a more beneficial effect on the lives of the people in that economy than would wasting money on wars or other things like we have done, or even potentially wasting money on NGOs that are doing all kinds of things that are designed to funnel money back to the rich in some way, or political activist groups. Or there's a lot of wasteful spending in the American economy, and a lot of regulations, a lot of things that are bad from the government. What I'll say this is it really comes down to the basics, right? Of like, what is the price mechanism versus what is central planning. And so a classic example that you can use to understand the problem that we're facing here is, let's say I have nation A and nation B. Nation A is a centrally planned economy, and then nation B is a free market capitalist economy. Obviously, most nations today are a mixture of both, right? But let's assume for the sake of argument, these are two extremes. And so on the so the goal is I want to connect town A and town B with a train. Okay? Now, what I can do is I can do one of two things. There's a mountain in the way. So I can go around the mountain, or I can go through the mountain. Now, in order to go through the mountain, we have to hire specific people. We have to get explosives. We have to drill. We have to put in labor. We have to do all these things, right, to go through the mountain. But ultimately, we'll use less steel and less lumber in order to go through the mountain. And let's assume, for whatever reason, that it takes basically the same amount of time. Both routes would take the same time, right? So the commissar, right, the socialist one, well, how do they make that decision? How do they decide whether or not to go through the mountain or to go around the mountain? It's going to take the same amount of time to go around the mountain and go through the mountain. But in one, option A, go through the mountain, you need more labor. You need more tools to go through the mountain. You might need different supplies like, dynamite, things like that. And then in option B, you need more lumber, you need more steel, and you need different engineers. Okay. Well, the socialist goes, well, either they just make a decision, and they might make the wrong decision, or what they do is they hire a committee or an expert to look into the situation to try and determine what is the better position based off of all the market stuff. And the more money they spend, the more likely they make the right choice, right? Like the more money they spend on researching, what are the market conditions, how much supplies we have, et cetera, et cetera. Now, in the capitalist country, what the capitalist does is they look at the price of lumber and steel, and they look at the price of labor, and they go, well, right now, labor is actually really cheap, and mining equipment is really cheap, and TNT is really cheap, and so it's going to cost me less money to go through the mountain, and I'm going to get this. It doesn't matter whether or not I go around or go through the mountain. Now, what is it about free market capitalism that is able to give them the answer to this equation? Is the price mechanism itself. The price mechanism is in the price of engineers, the price of wood, the price of steel, right? Let's just look at the price of wood. In the price of wood, how much wood costs today is billions of economic transactions is what affects that price. How much lumber is there? How many trees are there? How many logging companies are there? Who else needs wood? Are there homes that need wood, and are homes more valuable right now? Or are homes not that valuable right now because they're using brick? And this list goes on and on and on and on and on for every material and every factor of thing that is going to have costs, right? The price of labor, the price of an engineer, the price of steel, all of these things. And so it is always true. This is, a very easy way of describing the economic calculation problem, which is it is always true that the state, in order to attempt to correctly guess, must spend money to gain information that already innately exists in the price mechanism. Now, you as the socialist, you can make the argument, well, even though it's less efficient than the free market capitalism, maybe there are other factors, or there are corporations trying to exploit people, or there's all of these other things. But in a truly free market, all of the information that is necessary to make a decision about what is going to cost more is already in the price equation. And under socialism, that information is lacking. And so the centralized authority must spend money and resources in order to gain information that is freely given in free market capitalism via the price mechanism. And so this is why I have an issue, in a very, obviously it's just a small example, you know what I mean? But this is the general kind of problem with spending money on infrastructure from the state, as opposed to, people, like in a free market economy where it's like, maybe it's cheaper to build a train from point A to point B. Maybe it's cheaper and more efficient to have buses. Maybe it's cheaper and more efficient to have planes that connect cities. And the list goes on and on and on and on, because there are so many options in the market, whereas the socialist just goes, no, we are building a train. And it may be that you're wasting resources and wasting your wealth and choosing the less economically efficient thing because a centralized authority is choosing it, as opposed to a market or a price mechanism that has everybody's wants and desires baked in to the price equation.
I guess maybe that's what I disagree with. So you've told me this, not anecdote, but the thought experiment. We've gone through this thought experiment before, yeah. And I hear you, friend. I guess it's that I don't know if everyone's ambitions, everyone's needs are actually baked in there, right? Like,
not their needs, but their ambitions are. Everyone's desires is baked into the price mechanism, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they are operating under their own rational self-interest. So it's giving their desires. It isn't necessarily giving them their needs. It's giving them what it is that they want.
Okay. Well, then, that's useful then, right? If that's how you look at it, because then, where I would say it'd be better to have government investment is that if capitalism is just dealing with people's wants, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then let's say in the most efficient manner, okay? Mm-hmm. In the most efficient manner, well, then government could be there to take care of the needs of society. So
who defines a need? What is and isn't a need? What is
we can't basically.
This is the problem with socialism. Is I agree with you, right? That in theory, on paper, right? It's like, okay, sometimes people don't act in their own rational self-interest, and so we need smarter people, better people that say, okay, the market isn't going to respond by giving adequate transportation to these people, so we're going to forcibly give transportation to these people to make their lives better. And in theory, that sounds good, right? You're meeting the needs that people wouldn't necessarily do because they're short-sighted, or they don't collectively come together to solve problems. Instead, they're selfish and they're thinking about their own situation. The problem is what is and isn't a need is impossible to define. And then you have to use research to determine what is and isn't a need. And then you have unintended consequences. And then you have you have to roll this over and over and over again.
I disagree with you that it's impossible to understand people's needs. That housing is a need. You disagree it's all right. I think it's all right, but we'll put that aside. For now. It's certainly a need that people have. People can't afford housing,
but it's infinitely reducible, right? So it's like we can probably come together, right, and go, okay, Maslow's hierarchy of needs, right? Like housing, a roof over your head, shelter, right? Shelter is clearly going to be a need. And then it goes, okay, well, how much square footage do we need? What materials do we need? Like it's infinitely reducible, right? Once you determine a need,
desires, no.
Right, but every need, but it's like, is 100 square foot appropriate? Maybe we need 200 square feet. Is it 222 square feet? Like, the problem is it's infinitely, you can never determine, even if you can like give a general idea of a need, is it eventually gets into an unanswerable question, and we have to spend more money, more resources in order to get more accurate information.
Yeah, so I think that as a society we can set basic needs. That we can understand that these are things that humans need to survive, and then from there we can set like societal goals, right? So there's needs, and then there's goals, and these goals are to help society flourish, right? Like a goal would be to increase the level of transportation within this area so that people can get to their work, right? And they can do it in a way that is more efficient, right? Than driving in a single car, right? And more and better for the environment. Like we can set these things. Now,
but it's arbitrary. It's ultimately arbitrary.
I don't know.
It is by definition arbitrary, right? Because it is infinitely reducible. Because we at a certain point we get to a position where we can't actually determine what is or isn't a need, no matter how much money we spend. And you would say, well, it doesn't matter. But the thing is like it doesn't matter. If we determine. If we can't determine the exact square footage that is a need. But the problem is some people don't need a home. Some people don't even want to live in a home. Some people want to live that van life. Some people, right? Some people want different things, right? And what's worse, I think the other thing, to like switch the topic a little bit, right? The other thing that's really important is that capitalism gives people what it is that they desire. If the culture is sick and if the people in it are irrational, then it gives them sick and irrational things that they desire as opposed to things that are beneficial to them. But the problem is if the culture is sick and if the people are irrational, then the government will also be sick and will also be irrational. And so it's like the problems of capitalism that you might look at in terms of wanting to meet people's desires versus their needs are the same problems that exist within the government, because the government is only made up of people that are in that culture.
But they make up, but there are interests that are separate and unnatural of the people. And
their interests are power and influence, usually.
Yes. So maybe you might give maybe slight agreement with me on here, because I know you're against corporations, right? Different reasons. Well, I'm against corporations, but you're against them. And that like the corporate needs aren't human needs, right? There are these legal fictions that we create that wield
what is the corporate
money.
Need? Under free market capitalism, what is the corporate need?
Sorry, maybe let's pull back need. Maybe I use the wrong word. Corporate desires.
Desires. What is the desire of a corporation?
Yeah, to make more money, propagate itself.
How does it do that under free market capitalism?
Oh, under free market
Let's assume there are no bad actors. Let's assume there are no bad actors other than just an extremely rational. Let's assume nobody commits fraud, right? Obviously, and nobody commits violence. What is it? How do they make money?
They provide products and increase the quality increase their ability to
human
provide
desires.
the needs of their.
Right, so the corporate desire is human desire, right? Because the corporate desire for profit is a desire that if engaging in free market capitalism, the only way that they gain that desire is by being the most efficient at meeting human desires.
Okay, so what I am not arguing. Okay, I'm trying to phrase this correctly, and I'm sure I'm going to phrase it incorrectly. So please do forgive me.
Yeah, it's fine. There's grace. It's not a panel where I have to jump on you, where I won't get a word in.
Yeah. So here's what I'm at this moment not really arguing against is free market capitalism. I'm going to leave that alone because, at least according to you, I've never even really seen it, right? That the capitalism
it basically
I have
existed in like Republica Cospaya, maybe.
Sure. Okay. So I've never really seen it. So I'm not.
Prospera,
Yeah, so I haven't actually engaged with that system. If you're to be believed, and okay, I can work with that. So what I'm actually arguing with is like reality as it is, right? Markets that exist within a state. Okay, all right, okay. Markets that exist in state that have access through their money to alter the government levers, right? And to use it to their ends. So like I agree with you. Like I agree with you on when you say that billionaires are created through government protectionism, right? That
I mean, it's
government puts
possible
into
to
the
do it
legal-
through free market capitalism, but not in our current system.
Yeah. So so what I'm understanding that we do live in a nation state, and like our options are either getting closer to free market cap, like approaching the speed of light. Like we can get close to the free market capitalism, but we can't actually get there because the state exists, right? Or to live within a more state-directed, state-invested economy, right? Whatever you might want to call it, just call it socialism. It's fine. Looking at those options, it would seem that corporations within our reality have a lot of unnatural desires, or at least unnatural outcomes, because they have the ability to box out their competition, to be rent seeking, right? To be unnecessary middlemen that provide unneeded friction within transactions, to do a whole list of, and of course to like destroy the environment for their own sake. So within that reality that we live in, unfortunately, for both our sakes, then like would it not be better than to have a government that is actually responsive to the people? Do a lot of these investments, not all the investments. I think we can still have private investments, but like the ones that are Prime's list of needs, Prime's arbitrary list of needs. Well, that was a lot.
So I bring this quote up a lot. I love it. It's my favorite Hayek quote. It's very pithy and short, right? Which is centralized authority destroys spontaneous order. And so the thing is that so long as the state has the more the state has influence in a market, the more the state has control over some specific portion of the market, right? Then the less likely and the less likely it is for spontaneous order. The less likely it is for a company. So let's look at, for example, the FDA, right? There are no private companies. There are some. Let me take that back. There's not a lot of private companies that are giving doctors information on medication, right? Like what medications ought you take, what medications are good for these things, et cetera, et cetera. There are some companies that do this, and this is a premium service that is done, above and beyond the minimum requirements that the FDA is engaged in. And so it's like, well, so long as the FDA exists, the market can't really there's no market void, right? And so a market void is essentially when there is a need or a desire in the market that is created because either a company fails or the government stops doing something, right? It creates a market void. There's like a vacuum somewhere that needs to be filled up because people still have this desire, right? So like if the FDA were gone tomorrow, people would still desire to know what drugs are safe to take and what aren't safe to take, and doctors would still want to prescribe good medication. They wouldn't want to get sued, right? And so it's not, so long as the FDA exists, the company can't really step in that domain. And so when we're talking about the state and state's investment, the thing is that because the state invests in infrastructure, there's not a lot of capitalists that are, that are seeing a lot of potential for profit to invest in infrastructure, obviously. And so, the question is, ought the state do more infrastructure building? Because we're not going to be tomorrow in a position where the United States government goes, we are no longer building roads, right? We're done building roads. Okay, so if the state is still saying roads are going to get built, then there's not a lot of companies that have a desire to build private roads, even if we reduce funding for the roads, right? Because if we cut funding for the roads in half, we won't get a lot of private companies entering the market. What we're likely going to get is just a bunch of shitty roads, like a bunch of dilapidated roads. And so the question is, ought we increase investment in the roads so that we have good roads? I think it's an interesting thing, but ultimately I do think that this occurs on we think of it as black and white, but in reality the economic conditions mean that they occur in a spectrum, right? So if we were to cut 75% of funding for roads, I think you absolutely would see in certain areas a growth in other competing roads, right? Like if the roads fell into such a condition that they were damaging people's cars and it was difficult for Walmart to get their grocery stores stocked because of an increase in time to get there, and we had the right to build private roads, you would absolutely see a highway exit to a private road if they were given the legal authority to do so, that went 20 miles one way and then got back on the highway. And so, no, I think the answer is that the freer the market, the freer the people. And I think we're better off cutting essentially any government program to any varying degree. We will be freer and more prosperous when we do it. I do think, however, when it comes to laws around illegality, that the situation changes. When we talk about funding for structure, it's one thing. But when we talk about illegality, I think we have to be very careful about how we legalize things. When whole portions of the market are illegal and the government comes in and makes something legal, it can often cause more problems than it solves, because all of the other elements of the illegalities, those problems can sometimes exacerbate. And so by making one portion of the market legal, it can make things worse. So for example, in Washington, when they made all drugs legal, but they didn't really make them all legal, right? Like we didn't get rid of the interstate laws, right? So it was illegal to ship them into the state. It was illegal to manufacture the drugs. It was illegal to have a large quantity of the drugs. It would still be illegal to have an app where you rate your drug dealer. There's still public property, so people were doing drugs at a higher degree on public property. So now there's like heroin needles at kids' playgrounds, right? And so what ends up happening is everybody blames what happened in Washington on, see, this is what happens when the government legalizes drugs. When in reality, this is what happens when the government illegalizes possession and the use of drugs, but makes it but still maintains public property, makes it illegal to sell drugs in large quantities, makes it illegal to have large quantities of drugs, makes it illegal to ship drugs, makes it illegal to have apps and places that are designed to help with the distribution or to help with, safety and making things better, or to isolate drugs, right? There's all these other things that stay illegal, and so those problems become exacerbated. So to summarize, from an infrastructure perspective, from a funding perspective, I think any cuts to those things makes our lives better. Maybe not immediately in the short term, but in the long run. But when it comes to deregulation, I think you have to go with a scalpel and try, because the web of like interconnected things in the state can often mean that deregulation of one portion can cause problems because of all the other regulations that are interconnected with it.
So the drug portion, the illegality web you're talking about, I'd have to talk about some other time, because that's that's a complicated one.
Right. Well, I think it's interesting. Why did it work in Portugal but not work in Washington? I think is the real question. And I think it's because in Portugal they made it far more legal, and they didn't have this state situation and interstate commerce problems. And right, so like they had less problems when they legalized drugs in Portugal than we do here, because It's just one state where it's legal, but it's still federally illegal, and and other portions of the drugs.
I think that was
were
part of the
illegal.
problem, but I think also part of the problem was that people weren't being shamed into saying that you shouldn't be doing these things in public, right? Shamed into actually getting help, and they weren't being coerced, right? To say like, well, okay, so like these individuals are like strung out on a bench somewhere, right? If you're telling cops that they can't give them a ticket and push them along, well then now you're gonna have a public nuisance and no one's gonna actually
And then there's
deal
also
with it.
the homeless population that's transient, right? So homeless people that don't want to get arrested for doing drugs flock to an area. So now you have an increase in homelessness. You don't have the infrastructure to deal with this. Like there's a lot of problems, right? That we can go until the sun comes up on the problems. But I'm just highlighting how there's so many things connected when it comes to deregulation that it's deregulation, as far as I'm concerned, is an entirely different beast. It's a game of strategy to do it the right way and to try your best to not cause harm, because the state still exists with its big web. But when we're talking about funding of programs, especially building and public works and things like that, I think we're always better off by cutting the funding.
So I agree with you on the deregulation for the most part. Like I never put much thought into it in that way, but like on first blush, I agree with you. And specifically though with the investments, the thing is though, bad actors do exist, and I don't know, I feel like I'm
For
right
sure.
now. I want this conversation to be more than what it is right now, because like I feel like anarchist 101 type thing that we're having a conversation with. I'll have to like reformulate exactly where I want to take this conversation later on some other time, but for now I just continue on with my thought. That like, yes, like bad actors do exist. They could be like interests within a region that decide like, hey, we're going to lock out outside competitors. We are going to hey, the market said, okay, there could be like market advantages to like the market could desire more housing, right? We need more housing, and the best way to address it would be to build more housing. But the actors in that area, let's say they are like landlords, that they could work with the real estate builders and say, well, it works better for us if market prices are high, right? It works better for you developers, and it works better for me as a landlord. And
100%.
so we are going to keep the supply artificially low. Yeah, create a cartel. Thank you. Right? Yeah, cartel. And what is to be done in such a situation?
Yeah, no, I mean, I think this is the current state of our housing situation, right? And I think the freer the market, the less likely that is. I think NIMBY laws and zoning laws and all of these licensing things that the government that makes the barrier to entry more difficult has and quantitative easing of the Federal Reserve during the Obama administration and during the Bush administration to a certain degree as well. There are a lot of government factors in why our housing is in such a crisis and why it's so difficult to build housing. And I do agree with you that boomers have voted in people that are, doing all of the policies that make the value of their homes go up because they have those assets and they enjoy that at the expense of the lives of, millennials and Gen Z. And of course, Gen Alpha, right? They're taxing the future generations so that they can get wealthy, and then pretend like they're not doing that. But what I would say is that the more free market an economy is, the more difficult it is to maintain a cartel, because the more you start to inflate the price artificially, right? Because it's not the true price, because you're engaging in price setting. You're engaging with other contractors and other real estate developers and other landlords to artificially increase the price and increase rent. The more that you do that under a freer market, the more you increase the potential profit of people that come in and build houses. So there are people that might be building in another neighborhood, or people that have a small construction company that go, ooh, the home prices are getting really expensive right now. I can I can spend $100,000, and a year ago I would only be able to sell it for $250, but now I can sell it for $350. That's another $150,000 in profit. And so by creating a cartel, they engage in short-term profits, but at the cost of growth, right? So that's one important aspect, is it costs them growth in the market, and it's a temporary solution that invites competition to lower prices. But when you can go to the government and you can get environmental regulations passed, right? Or you can stop people from doing a housing development because of NIMBY laws. Who do you think funds all of that shit that slows down housing? But landlords, right? And they can go to the government, and the government can use their force and their violence to help maintain their cartel and maintain the higher prices in housing and rent, which is that profit seeking. So the freer the market, the less likely this is to occur. People will do cartels, but in the long term, they're only going to bring in more investment, which will in turn lower prices. And then the cartel breaks.
It feels like even in a society closer to your goal, that would still be the case. Like the situation I'm describing, and the ability to maintain. Okay, so let me just say it. Like you said, like, specifically, hey, like, there are barriers to entry for like new developers, right? Because you have to get like a whole list of licenses, right?
Yeah.
And in your situation,
and you have to have like lawyers on retainer, so that when you get
Indeed.
sued for your building a bad house, there's all kinds of shit.
Agreed. And it does make it expensive, and it does make it harder for to get in. I can't disagree with you on the barrier of entry there, right? But also in a future you'd more prefer, there would be just different barriers of entry, right? Like you would say that left to its own devices, the market would be able to figure out which home developers are quality, right? It'd have independent.
Not necessarily. My argument has never been utopian, right? I don't think the market is a magical fix for anything. My argument is, only free market capitalism has a chance of being moral, because it doesn't require fraud. It doesn't require people to violate people's rights, whereas the state requires it. It's baked in. So that's number one. And number two is my belief is that the market is simply more efficient at doing these things. So my answer isn't that there won't be rent seeking, there won't be cartels, there won't be people trying to game the system or commit fraud. Like, all these things will continue so long as humans have different values and they are moral actors with free will. People will do evil things and fuck people over and make poor decisions. My only argument is that only capitalism has a chance of being moral, and only capitalism is simply more efficient than the systems of state.
Sure. Let's examine this one part to make sure we're on the same page. So my understanding previously, and maybe I was completely incorrect, and I'll change my thinking, was that within a free market capitalist system, that like the desires of the people will be met because they have these desires, and then someone will like meet those desires eventually, right? Now, obviously not necessarily in the short term, but medium, long term, that'll be met.
Yeah,
so,
some desires will always be unmet, right? But they will, yeah, sure.
So that's why I'm talking about something.
If there's a market for it, if there's a potential for profit in that desire, then eventually, the most likely scenario, if you run the game over and over again, is that someone will meet that desire.
Sure. Okay. So, and I can give you all of that. In terms of real estate development, we don't have a government right now that will come in and do the licensing and assuring a minimum standard of competency of developers, right, and insurance and all that. Instead, we would have some sort of private organization that would do at least parts of these things. Maybe multiple organizations do them all, and that would give signals to consumers which one of these people is trustworthy, right?
Right.
And it seems like through that process, we would replicate most, if not all, the barriers that exist now under government. Maybe it's slightly cheaper, but like to meet to prove that you are competent, to prove that if there's an accident, right, like it's not all going to be on the homeowner, right, the contracting individual asking for a house or whatever. Yeah,
right. It's like state demands a license, and I say I have a problem with that. And it's like, but under Ancapistan, insurance companies will likely demand some other company that provides licenses in order to insure your home. And so it's like, didn't we just recreate the licensing agreement, without the state? And I agree with you that like many functions of the state would be identical, or maybe not identical, obviously, but like there would be similar parallel things that would occur in the market. I don't necessarily see a problem with that. I don't like. I agree that there would be functions of the market that would do the same thing. It would be more efficient. It would be less prone to fraud and abuse because the incentives are different, right? And so the incentives of the state are many, right? The incentives of the state are, whoever is paying for something, like what lobbying firm got in special rules that help their company but not another company, right? They're the incentive of people that work in the industry of regulating the economy in the executive branch of the government, right? Their incentives are not profit. Their incentives is not peak efficiency. Their incentives are those of bureaucracy, and of bureaucracy's many problems that come from corrupting influence of corporations, but also just the inefficiencies of those bureaucracies. Because at the end of the day, if something is made a need by the government, remember we were talking about desires versus need, the moment we define something as a necessary or a need is the moment that we stop looking at its efficiency and we start looking at the desire to meet that need, not necessarily whatever the cost, but at a cost that might be very inefficient. Right? Because once we say housing licenses are a need, it doesn't really matter what the cost is so long as it's not so astronomical that it's like bankrupting the budget or whatever. But when it's in the market, it goes, okay, well, it's not a need. It's just simply, do people choose the risk of not insuring their home? Or do people insure their homes? And then multiple companies compete in insuring their homes, and there's a price market mechanism, right? And then the company goes, okay, this company that provides license A is 20% more risky from our things, so we're going to charge you 20% more to insure your home. And company B is more expensive to buy the home, but has 20% less risk. Yeah. Right. And so when you're a home buyer, you can choose, okay, house A is 300,000, house B is 350,000. House A requires more to insure the home and price B requires less to insure the home. And then you can make the calculation of your risk based off of that. And eventually the market can be able to kind of settle on what is the, because here's the thing. There's always some level of risk when you're building a home. There's always some level of mistakes. And so there is an equilibrium in the market between people's desires and how much money they're willing to spend and how much risk they're willing to take on. Because at the end of the day, I could sell you the same home for $500,000, but I go through it with a fine tooth comb every step of the way, and I film every single thing, and I'm way more likely to give you a home that is going to survive the hurricane, is going to survive when an earthquake hits, is not going to have a random thing break, but the increased cost isn't going to be worth the reduced risk. And so the market has the ability to find the equilibrium of risk versus reward that people are willing to take on in the market, whereas the government says it is a need to ensure that homes are safe. And now we have this minimum set of standards. And so you can't find that equilibrium, and you can't determine how much of my taxes should be taken from me in order to meet this presumed need. And you can't actually get to that point that accurately gives it what people are willing to spend and what people are willing to do. And so the market is superior at this, despite recreating the same systems, which is insurance and licensing for contractors, but they do so by meeting all of the available information in the price equation. It's the exact same thing that I discussed with the train. Does the train go through the mountain, or does the train go around the mountain? Is the same question of what is the acceptable level of risk in terms of licensing contractors to build a home versus what is an unacceptable level of risk?
So I guess the thing that
this is high-minded economic shit for 1 o'clock in the morning. I'll give you that.
No. Yeah, it's fine. No, I trust me. I've wrapped my head around all this. In fact, we've had this before.
In similar fashion.
It's just, yeah. I'm thinking more of, these are the I'm running into the differences between us, right? And differences you've already acknowledged that, your need for necessary efficiency and your definition of efficiency is, I guess, probably different from what I would define as efficiency. But and so it doesn't matter to me, from your perspective, more friction into the equation if we can get to better results. But from your perspective, you'd say, well, as the government couldn't get to better results.
No, I think sometimes the government can like a broken clock is right twice a day. There's a billion, there's like a billion things the government is doing. And so it certainly will sometimes by chance be more efficient than the market. It's just that it's an element of chaos because the government is always working with less information. And has to spend money to get more information that is freely available in the price equation. So sometimes the government will do things better than the private market would have done. But if you run that equation over and over and over again, that likelihood essentially becomes zero, right? It's an asymptote. There's always, a universe where I magically sprout wings and there's a biological reason that I do so, right? But it's becomes statistically impossible that the government is able to be more efficient.
It just and I know we've talked about this, and I guess maybe I forget some of your talking points here. So I guess I'll take it here. Space travel, space exploration, not profitable, right?
No, not at all.
The start, not profitable.
Not even profitable now without government contracts.
Exactly. So I was about to say we're still formulating any sort of market that could exist at this point, but simply not profitable and just massively expensive to even find out if it's even possible to do. And so while there are desires, let's ignore needs for now, desires that can be met if space exploration does happen, right? If we build the rockets and then advanced satellite technology, right? And then we find out, looks like we can provide all these services that were utterly impossible previously, right? All that needed an initial investment, and private hands seems unlikely, extremely unlikely, not impossible, but unlikely to make that massive investment to on the off chance that one, it was possible, and that two, there was a profitable market waiting on the other side of it. I didn't ask you a question, I guess, but
it's fine. I was just responding to something in chat. So what I would say is this: I absolutely agree that initial investment into space exploration would certainly not have occurred when it occurred. Right? Without that initial investment by the state. I would also say that the money, if you were to spend, long-term goals is something that capitalism can do, right? But there has to be a return on investment in a person's lifetime, right? Like the government can essentially do something that is a long-term goal that goes outside of their lifetime, right? Like we can invest in something presumably for return on investment in 200, 300, 400 years. That isn't necessarily going to create a return on investment now. The flip side of that, so like that is like a ooh yay government kind of side. The flip side of that is technology builds upon itself. And so by investing in something that is a long-term goal, you pull money out of research and development or out of the economy that would occur now. And so let's say we spend $10 trillion on going to space altogether, all of the NASA contracts. I don't know how much money it is, right? It's actually woefully not that big, right? I think it's maybe $1 trillion altogether in today's dollars. So let's say it's $1 trillion, right? Okay, well, it may not be beneficial to spend $1 trillion to go to space in terms of profit from a capitalist perspective. But that $1 trillion could go into making labor more productive by creating new technologies. And so the question is what is worth more? The return on investment in the future or the immediate increase in technology and the immediate increase in the productivity of labor and growth? And what does that mean iterated over 10, 20, 30, 40 years, right? Because that money could also go to curing cancer. Or maybe that money goes towards just feeding people. And if that money goes towards feeding people, let's say that money goes towards investment in farming technologies. A company knows that they can get a return on investment because that money's in the market to invest in farming technologies. Now we're more productive at farming, which means food is cheaper, which means there are a bunch of people in the third world that are able to get food cheaper that wouldn't have been able to get food before. And now those people have time to think and time to study and time to learn things. And so now we're able to have more countries and more people pulled out of poverty and get better education, which means a rapid increase in tech. It's a game of I agree with you that there can be a long-term investment that wouldn't pay off in the market. And we go, if not for the government, this likely would not have happened. But the counterfactual is, if not for the government, this money would have been in the market and would have made labor more productive and reduced prices and made everybody's life right now better, which allows them the ability to do more great things and invent things. And maybe, just maybe, we get to Mars 100 years faster because we are able to increase the productivity of our labor, increase technology and science, and we get to that point where it is profitable to attempt to go into space much quicker.
So I'm not going to ding you on the possibilities here, because obviously there's no way for us to know one or the other. But I feel like even on your own terms, from what you were describing, these investments, right, into technology, we're investing into a black box, right? And this black box pays off, right? Something emerges from this black box in the future. We don't know what it is, right? But we are pretty sure if we put some sort of investment, right? We put dollars in the black box, right? That out comes a product that is useful in the future. So yeah, sure. Maybe we go to Mars 100 years earlier because of the timeline that you created. Right. Or maybe it's the case that the cancer drugs you're talking about. Maybe it's the case that there are some sort of cancer drugs, some cancer cure that can't be created within Earth's gravity well, right? That it requires a zero gravity environment to perform the chemistry to.
I feel like a much better example is maybe it takes us 10 more years to have satellites, and if it has 10 more years to have satellites, that's 10 more years before we have modern GPS. Right? That would be a huge deal. Again, I'm not saying that a broken clock isn't right twice a day, right? Like, I'm not saying that the government might potentially, invest in something and it's more beneficial than what the market would have done. I'm just saying if you run that game over and over and over and over again, you get to a statistical impossibility that the government is more efficient at getting a return on its investment and in progress and in technological growth and in all of the things that we actually want than would a free market.
Yeah, I guess I don't agree with that basis necessarily, or at all.
Obviously,
not yeah. And
we could run that over and over and over again. Like, I feel like we'll eventually just hit a wall, and that's fine.
It's fine. Yeah, I've just that I think government in its best form provides a platform, right? A platform for market interactions to happen and social interactions to happen. And our job is to improve, from the government perspective, is to improve this platform to make
here's the thing.
The playing
I'll leave you
field
with
more.
this.
Sure.
I'll leave you with this. If you're right, let's do a thought experiment. You're right. Right. And you are correct that a large collective of people paying taxes so that the government can take care of what it deems to be people's needs is actually more efficient. Then the question becomes, well, then why must this be imposed on 30 million Americans? Why is it that we have the right to use guns and violence to force people into this system that you claim would be more efficient, would create more progress, and would make people's lives better? Why would they simply not, if we have the liberty to have 1,000 Liechtensteins, why would they simply not move to the place where they have healthcare, where their needs are taken care of, where the standard of living is higher, and where infrastructure investments create better returns on investment than do these other systems? And under anarcho-capitalism,
for every society, all of them.
Okay, why? Why is force not? If it is true
for all of them,
okay,
but
okay,
even the ones you're talking about.
Okay, force. It depends on how you define force. But I don't want to get into the weeds of the philosophical discussion of defining coercion, force, violence, etc. What I am saying is if there are 1,000 Liechtensteins and you're right, and what you're right about is that the most beneficial to the population and to their standard of living and to progress is the one Liechtenstein where you get there and they say, in order to live here, you have to pay taxes and you have to agree to this constitution, and you have to agree by these rules, that is this constitution, these taxes, and we have elections to do this, and it's a purely voluntary society. If you're right that people's lives are better that way, why not give everybody else that doesn't want to live there the freedom to live on their own and try different ways? And why would that society not over time grow if it proves more efficient? If it proves that it can gain traction and then voluntarily purchase its neighboring communities and things of that nature, why must we say we know right and you're wrong, and so this little group in Florida, pay your taxes or else we're coming for you, don't worry, we'll make your life better? If you're really making our life better, why would most people, let's say 40% of people, we live in a big world, let's say it's just 40% of people, choose to live in the place where everybody knows their material conditions are better than in other societies? Why not just be an ANCAP?
Why not just be an ANCAP?
And go live in the covenant community that has all the rules and the system that you like and that you believe will bring forward all the progress.
I'm perfectly fine with ANCAPs forming ANCAPistan, and I always laugh when hear that word. I think it's a really funny word, and I love it. But I think I would give you the space to have ANCAPistan. The problem is we have limited land, right? That's resource we can't create more of. If we could create these some sort of self-sustaining area, right? Where you could do that. Hey, go ahead.
How about the state of New
prove me
Hampshire?
wrong.
How about just the state of New Hampshire, the Free State Project? Would you be for? Would you be for would you, like if let's say magic wand, right? You have all the political power, and what we do is we just come to a series of agreements that what we will do is for every power that you want, every new tax, every new government program that you want, you can get it so long as you take it away from the state of New Hampshire. Because the state of New Hampshire is already full of libertarians, right? And we tell everybody in New Hampshire, hey, look, New Hampshire's getting this deal. If you don't like it, you should probably get out of New Hampshire.
Yeah, hey, I'm
to Vermont or Maine or Massachusetts, right?
I'm not loyal to the shape of the United States as it is. And so if we could run this experiment, yeah, I'd let you. Especially if I had no reason to believe that it would become a threat, specifically a threat in terms of like
it'll come in with like a mutual defense pact that like if we have any aggression come out of New Hampshire, like we immediately just bomb your fucking place to smithereens.
Okay, yeah, sure. Great. Yeah. I would I'd want you to have your space, you know?
All right. I'll consider that a win because that's all I ever really want. That's all I really ever want is the freedom to prove, because I don't want to force people into a liberty that they won't accept. Right? What I want is to just have the liberty myself to be able to prove to the rest of the world that this is the best way to live.
All right. Well, I'll leave you there then. I felt like I could draw you into a conversation that was a bit deeper. You've had the conversation we just had. You've had like a billion with everyone, right? You got to ask the right
questions. I don't know. I mean,
exactly. No, I'm saying it's my fault, right? I got to reformulate exactly what I wanted to say. Because like this is ANCAP 101. This is easy stuff for you. And I'd like to have a deeper understanding of your thought process. But thank you anyway.
All right, brother. And thanks for listening, iCal Rich, and barely staying awake at the bottom while he absorbs this.
Yeah, that's right. I had a question. One of these days, I do want to talk to you, but not tonight, about I think I've told you about it before, about how your principled stances come from starting at an axiom and then like following deductive logic from there. And I remember I told you that but you can only get at your axioms through induction, which means you have to look at the external world and develop what your axioms are going to be so that you can then be deductive. And I just kind of want to know how you arrive at your axioms.
Yeah, we'll have a conversation about it. Like DM me, and like we'll set something up this week or next week if you have some free time.
I don't want to do it as a debate. I honestly want to just know.
I'm perfectly fine with just I'm perfectly fine with having like a 1v1 conversation about it. Like, right. I mean, like I know I come off super debate broy, but I think most of the time, like it's because I'm on a panel, and that's the
sure.
That's the
that's the one thing I've always kind of been curious about, because like I know you've corrected me a couple times and said you don't actually have a problem with consequentialism, but you've said so much about consequentialism in the past that it makes me wonder whether you can use consequence to inform an axiom at all.
I mean, short answer, we'll get into more of it, but short answer, I start in the same place that the objectivists do, which is the unavoidable axiom: existence exists. It's impossible to argue against one's own non-existence. And then
sounds like they coach you too.
We can get into more into it, but it starts with like I don't have a problem with consequentialism so long as it doesn't violate the non-aggression principle, right? That's what I mean when I say that, is that there's an addendum there, right? Or not an addendum, a caveat.
Yeah, it seems to me you can use consequentialism to arrive at.
Yeah, I mean, predominantly, like I'm willing to take the label these days. I didn't in the past, but I'm taking it now. I'm an anarcho-objectivist, right? I am an ANCAP with an objectivist perspective, because I think that is the logical conclusion of both.
Even though Ayn Rand was so pro-military,
I think I would call those people Randians, and I would say that anarcho-objectivism is the logical conclusion of her work, and that she was wrong on some things.
Okay. Fair enough.
Like it's a movement of people that are fighting the OISTs. This is like an internal, very small snake tube kind of argument, right? That is just like not in the main thing of like, you know, the American Capitalist Party and the Rand Institute and the objectivists versus like the ANCAPs that consider themselves to be the logical conclusion of objectivism.
Okay.
It's a very niche thing that I don't bring up because it's like it's literally for like 10,000 people in the entire world, if that is the target audience for that conversation.
And she used to say that was why she hated libertarians, because they were so anti-military.
Yeah, we can get into a much larger conversation about why Ayn Rand was wrong and the most based philosopher of all time simultaneously.
Ayn Rand was wrong according to objectivism. Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. We'll do that one day.
Just DM me and we'll set some up.
Okay, great.
And you should also do the thing with Sam Cedar. I got to remind you, a few months.
I've emailed him. I just don't feel like sitting on a fucking phone call waiting thing, especially because he does it during the day.
I know, but I've talked to you about this, right? Like, you can actually set up, like, hey, we're gonna have a debate. Like, if you catch his attention, and that
I have. I'm just saying I haven't captured his attention, and so I'm not like gonna try and capture his attention by like trying to get in on like a waiting list on a phone call.
No. I wouldn't ask you to do that. No, because that takes.
Yeah, I've emailed. I've emailed I've emailed. It's not him. Was it not Emma Vigler? I don't fucking. I've emailed someone. I don't remember.
No, you got to go through the thing. I put this all in the DM to you. Okay, I want to go sometime with you later on. And try to like you didn't use. You haven't DM'd like the.
You cut off.
You cut off. Sorry, you haven't DM'd the email address that I told you to DM. To email. And I sent you. Remember, like I sent you.
I know that
the
you
show.
sent me some, dude. I'm so ADHD. So like maybe I did.
I know, that's why I'm reminding you of this thing again. Yeah. Like so we'll work on it.
Right now it's 1:30 in the morning, and I'm hungry.
We'll have it some other time. We'll have a talk.
I appreciate it. Though. You're not wrong.
Okay. So yeah, what's up, Iko? How you doing?
All right. Well, this went late. Lepra cousins? What is happening here? Yeah, I need to cut these studio lights off. It's like 7 hours and 15 minutes into stream. I've just been cooking under lights and to get some food because I ate like rice noodles. I'm trying to figure out what fucked me up because my gut was kind of fucked up from a dish I made. Still doing that elimination diet and trying to figure out like what messes me up. I was like, is it rice? So I just ate like a big bowl of rice noodle, of vermicelli. And like, that didn't mess me up, but now I'm hungry. So I need to get out of here and get something to eat. But yeah, I'll see you guys soon. It should be fun. I got some things cooking. And join the Discord, like, share, subscribe. You guys can super chat if you want and join the membership for only $3.99. Follow me on Twitter. If you join the Discord, that's the best place to know when the go lives. When I'm streaming, because I'm not always super consistent because I have other stuff to do, and also YouTube just doesn't always send out the notifications, but you'll always get them if you're in the Discord server. And there's you can come argue with people and do fun stuff. Appreciate you guys, and I will see you soon. Peace.